The child reached out to the adult's palms and said he was lucky in his first life. However, as time went on, the flower of his life wilted and his hands began to drift further and further apart. He was to be reborn as the protagonist of another story and begin a new adventure. But on the eve of his rebirth, he was disappointed as he ended up being a simple sword. After being reborn, all he remembered was that his name was Ye Fan. Time passed, and he accepted that he had become a sword. He felt that his fate was similar to that of the Monkey King who was sealed in the mountains. While some guy was running through the forest in the rain, Ye Fan was waiting on his master. Ye Fan accepted that no matter what his future master was, he would serve him faithfully and faithfully. Ye Fan was sure on his point that he would never, ever betray his future master. The bandits running after Zhang Tianyi said that one of them had hit him with a poison arrow, and there was nowhere to run to. Soon, Zhang Tianyi came running to that very sword, Ye Fan. It was firmly seated in the stone. Zhang Tianyi was surprised at such a find, a gray sword in a stone in the middle of a desolate forest. Out of desperation, Zhang Tianyi, who was at his limit, decided to take this sword. As soon as the sword fell into Zhang Tianyi's hands, Ye Fan's system was activated, and he installed a new master. Ye Fan's spirit appeared in front of Zhang Tianyi. It was a slender guy with black hair and symbolic sword-like clothes. Ye Fan was stunned. Once he got the master, he was finally able to speak. Turning around, Ye Fan saw his new master and immediately turned to him happily. Ye Fan said that he would help fulfill Zhang Tianyi's cherished mission. But even if he didn't have it, he would follow him. Ye Fan continued his story, mauling. He had waited so long before becoming a part of someone. While Ye Fan was looking at the clothes, saying that he must have entered the ancient fantasy, the poison in Zhang Tianyi's body went to his heart. Zhang Tianyi dropped his sword and began to fall to the ground, continuously coughing up blood. Zhang Tianyi fell to the ground and had already died from the effects of the deadly poison on his heart. The sword that had fallen from his hands had accidentally fallen on Zhang Tianyi and had now surely finished him off. Ye Fan was trying to figure out why his master was so cold and not breathing while the assassins came running to the scene. One of the subjects called out to the leader of their group, but added that Zhang Tianyi was a bit out of it. Wang Ba laughed at the fact that Zhang Tianyi had died from the effects of the poison. Ye Fan regretted the death of the master, and thought what kind of time they could have had. Wang Ba looked closely, and couldn't understand why there was a sword in Zhang Tianyi's body. Ye Fan said that it was an accident. Ye Fan turned to ask Wang Ba if he had seen him, as Wang Ba did not respond to Ye Fan's words at all. The subject told Wang Ba that Zhang Tianyi must have been in too much pain from the poison and committed suicide. Ye Fan tried to touch at least one person, but Ye Fan soon realized that apparently no one in this world could hear or see him. Ye Fan was in sorrow. He didn't like this kind of life and its rules. He didn't want to continue being like this. Wang Ba swept up Zhang Tianyi's miserable death, and his subject looked at the sword and said that it was very rusty. Ye Fan was broken even more. He didn't understand the meaning of life. If he was despised even in the form of a sword. But while Ye Fan was saddened, one of Wang Ba's subjects noticed that there was something wrong with the sword. The soul of the dead Zhang Tianyi was absorbed, and Ye Fan received 100 evolution points. Suddenly, Ye Fan evolved from a broken longsword into a soul-eater's sword. Wang Ba raised his sword and said that with it, he would be able to fulfill his dreams. Ye Fan was not very happy with the master. In this world, warriors were highly respected. There were 8 empires, and the empire where Ye Fan was called Tianba. Among the warriors, the weakest are the quasi-warriors. There were 9 ranks in total, followed by warriors, warrior kings, warrior saints, and warrior gods. Outside the cities, there were terrible beasts and monsters that were a great danger. Ye Fan's divine sword absorbed the souls of these monsters to gain evolution points. The swordmaster could also gain rewards and acquire skills. The higher the level of the sword, the stronger the master could become. Wang Ba was at the 2nd level of warrior. Raising his sword upwards, he said that because of him, he would become popular and get everything. Wang Ba suggested that the subjects go to the city. Ye Fan, however, could not stand Wang Ba and did not wish him strength. To begin with, Ye Fan needed to pump himself up. To do so, he needed to absorb souls. Suddenly, one of the subjects became frightened and went to the boss for help at once. The subject poked the boss with a finger behind his back, and with interest, even Ye Fan looked there. It was a level 3 beast, a red-eyed wolf, and one of Wang Ba's subjects was already under its attack. Just then, one of the boss's subjects was torn in two by the jaws of a red-eyed wolf. The red-eyed wolf immediately began to growl, practically deafening everyone around it. Yi Fan immediately noticed the wolf's amazing strength. Wang Ba told his subject not to be afraid as he possessed a divine sword. Yi Fan agreed with Wang Ba's words. Wang Ba made a dash towards the beast without fear of defeat. Yi Fan motivated him, but Yi Fan couldn't be far away from his master, and against his will, Yi Fan was dragged behind Wang Ba. Wang Ba struck the wolf's face and left a strong cut, saying to the red-eyed wolf not to underestimate him. The wolf immediately jumped away from Wang Ba and regrouped for the next attack. Wang Ba jumped back into the attack and realized that this was the limit of what a level 3 beast could do. Wang Ba said he would kill this wolf using his new divine sword, and Wang Ba managed to kill the red-eyed wolf, and Ye Fan was glad that he was special. The soul of the red-eyed wolf was absorbed, and Ye Fan obtained 300 evolution points. Now that Ye Fan had evolution points, he immediately wanted to use them on something new. Yi Fan found a very interesting movement skill and immediately wanted to obtain it. Yi Fan improved this ability, hoping that he would find a beautiful mistress to replace Wang Ba. The ability was successfully obtained and Ye Fan immediately used it, but was only able to shake slightly. Ye Fan was angry that these were all possibilities of movement, but Wang Ba felt that the sword recognized him. As it turned out, evolution points could be spent on skills and nothing more. Wang Ba felt something in the sword. He realized that the chi of Ye Fan's sword had become stronger. Already when it was day, Wang Ba and his subjects returned back to the city with new findings. Some man inquired about Wang Ba's progress in hunting Zhang Tianyi. Wang Ba took out Zhang Tianyi's head. The man wanted to know what became of his head, to which Wang Ba replied that it was a secret. Wang Ba came to the blacksmith. He told him that the sword was too sharp and the blacksmith did not have the right scabbard. The blacksmith asked who forged Ye Fan's sword. Wang Ba said if the blacksmith didn't have the right sheath, then he didn't have to answer his questions. Ye Fan swept up that it was natural, not shackled. Wang Ba's subjects finally found him and informed him that they had returned. Wang Ba threw the guys a bag of money and told them not to distract him anymore. One of the guys wasn't happy. Their people died, and they ended up with a small handful of coins. Yi Fan got even more angry at Wang Ba and had a rather low opinion of him. Later, Yi Fan searched for his master in some strange building, wandering the corridors. Wang Ba at the same time wanted to have fun with a woman. Yi Fan swept up that he wasn't doing something that would be useful. Yi Fan was happy to see a third-level warrior, but the man himself was terrifying. While Ye Fan continued to think bad things about Wang Ba, and Wang Ba was having fun in his own way at this time, Wang Ba was distracted by Tian Jingxin. Wang Ba accused him of interfering with his beautiful knight. Tian Jingxin swept up that they had agreed on 100 gold coins, but he had cheated them. Yi Fan was not very happy as Tian Jingxin's breath stank horribly. Tian Jingxin immediately rushed to attack, but Wang Ba was able to dodge with difficulty. Wang Ba told Tian Jingxin to put the sword back, but he replied that such a find should not belong to him. Ye Fan was pleased with Tian Jingxin's cleverness and decided to shake his sword at him as a sign. While Ye Fan was trying to motivate Tian Jingxin, Wang Ba said he was fed up and punched Tian Jingxin. But unfortunately, Tian Jingxin was too weak and Ye Fan was dragged behind him. Tian Jingxin said he would avenge his wife's death today, despite the difference in power levels. Wang Ba was surprised that Tian Jingxin knew the truth, but added that his wife was good in bed. These words broke Tian Jingxin, and Ye Fan remarked how terrible he was. Yi Fan turned to the system to see if he could increase the sword's characteristics. The system replied that only when Wang Ba died would it be able to change masters. Yi Fan squeezed his hand and realized that as long as Wang Ba owned the sword, then only he was at liberty to use the sword. And even with Ye Fan, Tian Jingxin had no chance in a fight with Wang Ba. Ye Fan got even more angry. The system was terrible for him, but he was looking for some kind of way. Yi Fan found some ability called Blood Soul. It could absorb essence from blood and briefly strengthen the one holding the sword. Ye Fan immediately decided to use this ability, and Tian Jingxin coughed out blood. The blood splashed onto the sword, and the ability began to take effect, giving a boosting effect to Tian Jingxin. Tian Jingxin's muscles were cramped, and he was absorbed by the effect of the sword ability. Tian Jingxin was able to stand up and kicked Wang Ba's foot straight into his chest to knock him away. The sword began to address Tian Jingxin, reminding him to avenge his wife. Yi Fan added to Tian Jingxin that he knew what to do to enhance his strength. Tian Jingxin slashed his hand and started dousing the sword with blood. This activated the ability even more, and the amplification went well. Wang Ba noticed Tian Jingxin's aggravation and added that he had lost his mind. Tian Jingxin replied that he might be crazy, but he would do his revenge. Yi Fan rejoiced that now they had a chance. Wang Ba dodged another strike from Tian Jingxin, even under his reinforcement. But apparently even this reinforcement was not enough, and Wang Ba counterattacked Tian Jingshin. Ye Fan and Tian Jingxin flew back and Tian Jingxin fell to the ground. Wang Ba walked over and with a snort he remarked that trash would be trash anyway. Wang Ba added that Tian Jingxin was rumored to have a sister, and he wanted to visit her as well. Ye Fan was angry to the extreme. He told Wang Ba that he was an evil monster with no manners. Ye Fan decided to use a sword skill called Phantom Dance. Tian Jianxin, who was bleeding again, jumped to attack and shouting Wang Ba's name, he threw a couple of punches. Tian Jianxin gave his all and told Wang Ba to go to hell. Wang Ba's body was immediately in slits thanks to the sword's Phantom Dance ability. Ye Fan was surprised at the ferocity of the Phantom Dance technique, but Wang Ba was still killed after all. Tian Jianxin rejoiced at the amazing strength of the divine sword and its abilities. Tian Jianxin rejoiced at finally accomplished revenge. While Ye Fan didn't understand why he had gotten an achievement for his master's death, Tian Jianxin realized that with Ye Fan's sword, he could do whatever he wanted and no one would stop him. Deep in the night, a guard of some gates fell asleep. When as Tian Jingxin came to him, the guard woke up and looked at Tian Jingxin as he suddenly threw money to the guard. Tian Jingxin wanted the guard to sell the lives of those sentenced to death to him. The guard was immediately happy and agreed to a favorable deal with Tian Jingxin. The guard immediately went to show Tian Jingxinu the way to the death sentences. The guard was surprised and thought that he was crazy. At the same time, Tian Jingxin was raising the level of his sword. After that, Tian Jingxin calmed down. Ye Fan noticed that Tian Jingxin became calmer after killing those sentenced to death. Perhaps it was the achievement about evil qi. Killing 20 enemies, the sword would start to emit a sinister aura. Some rustling immediately distracted Tian Jingxin, and he rushed over to investigate. Ye Fan tried to negotiate with him to stop, but he was not heard. Ye Fan was scared as Tian Jingxin ran towards the window. Ye Fan was afraid that he would get smeared. Once outside, some man turned to Tian Jingxin and said that he had heard a rumor about Wang Ba's death from the divine sword. It was Zhang Hu, the leader of the Storm Tiger mercenaries. He said that the name of the sword was an exaggeration. Zhang Hu said that killing people was bad, but if Tian Jingxin gave up the sword and money, he would be released. Tian Jingxin didn't want to agree and rushed to attack, saying that Zhang Hu was too arrogant. Ye Fan added that Zhang Hu was stronger than Wang Ba. Zhang Hu swept up Tian Jingxin's arrogance and began to draw his sword. The two swords collided against each other, but Zhang Hu's sword was many times larger. Zhang Hu swung his sword and threw Tian Jingxin away. Ye Fan was surprised at the strength of the enemy. Tian Jingxin suffered a blow, but he was still holding on to the divine sword that was starting to crack. Zhang Hu swung and told Tian Jingxin to give up the sword and die peacefully. Out of desperation, Tian Jingxin asked the divine sword to help him. Ye Fan wanted to use some sort of evolution skill since he too could die, but Ye Fan couldn't use the ability in time as he was on cooldown. Already 3 of the 5 wielders had died and Ye Fan was only 2 away from the next skill. Ye Fan did not understand. Was it really his fate that he had to watch the deaths of the young ones? Zhang Hu ordered everyone to search his house. One of the subjects asked the boss about the sword. Zhang Hu said that the sword was worse than the rumors and he didn't need it. Another subject said that Zhang Hu had sea-level weapons, he didn't need weak swords. Ye Fan tried to tell him that he didn't understand anything. Then Ye Lan decided to take the sword for himself, and Ye Fan made a contract with him. Ye Fan immediately liked this owner. Some guy was commanding Ye Lan to carry boxes to the barn. Some girl was proposing to Ye Lan to have fun. Ye Fan didn't understand what the guy was doing at all. But Ye Fan realized that it was all over. Ye Lan was a total loser. He would have to serve such an idiot for a long time. Ye Fan was broken. He wanted to put an end to his new master. One of the guys started to gather everyone for an important announcement from Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu gracefully raised his hand and told everyone that there was a big battle waiting for them. Zhang Hu added that it was time for their army to exterminate the shadow mercenaries. One of the subjects bent down to Zhang Hu and said that it was dangerous and suggested that Zhang Hu change his mind. Zhang Hu slapped the subject and told him not to even try to cross him. Zhang Hu added that he had already sent a spy there, and the warriors needed to prepare because they would be going out that night. Ye Lan practiced after Zhang Hu's words. He constantly swung his sword, saying the same thing. But Ye Fan realized that his swings were of no use. Someone distracted Ye Lan's training. He kicked Ye Lan's foot and stopped his sweeps. Ye Fan told Ye Lan to hit this guy. Ye Lan ignored the aggressive guy's words. Ye Lan decided to calm down and continue practicing for his own good. Ye Fan was broken and tried to give Ye Lan some clues to controlling the sword. Ye Fan was already starting to worry, for he did not know if he would be able to obtain evolution points with his new owner. Ye Lan waved his sword and wanted to become famous, after which he wanted to earn money and buy a big house for his mom. Watching his master's training, Ye Fan noticed that he was much better than Wang Ba, but weaker than him. But all of a sudden, Ye Fan noticed that even without killing, he could get evolution points. Ye Fan decided to work with his master since he could get evolution points after all. Zhang Hu got close to the right point, and informed his men that they would attack on his command. Ye Lan was unsure of his strength even though he had practiced. Ye Fan wanted to not be devalued, but Ye Lan couldn't be afraid forever, as he needed to earn money and buy a big house for his mom, otherwise it was all for nothing. Soon, Ye Lan decided to find a safer way. Ye Fong didn't like this idea. He thought that he had given slackness. One of Zhang Hu's subjects encouraged Ye Lan not to look, but to go inside. The subject added so that he wouldn't disturb anyone. Ye Lan didn't even have time to realize anything. Once inside, Ye Lan's hands were shaking. He was greatly afraid of being on the battlefield. Ye Fan immediately realized that Ye Lan would not be able to survive at this pace on the battlefield. Ye Fan decided to help his albeit weak but interesting master. Ye Fan used the movement ability, and the sword began to shake slightly. Ye Lan noticed the shaking of his sword, and considered that his sword was supporting him. Ye Lan's eyes lit up, and he wanted to give his best. Someone in the crowd said that there were no dirty tricks in the war, and he had only himself to blame. Zhang Hu immediately shouted to all his warriors to go attack the enemies. Ye Fan flew after his master, and rejoiced in the euphoria of his first battle with his new master. Ye Lan faced the first new opponent. They swung their blades and waited for the next move from each other. Ye Fan tried to support his master, and used the movement ability. With Ye Feng's support, Ye Lan gathered his wits, and was able to attack the enemy. Ye Fan noticed that the task of killing a warrior in front of Ye Lan for 100 points had appeared. Ye Lan managed it, and was insanely happy. Ye Fan wanted his master to keep winning. After that, Ye Lan got a taste for it, and started killing dozens of enemies without difficulty. Ye Fan rejoiced at the excellent success of the master, but killing too many enemies could find bad qi on him. But unfortunately, Ye Lan couldn't withstand the evil kui at all and gave in to its effects. Soon Ye Lan killed some warrior in front of the brother of the very warrior who had been killed. The warrior immediately jumped on the attack with questions about his brother's murder. He was frantic for revenge. The warrior attacked Ye Lan and kicked him with his foot right in the stomach, throwing him far away. While Ye Lan collapsed on the ground and held his stomach, the opponent didn't wait and chased into the attack again. Ye Lan told the warriors that he wouldn't die here. Ye Fan was glad, because he could use the right ability to attack. For now, Ye Lan hoped that he would survive. The sword glowed red in readiness for an attack. Ye Fan and Ye Lan both went on the attack, using the sword's phantom dance ability. Thanks to this attack, the warrior found himself endlessly wounded by Ye Fan's divine sword. Ye Lan was glad that his sword had made him stronger. At this time, Ye Fan was surprised by the strange feeling that enveloped him. Ye Fan decided to take back what he said about Ye Lan being a total loser. Zhang Hu raised the head of the ringleader, Sang Yuran, because he was dead. The shadow mercenaries were exterminated. While Zhang Hu's warriors were rejoicing in their victory, Ye Fan noticed that he could evolve. The sword was now called a shadowy bloodsucker sword. It gained the element of darkness, and its quality improved to sea level. Ye Lan noticed the evolution of the sword and rejoiced, but Ye Fan felt sorry that his clothes didn't change with the evolution. The old man at the table gave Ye Lan 600 gold coins for killing 6 enemies. Ye Lan was insanely happy, as he could buy his mom a big house for that kind of money. The jealous warriors behind Ye Lan couldn't understand why he showed himself like this, and wanted to follow him around. One of them looked closely at the sword and remarked that he had seen it somewhere before. After returning, Ye Lan went to his former place to continue his training sessions. Ye Lan also noticed that after killing those warriors, it was as if his sword had changed. Ye Lan soon came to the decision to try out his technique since his sword had become stronger. Ye Lan darted forward, but this time the punch was weaker than last time. Ye Lan immediately noticed that the strength was not at all like last time. He wondered if there was a lack of a source of power for this sword technique. Ye Lan decided to try again. Only in this attempt the reception succeeded in his performance. Ye Lan was exhausted and collapsed on the ground from countless training, but he was glad that everything had worked out. Ye Lan was very tired, while Ye Fan was happy that his master was improving. The warriors watching Ye Lan realized that it was all about Ye Lan's sword. The second warrior said that he remembered where that sword in Ye Lan's hands came from. He said that it was Tian Jingxin's divine sword, but he didn't expect this sword to be so useful. Ye Fan noticed the warriors behind the tree and realized that something untoward was looming. The warriors approached Ye Lan and asked why he didn't work. Did he really have a day of rest? They also stole Ye Lan's sack of money and said they would only give it back if he exchanged the sword to them in return. Ye Fan couldn't believe that the warriors had taken Ye Lan's well-deserved money. But he understood that the weak would do all sorts of atrocities. Ye Fan tried to tell Ye Lan that he was now stronger and could fight back against them. Ye Lan just told the guys that it was his money and he had to get it back, while the warrior was telling Ye Lan that he was being arrogant. Ye Lan pointed his blade at the warrior's face. Ye Lan repeated for the warrior to give him his money, for he would not say it again. Ye Fan swept that they deserved to die for stealing and their bad deeds. One of the warriors commanded his friend Bao to attack together, after which the two warriors jumped into the attack to teach Ye Lan a lesson for his insolence. Ye Lan accepted the guy's challenge and with a smile on his face began to swing for a counterattack. Ye Lan swung his sword and immediately repelled the attack of Bao and his friend from himself, after which Ye Lan once again rushed forward to finish off his enemies. Ye Lan caught up to the enemy and immediately struck him, without a chance for a reaction from the enemy. Ye Lan continued his combo of punches and inflicted a second cut on his opponent. Without giving the other enemy time to react, Ye Lan turned around and rushed to attack. Without difficulty, Ye Lan outpaced his enemy and knocked his sword out of his hands, leaving his enemy in complete shock. Putting the knife to the enemy's head, Ye Lan said that they had made him do such a thing themselves. Ye Lan left a small wound on the man's forehead and asked him if they would return the money to him, for he could take it himself. The second man on the ground told Bao to give the money back to Ye Lan. While Bao was in shock, the other man was pushing him to hand over the money faster. Bao threw the bag of money to the already angry Ye Lan. He caught the bag with one hand, after which Ye Lan ordered the weaklings to get away from his sight. Ye Fan regretted that the enemies weren't killed for points, but Ye Lan was doing well even so. Sitting under the tree, Ye Lan addressed the sword and said that he would never sell it, for through this sword he was able to fulfill his dream. Ye Fan envied Ye Lan as he was able to follow his dream, on the path in which people only became stronger. Later, when Ye Lan returned to the faction, he was still carrying boxes, when he was distracted by a man with an order from the leader. The man added to Ye Lan that he expected his immediate actions in this situation. Ye Lan's entire body was wrapped in a bad feeling about future events. Zhang Hu had noticed that Ye Lan had improved a lot with his new sword recently. Zhang Hu added that it was important for them as warriors to get stronger every time. After which, Zhang Hu asked Ye Lan to bring his sword, as he had found another use for it. Ye Lan was frightened as he realized that Zhang Hu had found out about his sword's special powers. Zhang Hu was expecting Ye Lan's sword and asked what was wrong. Ye Lan said nothing and added that the sword was in the room and he should have brought it back. Leaving Zhang Hu's territory, Ye Lan began to flee with his last strength. Ye Lan would never give up his sword, not to anyone, not for any world values. Ye Lan ran towards the exit. At this time, Zhang Hu called Xin Haohui over to him. Xin Haohui came to the leader, and Zhang Hu threw a black sword into his hands. Zhang Hu noticed that Ye Lan's sword was unusual, and that he didn't go there at all. Zhang Hu decided to give Xin Haohui a sword to take Ye Lan's sword away from him. Xin Haohui smiled and said that Zhang Hu's order would be immediately carried out. Ye Lan ran to his apartment and hurriedly rushed over, for every minute counted. Ye Lan wouldn't dare let anyone take away his sword. Ye Fan, on the other hand, was expecting a stormy night. Taking his sword, Ye Lan walked out of the house and immediately noticed that he was already surrounded by people. The enemies immediately began to question Ye Lan and put conditions related to the sword. Ye Lan noticed the chief amongst all the enemies and swept up that he was the one who had snitched about Ye Lan's sword. Brother Xin said that if the commander wanted this sword, then so be it. The man asked Ye Lan to hand over his sword, as it was the commander's order. Hearing this information, Ye Lan was extremely displeased and was unwilling to give up his sword. The leader asked Bao to pick up the sword already faster, and he reached out his hand to Ye Lan. Ye Lan hesitated. He tried to pull away from Bao's approaching hand. Ye Lan began to back away little by little, finding himself further and further away from the hands of the villains. Stepping backwards, Ye Lan didn't look where he was going and ended up hitting the nearest table. Hitting the table, Ye Lan hit a couple of coins and one of them fell to the ground. Ye Lan immediately drew his sword and began to fight back. Bao expected him to fight back. Bao jumped back from the attack and called out to Boss Xin, the leader of the Boss Xin faction. Leader Xin ordered the rest of the warriors to go and surround Ye Lan's entire house to prevent him from escaping. Xin ordered Bao to attack Ye Lan. Bao deftly threw the second sword towards Ye Lan. But even after making such a deft attack, Ye Lan easily repelled the sword flying at him. Bao didn't choose to give up and immediately jumped into another attack on Ye Lan. Bao gathered all his strength and landing on the ground. He threw a strong punch, but Ye Lan jumped aside. Ye Lan kept dodging Bao's flurry of attacks during the fight. Bao remarked that Yelan was like a flea. One of the warriors called Yelan a fool, since Bao was a third-level warrior, and there was no way Yelan would defeat him. Ye Fan had faith in his owner, and swept up that it was his enemies who were the idiots. Jumping out of the window, Yelan started to run away and swung his sword, keeping his enemies away from him. Yelan realized that now the entire bandit camp was now on their ears, and would be searching for him. The only way out was to hide in the Emerald Forest. But even so, Bao managed to catch up with Yelan. Bao told Yelan that it was useless to resist death. Searching for options, Yelan was able to set his blade on fire with a black-colored flame. Yelan and Bao swung their blades and blocked each other, but the black flame did not disappear. A bit of black flame hit Bao's face. When he noticed it, he didn't realize anything. Immediately, Bao's face began to burn in place of the black flames. He began to experience horrifying suffering. While Bao was in agony, Yelan approached him and said that if he was the one who wished death on him, then he would die as well. Yelan then swung his sword and killed Bao, giving Ye Fan and his sword evolution points. Zhang Hu found out what had happened and was terribly angry at the traitor Yelan, so much so that he wanted to personally kill him. Ye Fan himself realized that after what he had done, there was no turning back at all, only forward. Zhang Hu asked his subjects about Yelan's whereabouts. One of them said that Yelan was seen in the Emerald Forest. Zhang Hu thought for a bit and ordered his warriors to surround the exit of the forest, for there was no point in entering it. When Yelan finally broke away from the grouping, he was very tired. While Ye Fan thought about what they should do, Yelan reminded himself of the realities of the world about strength. But Yelan was happy about one thing. In the Emerald Forest, he was safe from the warriors for a while. The words about Yelan's safety quickly became meaningless. Some rustling distracted his attention. Yelan was surrounded by iron-horned boars, first-level beasts with iron properties. But seeing them, Yelan was only amused by the appearance of the first-level beasts in front of him. For Yelan, wild boars were suitable opponents for perfection. Yelan immediately killed them, and Ye Fan was overjoyed. He was finally getting evolution points. The only thing that alerted Yelan was that iron-horned boars don't usually go to meet people. Suddenly, Yelan heard dozens of sounds from all sides of the forest and immediately realized what was happening. It was an invasion of beasts. Such events were insanely dangerous to those in the forest. Ye Fan hadn't seen such events before, but he was surprised at the number of beasts that were attacking Yelan. Ye Fan understood the danger of the situation, and trusting his premonition, wanted to get out of the forest. Ye Fan's premonition paid off. A huge arachnid beast attacked Yelan from above. Brother Shin returned to the guards of the Emerald Forest entrance and inquired about their progress. As it turned out, no one had left the forest. Brother Shin swept up that it had already been a couple of days since Yelan had entered the forest. He might have died there. But Yelan himself was alive. He had lost his arm the entire time he was in the forest, but he had interrupted dozens of beasts. Ye Fan was glad that his master had survived, and noticed that Yelan had changed a lot since he started wielding this sword. From his first unsteady steps, Yelan could finally stand confidently. Ye Fan's sword had reached a new evolution, and now bore the name of the Shadow Slashing Sword. All this evolution brought was an enhancement to the wielder of the sword. Zhang Hu ordered his warriors to enter the Emerald Forest and find Yelan alive or dead. When night fell, Yelan decided to finally walk out of the Emerald Forest. Yelan came to some bar and ordered some food. He wore a black cloak so that no one would recognize him. Brother Shin and a couple of his warriors came to the same bar. They were discussing the search for Yelan's body. As it turned out, they had only found animal remains in the forest. One of the warriors suggested that Yelan had killed all those beasts, but Brother Shin solidified that Yelan was too weak. Brother Shin added that he had invited Yelan's mother to Tailan City, with the hope that he would show up. Hearing this, Yelan broke the glass cup in his hands. By doing so, he accidentally attracted the attention of Shin's group. Brother Shin calmed down when he noticed that the man in the black cloak was crippled. Others have commented that inviting Yelan's mother was a good idea, since she is the only person close to him. Also, Brother Shin added that he fed Yelan's mother to his dogs. She begged him to stop, but he did it. Yelan got into the warriors' dialogue and said that families shouldn't have to pay for someone else's actions. One of the warriors turned to Yelan, questioning how he dared to interrupt a warrior from the ferocious tigers. Another warrior threw a cup at Yelan's head. It shattered, and they added that they were addressing Yelan. The enraged Yelan stood up and turned around to Shin's group of warriors. The fact that he was alive shocked the guys. Brother Shin immediately ordered his boys to stand up and kill Yelan on the spot. Yelan waited for them to approach him, and at the right moment, he simply told them to die. In one deft move, Yelan was behind the warriors. It was so fast that they had no time to react. With this movement, he killed 2 warriors at a time, their heads flying off their shoulders. Shin Haohui was terrified as Yelan slowly walked towards him. Brother Shin tried to make excuses, saying it was all Zhang Hu's words. Shin Haohui begged Yelan to spare his life. He immediately fell to his knees and then lowered his head altogether. Yelan simply despised Brother Shin and silently looked up at him. But Shin Haohui didn't want to sit still. He threw the nearest object at Yelan's face. Shin Haohui immediately ran out of the bar and took the fireworks in his hands. This was a sign to the group. When they saw it, everyone would immediately come to him. Large yellow fireworks exploded in the sky above the bar, marking the gathering place for the grouping. Yelan had no intention of leaving. The call of the entire gang was something he desired. Soon, Boss Zhang Hu himself came to the bar site and swept up Yelan's special sword power. Yelan turned to Ye Fan's sword and asked for his strength to defeat Zhang Hu. Yelan's desire for Yelan's strength brought him a hidden ability that added strength to the battle to the death. Ye Fan understood that Zhang Hu could not be defeated by a 3rd-level warrior, which meant that Yelan had no chance at all. Ye Fan could not resist his master's desire. Since the blood skill was now pumped up using it, Yelan had a chance of victory. Ye Fan used the bloodlust skill and gave the coveted strength to Yelan in the upcoming battle. Zhang Hu said that he would give Yelan the opportunity to avenge his old mother. As Yelan rushed into battle, Zhang Hu added that his mother was lonely in another world. As Yelan ran at Zhang Hu, he said that Yelan was just a lowly warrior. After immediately repulsed Yelan and added that he would not be patient in fighting Yelan. Zhang Hu's first attack wasn't the last. He immediately continued to strike out. When Yelan was on the ground, Zhang Hu immediately rushed to him and asked him where Yelan would hide now. Zhang Hu was many times faster than Yelan and immediately punched him again, knocking him back into the nearest wall. While Yelan was vomiting blood, Zhang Hu added that killing Yelan was easier than easy. Yelan couldn't give up. He didn't want to die until he killed Zhang Hu before he himself died. Yelan was able to get up from the ground and began to emit a terrifying aura from himself. The bloodthirst ability made him an order of magnitude stronger. Yelan was so fast that he was able to strike Zhang Hu before he reacted. Zhang Hu took in the injury and couldn't understand what could have happened to Yelan in such a short period of time, but immediately realized that the most likely source of Yelan's strength was from his sword. Zhang Hu launched his counterattack and added that without his sword, Yelan was trash. Zhang Hu's counterattack was terrifyingly strong. He was beyond angry and wanted to kill Yelan with all his might. But even in such a situation, Yelan was unwilling to give up. He had little strength to spare. Yelan stood up again and decided to completely give in to the power of bloodlust in return for his life force. Finally, Yelan was able to do what he had wished for so long. He pierced Zhang Hu's body with his sword. Zhang Hu immediately feared for his life. He took hold of the wound and tried to persuade Yelan to wait. Yelan didn't even want to listen to him. He immediately pierced him once more and ended Zhang Hu's life. By killing Zhang Hu, Mr. Yelan's revenge was complete and he died peacefully. Ye Fan was once again without his master and wished Yelan good luck in the other world. Some man asked Ma Hongxue if he had collected the security fee. Ma Hunhu waved his hands and said that he had not had time to assemble the entire board yet. The man punched Ma Hongxue in the face and said he couldn't be trusted with anything. As he left, the man added that if Ma Hongxue didn't collect the payment by the evening, he would receive punishment. A broken Ma Hongxue held onto the spot where he had been hit and replied to the man that he understood him. Ye Fan said that his current master was many times weaker than Yelan when he met him. Ma Hunhu said that when the day came he would kill the man who hit him. But before he did so, Ma Hunhu wanted to sell his sword for a bargain price. The day before, Ma Hunhu came to the site of Zhang Hu and Yelan's battle, after which he found 2 corpses. Ma Hongwu noticed the bones and immediately realized that these people had died a long time ago. Looking at the sword in the dead Yelan's hands, Ma Hunhu thought that this sword would be worth money. With trepidation in his hands, Ma Hunhu decided to take the sword back to sell it in the marketplace. Taking the sword, Ma Hunhu noticed that the things of the dead already belonged to him. Ma Hunhu came to his house and banged on the door, telling his wife to set the table. Inside, Ma Hunhu saw his wife and some man. Apparently she was cheating on him. While Ma Hunhu was angry, the man asked Ma Hunhu's wife if he was his husband. When the wife agreed with the man, he immediately stood up and kicked Ma Hunhu in the face. In spite of his anger, Ma Hongxue could do nothing. He simply fell to the ground from the impact. The man told Ma Hongxue that he would keep silent about his wife's theft in exchange for 1,000 gold coins. The bag of money fell in front of Ma Hongxue's face, and he was immediately surprised. Ma Hongxue realized that he wasn't doing the right thing, but 1,000 gold coins was an awfully large amount of money. After accepting this money, Ma Hongxue said that they could go wherever they wanted. Yi Fan was disappointed in his master. 3 men came to Ma Hong's house to see the item he wanted to sell. Ma Hunhu opened the door and said that he would show the item inside his house. One of the men said that on his way to Ma Hongxi's house, he noticed Huang Qingxi in an embrace with his wife. And because of this, the man taunted Ma Hongxi. Ma Hongwu didn't want to listen to these sneers, and with an angry expression asked the man to shut up. The guests started to enter the house and kept adding light jokes about Ma Hunhu. The first thing that confused the men was the odor inside Ma Hunhu's house. It looked like a place where military operations were taking place. While Ma Hongxue was looking for an object, the men started to joke about the odor over Ma Hongxue. Immediately, a smile appeared on Ye Fan's face as under the constant pressure from the others, Ma Hongxue's fighting spirit began to manifest. As Ma Hunhu drew his sword, he abruptly decided not to give it to the men. Ma Hunhu put the sword back and turned to the men, expressing his apologies, saying the sword had been stolen. One of the men was angry and started kicking Ma Hunhu. Ye Fan, on the other hand, continued to be frustrated with his master. A man promised Ma Hongxue that he would burn down his house for mocking him. As the men left, Ma Hunhu pleaded with them not to do anything to his house. But as soon as they went outside, the men threw a torch at Ma Hunhu's house. Ma Hunhu's house began to blaze. Noticing this, Ma Hunhu was broken by what he saw. The man who set his house on fire said if he couldn't pay for something, he should have burned down. Ma Hunhu fell to his knees in his burning house and was utterly broken down. Yi Fan turned to Ma Hongxue and began to tell him about the power he could obtain. Influenced by Ye Fan's words, Ma Hongxue began to reach for Ye Fan's sword in search of strength. Ma Hunhu drew his sword, strength engulfed his body, and he was enveloped in a red aura. Ma Hunhu slowly rose up. He was in the center of his fiery home. The men stood outside the burning house and mocked Ma Hunhu's death. But suddenly the house exploded behind the men and one of them shook with fright. Ma Hunhu snuck out of the house and with a face full of anger rushed toward the man. The man noticed the living Ma Hongxue and immediately wanted to attack him back. Only it didn't help him. In one motion, the man's head flew off his shoulders. The other men shouted the title of the already dead, scarred, and terrified man. Ma Hunhu laughed at how weak these guys were when he got his hands on the sword. The next second, Ma Hongwu turned to the guys and said that it was their turn. Ma Hongwu successfully drew the blood of all 3 men who bullied him. Yi Fan laughed and said that for an inexperienced master, Ma Hongxue had shown a good result. But Ma Hunhu realized, now that he had killed Scar, he would be sought after by Jin, and in that time he must become stronger. Half a month later, Ma Hongwu still continued to train, increasing his strength level as he did so. Ma Hunhu meditated for as long as he could. He grew stronger and stronger day by day. Through his training, Ma Hunhu had finally developed to fully master the abilities of a first-level warrior. And the time had come for Ma Hunhu to get even with those who constantly mocked him. The owner of the Jin family's mountain house, the Huang family. All of these people Ma Hongxue wished for death. After all this, some guys came to the site of Ma Hunhu's burned-down house looking for Scar. The boys' savvy was that they had to find Scar, for he knew their boss's secrets. Ma Hunhu was behind the boys and asked them if they were really looking for him. When the warriors turned around, they were even more surprised as Ma Hunhu was in front of them. Ma Hunhu's face was serious, and he asked the guys what they wanted him to do. The boys asked Ma Hunhu where Scar was since the last time he had come to see him. Ma Hunhu smiled sharply and asked the guys if they definitely wanted to know about Scar. Then in one deft move, he sliced off the heads of both warriors in front of him. Ye Fan noticed that Ma Hongxue didn't have enough evil chi in him yet, but his temperament was already influenced by it. Ma Hunhu decided to try his hand at gambling, and he was very good at it. Ye Fan was happy that the Shadow Sword brought luck in gambling, and it was his secret to wealth. The leader of this place decided to shut him out of Jin Chang's sight, as there was something that needed to be dealt with. With a snap of his fingers, Ma Hongxue was surrounded by a dozen guys with evil intentions. The man advised Ma Hongxue to leave the money and just walk away, forgetting about it. At the end, the man added that if he did not do so, he would face consequences. It was all funny to Ma Hongxue. He laughed it off and asked the man about the consequences. The man broke the amulet in his hand and said he would make Ma Hunhu's life worthless. Ma Hunhu smiled and asked them if they knew how Scar had died and at whose hands he had died. The man had no desire to listen to Ma Hunhu and simply ordered the warriors to kill him. The warriors immediately obeyed the man, and getting ready, they all rushed to attack Ma Hunhu. Ma Hunhu shrank back and started laughing as the warriors got closer and closer to him. and after a couple of seconds all the warriors fell at the hands of the evil Ma Hunhu and his sword. Ye Fan observed that under the influence of the evil Qi, Ma Hongxue was becoming a demon. After finishing off the weak warriors, Ma Hunhu approached their leader and said that it was his turn. The man began to excuse himself, saying Ma Hongxue had no right to threaten him. But Ma Hunhu didn't listen to the man. He kicked him to the ground and struck a blow, thrusting his sword into him. Then he immediately finished him off by cutting the man in two, starting from the back. Next, the warriors stopped Ma Hunhu, for behind them were the quarters of their commander. Ma Hunhu said that he would now be their leader, and threw the sack with the former leader's head on the ground. Ma Hunhu sat on the throne of the group leader and threw his head with his body in front of all the subjects, after which he appealed to his subjects to all immediately surrender, or they would die. One of the men close to the past captain entered the leader's room. Noticing that it was Ma Hongxue, he immediately got angry and started asking questions, after which he said that Ma Hongwu played with death when he was in the leader's seat. But soon, he looked down and noticed the severed head of the former leader on the ground, after which Ma Hunhu slowly stood up from his new throne and asked the man if he was really playing with death. With a sword creaking on the ground, Ma Hongxue began to slowly walk towards the man as he tried to say something. When Ma Hongxue was next to the man, he immediately chopped his head off the man's shoulders. Ma Hunhu stood up in front of everyone in the room and said that he was now the commander of the ruthless mercenaries. None of the subjects dared to object, and all bowed, greeting the new leader. Ma Hunhu kicked the bag of money and told his subjects to take their share. The warriors immediately rushed happily to the money bag and began taking as much as they could get their hands on. Ma Hongxue breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't believe that this was reality. The next day, the corpses in the Jin gambling house had already completely dried up. One of the subjects turned to his lord and added that everyone in the gambling house had been killed. The subject bowed his head and added that also all the money from the gambling house was also taken away. The boss was angry. He couldn't believe that Ma Hongxue had allowed himself to kill his men and embezzle other people's money. One of the subjects remarked that the corpse was exsanguinated and suggested that Ma Hunhu had practiced demonic sorcery. The boss justified the subject's theory and said that Ma Hongxue was an ordinary warrior before. But now, after a month and a half, his strength had greatly increased. The boss added that there was most likely a demonic sword capable of absorbing the blood of its victims. Another subject opened the door to the gentleman and said they had a problem. As it turned out, Ma Hunhu and his men invaded the residence of Mr. The boss immediately ordered everyone to immediately return back to his residence. The boss opened the doors to his house and asked Ma Hongxue how he dared to rampage in Jin's house. Ma Hongwu sat on the body of one of the boss's wives and turned to the boss unbecoming. Ma Hunhu's subjects drowned the leader's other two wives in a pool nearby. Ma Hunhu said that the lord's wives dared to threaten and point out to him, and he punished them. The enraged leader of the Jin residence ordered his warriors to kill Ma Hunhu. Immediately, the two small armies began to run at each other while their leaders provoked each other. Ma Hunhu smiled and asked Mr. Jin why he was angry. For Ma Hunhu was doing what Mr. Jin was used to doing himself. While the warriors were fighting and Ma Hunhu was bullying Mr. Jin, some of the warriors of House Jin started to come up from behind them. Ma Hunhu cut him in two, saying how much such warriors were pissy. Mr. Jin used the second level of martial arts, Tongues of Flame, and got closer to Ma Hunhu. Master Jin swung again and his sword flared brightly again. The violent swing was accompanied by an even bigger explosion created from the fire. One of Mr. Jin's wives was caught in the act and set on fire. She immediately rushed to her lord with cries for help, but Mr. Jin simply sliced her head off his shoulders, not even flinching in the process. Ma Hongxue's remark was quite expected from the ruthless Mr. Jin. Mr. Jin replied that his act was not comparable to selling his wife for 1,000 gold coins. Mr. Jin also added that he saw Ma Hongxue's wife together with Mr. Huang. Ma Hunhu got angry and said he would kill Mr. Jin and then his wife. Ma Hunhu immediately threw a punch, but Master Jin blocked it with his sword. Be that as it may, the blows from Ma Hongxue did not stop, and every time Master Jin repelled them back. Ye Fan hadn't watched for very long, but he had already seen that Mr. Jin was close to death. Ye Fan's words were confirmed by the fact that Mr. Jin's sword broke under the onslaught of Ma Hunhu's blows. Ma Hunhu swung for another blow, and with a smile on his face and said that the hour of Mr. Jin's death had come. Ma Hongwu made a strike with the hope of killing Master Jin, but he managed to set his arm up in time. The injured Mr. Jin immediately made sure that Ma Hongxue's sword was probably a magic sword. Ma Hunhu started running to Mr. Jin to end his life, and answered him by saying that the sword was indeed magical, but rather something stronger than that. Ma Hunhu started to take a shot and told Mr. Jin to accept his fate. Looking for a way to save his life, Mr. Jin grabbed onto the nearest subject. Using the subject as a meat shield, Mr. Jin defended himself, but the subject was brutally killed by the hands of Ma Hunhu. After killing the subject, Ma Hunhu continued to go to Mr. Jin and asked the one where he was going. While Master Jin was running away, he accidentally caught on the elevation and fell to the ground. Ma Hunhu caught up with Mr. Jin. Being close by, he asked the gentleman where he had run to so fast. Mr. Jin told Ma Hongshu that he couldn't kill him, as the town manager wouldn't let him go after that. Hearing these words, Ma Hongshu smiled and nonchalantly raised his sword over Master Jin's body. After which, he stabbed his blade into Mr. Jin's body and shouted that he would replace the city's ruler. The warriors that had become Ma Hunhu's subjects noticed the outcome of the battle with Lord Jin and were delighted. Afterward, one of Ma Hunhu's subjects said that their leader was invincible. The other warriors joined in the cry as well and proclaimed their leader. At his residence, the town governor learned about the pogrom of Mr. Jin's mansion, after which the subject told him that intelligence had revealed that a group of ruthless leopards were behind it. The town chief said that Mr. Jin had a second level of strength. Plus, he was proficient in martial arts, but now that the ruthless leopards had killed him, dealing with them would be nearly impossible. The subject added that the way the Jin family members were killed was the same as the way the Storm Tiger Gang members were killed. The town governor swept up that all of this happened when members from the Tianyun sect were supposed to arrive. A group on horseback led by the town leader were rushing through the forest. But they weren't just traveling. They were clearly in a hurry to get somewhere. Being in bed with a woman, Ma Hongshu was immensely happy. This lifestyle suited him many times better. Ma Hongshu swept that while he was using his sword, he was continuously absorbing the lives of his enemies. Ye Fan was dissatisfied that Ma Hongshu wanted to stop his training and only relied on his sword power. The town governor had a cup of tea and was anxious to learn of the new news. Podesta said that spies had managed to find out that the ruthless leopards had a change of commander. What was also known about the leopard leader was that his sword was almost the same as Yelan's sword. The town governor was interested in his subject's words and wanted to know more about this sword. The subject said the two blades are the same except for the length, its color, and the color of the sword hilt. The town lord remembered that there were magical swords that could absorb the blood of enemies. The mayor has decided to order more spies to be sent to track down the ruthless leopards to find out their strength level. All sorts of people entered the event of the ruthless tigers. They celebrated. Ma Hongwu asked his subject about the news from the town governor and his decisions. The subject said the town manager's spies have begun to investigate their group. Ma Hongwu ordered a subject to send a couple of men to kill the spies. Ma Hongshu added that sooner or later, they will take the position of town manager, and there was no need to worry. Then he fell silent and asked his subject if he didn't believe what he was saying. The subject was immediately frightened and folded his hands and said that Ma Hongwu's strength was unrivaled. Ma Hunhu, on the other hand, was plotting his next plan of attack since it was now the Huang family's turn. Huang Xiao was having fun in his pool with the women that he had invited to join him. Some loud sound distracted the gentleman. He immediately stopped and wanted to know the source of the sound. The lady beside Huang Xiao walked up to him and said that the gentleman had thought the gentleman. Huang Xiao smiled and added that his house had multiple guards and no one would get through. But suddenly some voice turned to Huang Xiao. Huang Xiao was immediately startled and turned back to see who it was. Ma Honghu stood at the open door. Huang Xiao immediately became furious and asked Ma Honghu how he dared to enter his house. Huang Xiao then started to call for the guards. But Ma Hongshu stopped him and said that no one would come to his call. Ma Hunhu's subject came to the leader and said that everyone had been killed by their group. Huang Xiao started shouting even more, saying how dare Ma Hongshu kill his guards. Ma Hongshu didn't continue to listen to Huang Xiao's cries and simply chopped off his hand. Ma Hongwu asked Huang Xiao how he felt about stealing his wife, and added that he would kill not just the guards, but the entire Huang family. A subject came to Ma Hunhu and said that 13 members of the House of Huang had been killed. Ma Hunhu said to send a couple of men to him to kill those who tried to escape, and there was another place waiting for them. On hearing the news, the town governor missed his cup, for all 10 spies had been killed. The subject added that a patrolman recently found bodies at the city wall. Now the town leader was terrified of another attack by the ruthless leopards. As it turned out, Ma Hunhu and his warriors were already at the residence of the town governor. Having already ended up at the town governor's place, a fight broke out between Ma Hongshu and the town governor, and Ma Hongshu was in trouble. Clashing, Ma Hongshu and the city manager created a large explosion of smoke. Ma Hunhu began to swing his sword to clear away the smoke and began to get angry. The town governor walked towards Ma Hongshu and added that he had not expected such audacity from Ma Hongshu. But Ma Hongshu's confidence did not dare to leave. He said he would take over as city mayor. The town leader immediately threw his punch to stop Ma Hongxue, but he blocked it. The town chief was surprised that it was only a level 1 warrior, but Ma Hongxue could fend off his attacks. The town leader threw another punch. Ma Hongxue didn't have time to deflect it, but he didn't get hit either. Ma Hunhu didn't understand why he couldn't defeat the town leader. Ye Fan noticed that the weapon was only a B-level weapon, and Ma Hongxue's strength itself was not enough. Willpower alone would not be enough for Zhao Gao. Town manager Zhao Gao immediately continued his onslaught and swung for another strike. In fear of his death, Ma Hongxue asked Ye Fan's sword to give him strength. Ye Fan laughed and decided to fulfill Ma Hongxue's wish, after which he activated the ability. Thanks to the strength he received from Ye Fan, Ma Hunhu was able to fend off the attack of the town leader Zhao Gao. From Ye Fan's strength, Ma Hunhu changed greatly. He became skinny and bloodthirsty. As Ma Hongxue ran, the sword in his hands shook, but his bloodlust exceeded all senses. Town manager Zhao Gao was able to repel Ma Hongxue's attacks, but now it was difficult for him to do so. Town manager Zhao Gao remarked that Ma Hongxue's condition was terrible, and he could not continue the fight. Ma Hongwu shouted to the town governor Zhao Gao that there was nowhere to run anymore. After which, Ma Hongxue used a sword ability, the Phantom Dance. With this ability, Ma Hongxue got behind the town leader Zhao Gao and killed him in the process. Ye Fan was overjoyed, as he had expected a large amount of points for killing a level 3 warrior. Ye Fan added that Zhao Gao's absorbed soul was not enough compared to how much Ma Hongxue had used. The dying Ma Hongxue shouted that he wished for more and more blood. In a fit of bloodlust, Ma Hunhu began trying to kill his subjects. The subjects immediately started running away, realizing that the captain had already lost his mind. Ma Hunhu began to ask the sword for blood as he was already on the verge of death. Finally, Ma Hunhu died, falling to the ground powerlessly. Ye Fan received a bonus for Ma Hunhu's death. Some subject took the sword from Ma Hunhu's dead body, realizing that all his strength lay in the sword. Ye Fan swept his cursed sword, as if it needed to kill the weak wielders so badly. The guy who had just picked up Ye Fan's sword died immediately, from the rocks that fell from the roof. Soon, after the battle at the residence of the town governor Zhao Gao, the battle site came there to be investigated. One of the boys remarked that all the corpses were exsanguinated, and the other was horrified. A man in a green robe turned to the guys and asked them what they were doing. Afterward, he remarked that guys are always slacking off on their chores. The man's subordinate said that according to information from the town governor Zhao Gao, a certain Ma Hongxue could have done all this. The man added that Zhao Gao is most likely in trouble. The man gave orders to his warriors to go inside 2 at a time, so that if there was danger they would signal at once. Soon the warriors found the body of Ma Honghu and the town leader Zhao Gao. The man asked to send someone to take care of Zhao Gao's body. The man added that they needed to elect a new town mayor in the next couple of days so that the situation in Tianlin would be calm. The man then approached Ma Hongxue's corpse and noticed that it was completely exsanguinated. The man immediately realized that Ma Hongwu had been practicing forbidden techniques, which had ruined him. The man gave orders to the warriors to bury all the bodies, and the weapons that were in good condition they were to take with them. One of the guys was gathering swords when as he spotted Ye Fan's cursed sword. He approached the sword and wanted to touch it, since after all the battles there wasn't a drop of blood on the sword. But the sword immediately started sucking the blood out of the guy's hand. He immediately took his hand away. Ye Fan asked the guy if he wanted to know which was better, him or the cursed sword. The guy immediately went to his co-worker and called Zhang Xiaoming with him. The guy led Zhang Xiaoming to the sword and said that this sword was special. Zhang Xiaoming said that it was just a black sword, saying that they have many of them in the sect. But the guy insisted on the sword's peculiarity and added that the sword absorbed blood. Hearing that the sword was able to absorb blood, this greatly interested Zhang Xiaoming. Zhang Xiaoming didn't think long and immediately wanted to take the sword for himself, reaching for it. But the guy stopped him and said he'd better not mess around with such things. Zhang Xiaoming waved his hand and said that there was nothing to be afraid of, then dared to draw his sword. In his hands, Zhang Xiaoming felt a terrifying aura from the sword that hollowed his body. The guy put his hand on Zhang Xiaoming's shoulder and wanted to know what was wrong with him. Zhang Xiaoming immediately came to his senses and told the guy that the sword was ordinary, just sharper than the others. Zhang Xiaoming interrupted the guy's attempts to say something and reminded him that they needed to collect all the swords. Zhang Xiaoming was quietly overjoyed as he was able to find an entire treasure, namely a divine sword. Later, Ye Fan was next to Zhang Xiaoming and couldn't understand if first-level warriors were immune to the effect of the cursed sword. But Ye Fan's words did not come true. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoming felt something in his mouth ache and spit out a tooth. Ye Fan decided to forget about the theory he said before Zhang Xiaoming's tooth fell out. What made Ye Fan happy was that after the last pumping, he had opened up a map of the entire world. Soon Ye Fan was at the foot of Tianqiang Mountain and noticed how tall it was. While Ye Fan was looking at Tianyun Mountain, someone approached Zhang Xiaoming. The guy noticed that Zhang Xiaoming had been in a rather good mood lately. Zhang Xiaoming asked unhappily, did it somehow bother the guy that he was in the mood for it? The guy added that they would soon have a martial skill test. Zhang Xiaoming was unlikely to pass it. When Zhang Xiaoming and the guy next to him approached the sword inspection, the guy asked Zhang Xiaoming if he wanted to show that sword to Qian Lao. Qian Lao told the guys to leave the weapons in a basket nearby since he couldn't check them right now. Zhang Xiaoming said to the guy that Qian Lao will already see that special sword when he opens his basket. After that, Zhang Xiaoming lowered the basket from his shoulders and told Qian Lao that he would leave it here. But Zhang Xiaoming did something different. He took Ye Fan's divine sword and began to train with it. During his training session, Zhang Xiaoming was distracted by some voice. Zhao Xie pulled Zhang Xiaoming away. He came to inform him that he had not swept the floor for 2 days. Zhao Xie also added that if Zhang Xiaoming is seen with a stolen sword, he will be punished. Zhang Xiaoming, on the other hand, got angry and advised Zhao Xie not to tell anyone about it. Zhao Xie was startled and nervously said that there was no way he would tell about it. Zhang Xiaoming told Zhao Xie to go back to the boss, saying he would explain it all later. As Zhao Xie left, he told Zhang Xiaoming that he would tell the boss about it anyway. Hearing Zhao Xie's words, Zhang Xiaoming became terribly angry and questioned Zhao Xie again. Zhao Xie started to explain why he wanted to tell this to the boss, but Zhang Xiaoming immediately threw a punch at him. After which, Zhang Xiaoming said that he should have died for such an act. But as Zhang Xiaoming looked at his slain friend, a wave of regret came over him. Zhang Xiaoming still couldn't believe that he was able to kill Zhao Xie and why he had done so. Thoughts flooded Zhang Xiaoming's head. In his mind, it wasn't his fault. It was only Zhao Xie who wanted to steal his sword. But in the end, Zhang Xiaoming realized that he was right in killing Zhao Xie. Seconds after that, the sword began to suck all the blood out of Zhao Xie's body. Zhang Xiaoming noticed the strength of the sword and was simply horrified at the blood being sucked out of Zhao Xi's body. Already on the training field, the instructor wanted to know where Zhao Xie was before the trial started. Rumors and discussions started in the guys' group about Zhao Xie not showing up for the test. The instructor asked Zhang Xiaoming where Zhao Xie had gone since he was the closest to him. Zhang Xiaoming assumed that something had happened at home and he had to go back home. Zhang Xiaoming added that Zhao Xie had said more than once how much he wanted to go home. Ye Fan was surprised at Zhang Xiaoming's acting, for while he was talking about Zhao Xi, he didn't even wiggle his eyebrow. The instructor said that Zhang Xiaoming had already slacked off a couple of times before, and if this happened again, Zhang Xiaoming would be expelled. Zhang Xiaoming was well aware of this punishment and simply said that he understood everything. The instructor said the final test to evaluate skills would be sword fighting. Some guy walked up to Zhang Xiaoming and remarked that he was surprised, because Zhang Xiaoming had been promoted to the 2nd level. But the guy added, "Mole, even that won't help Zhang Xiaoming as the victory will be his." Zhang Xiaoming maliciously smirked and said that they would see it on the battlefield. Once on the battlefield, Zhang Xiaoming was able to easily break the sword of his first opponent. The watching guys were surprised at Zhang Xiaoming's strength, but he immediately winced. The fellow immediately realized that the matter of Zhang Xiaoming's strength lay in his sword. Later, the guy turned to Zhang Xiaoming to find out what kind of sword he had, for he had mastered Tianqiang techniques well. Zhang Xiaoming replied that he had come down from the mountain. There, he had bought this special sword. The guy asked Zhang Xiaoming to hold his sword, but Zhang Xiaoming said that as long as he was alive, no one would touch his sword. Now the guy's theory was correct, as Zhang Xiaoming was personally afraid to let his sword fall into the wrong hands. Soon, the duels reached the last participants. They were Zhang Shan and Zhang Xiaoming. The winner among them would receive a bottle of medium-grade Zhuyuan Dan. As soon as the match was started, Zhang Xiaoming swung his sword as hard as he could at Zhang Shan's sword. Gaining distance, Zhang Xiaoming decided to use the sword ability, after which it caught fire. Ye Feng had implied that if the sword was held by someone with more evil in them, the sword would have dark attributes. But so far, it had no light wielders. While Ye Fan was talking to himself, Zhang Xiaoming didn't wait and struck another blow on Zhang Shan's sword. The impact was so strong that Zhang Shan slid on the hard ground for a couple of meters. Zhang Shan's hands began to be covered in fire from Zhang Xiaoming's sword and burned his hands together. While Zhang Shan was looking at his hands, Zhang Xiaoming knocked the sword out of Zhang Shan's hands. The sword fell to the ground and received many holes in itself from the corroding fire. Immediately afterward, victory was assigned to the person standing above Zhang Shan, Zhang Xiaoming. The instructor had noticed that Zhang Xiaoming had achieved great results recently, and suggested that he get into hunting over beasts. Zhang Xiaoming thanked his mentor, as Ye Fan lit up with this idea of hunting animals. Ye Fan watched his progress, and noticed that he was 100 evolution points short of the A weapon level. Many 6th level warriors possessed grade A weapons, but for Zhang Xiaoming, this would be a heavy burden to bear. Ye Fan was curious to see what Zhang Xiaoming would do in this situation. 2 months later, Ye Fan and Zhang Xiaoming finally made it to the start of the hunting ceremony. Ye Fan expected good results from Zhang Xiaoming. At the same time, Zhang Shan was watching Zhang Xiaoming. Ye Fan flew around and noticed that there were quite a large number of people around him. 3 men in gray robes stood in front of the guys and announced silence. Ye Fan assumed that the man in the center was the organizer, Zhang Laosan. Zhang Laosan said that everything was already prepared for the monster hunting competition. There were a total of 143 people, and only 20 disciples could become inner disciples and get to the top of the mountain. Zhang Xiaoming was sure that the first place would be his, and Ye Fan wanted many animal deaths for his sword. Zhang Laosan notified the participants that the hunt would take place in a wild python forest. The guys behind Zhang Xiaoming were discussing the name of the forest. It was so because it was home to 6 super monsters, big wild pythons. Listening to the guys behind, Zhang Xiaoming laughed at their words as they were afraid to go deep inside the forest. The guys immediately approached Zhang Xiaoming and offered to co-opt him, but he refused. Zhang Xiaoming said he doesn't want to because they are weak, and Ye Fan added that they were fools. These words infuriated the guys, and they picked on Zhang Xiaoming, saying who did he think he was? Ignoring the guys, Zhang Xiaoming used a sword ability that gave him a sinister aura. Zhang Laosan saw all of this and remarked that he had some pretty good rookies this time around. After which, Zhang Laosan announced the final preparations to enter the forest. Each of the candidates was handed a small backpack and told not to lose it for anything. One of the organizers said that this backpack was a special one, specifically designed to hold the competition crystals. Also, the guys only had 1 day of time and would get extra bonuses from the elders for the top-level crystals. After saying all these words, the hunt finally began, and Zhang Xiaoming moved with the others deeper into the forest. The second instructor asked Zhang Laosan if this was a good idea. He replied that it would be fine. Zhang Laosan added that until this manifested, all losses would be meaningless. And that was exactly what he needed to reach the 6th level. Zhang Laosan had expected this, and repeated the same words to himself more than once. Just by entering the forest, Zhang Xiaoming had already succeeded and killed 2 second-level demonic beasts. Zhang Xiaoming remarked that it was easy, and Ye Fan was glad since he could evolve the sword. Ye Fan immediately started poking at the evolution button with great anticipation of grand evolution. The beasts' bodies immediately dissolved down to the bones. This left Zhang Xiaoming puzzled. Ye Fan's sword began to emit black and red lightning bolts around him, which grew larger and larger. Just as suddenly, a huge bolt of lightning struck in the place of Ye Fan's sword, luring the attention of the entire forest to itself. Even the python the forest was named after noticed the huge lightning bolt in the middle of the forest. Zhang Laosan couldn't understand what had happened. The second organizer suggested that it might have been a python. Zhang Laosan said that it wasn't a python, as it couldn't use the ability affecting heaven and earth. The second organizer said they must have gotten themselves worked up because the weather has been bad in the woods lately. From the lightning, Ye Fan's hair became like broccoli and he immediately began to complain. The sword in Zhang Xiaoming's hands began to shake and emit more and more lightning bolts out of itself. From the pain that the sword began to bring Zhang Xiaoming, he was unable to hold it, and the sword fell out of his hands. The sword fell to the ground and stayed there. Zhang Xiaoming could not understand the source of the problem. Ye Fan was also surprised, but he noticed that even that wasn't the end of all evolution. Zhang Xiaoming raised his head and said that something was clearly wrong here. This time, an even bigger bolt of lightning gathered and struck the place of Ye Fan's sword. As it turned out, it was Ye Fan who was struck by the lightning, even though he was a sword spirit. Soon the sword calmed down and changed its appearance slightly, finally finishing its evolution. The evolution succeeded, and the sword became a Class A sword, now dubbed a Demon Slayer. Having finished the evolution, the weather in the forest became many times better, and the sun lit up the wild forest. Ye Fan began to scoff with the new name of his Demon Slayer sword. Zhang Xiaoming raised his new sword, and immediately noticed the surge of strength in him. Ye Fan added that after evolution, all the characteristics had reached the A level, so that was why he had become stronger. There was a name added to the sword's name about it being dark. This was an addition of Ye Fan's system. Ye Fan had found a good ability that could convey to the sword bearer its name and ability information. Yi Fan immediately used this ability, and Zhang Xiaoming heard the information, after which he assumed that his sword had finally accepted him as its master. Ye Fan added that Zhang Xiaoming was thinking too much and he should have killed the beasts faster. Zhang Xiaoming continued to kill the second-level beasts and noticed that the sword had become faster. Soon, Zhang Xiaoming decided to use the sword ability that he had learned from Ye Fan. Zhang Xiaoming used a phantom dance on the nearby beasts and immediately killed them all. Yi Fan swept up that the new ability was as he had expected it to be. Using the ability, Yi Fan's evolution points were not wasted. Zhang Xiaoming raised the sword above him and swept it up, the beautiful power of the divine sword. A level 3 bear beast was fighting 3 guys, and they were clearly having problems. The bear swung his paws around and had no problem beating the guys one by one. The third guy went around the bucket man and hit him from behind, but his blow did no damage whatsoever. The lad remarked that the bear's defenses were so high that he couldn't hurt it. While in the tree, Zhang Xiaoming remarked how weak the guys below were that they couldn't defeat a level 3 beast. Zhang Xiaoming decided to kill a bear to test how sharp his sword was. Zhang Xiaoming fell to the ground right in front of the bear, after which they both swung to attack each other. But back in Zhang Xiaoming's sect, his mentor found Zhao Xie's corpse and realized that it was Zhang Xiaoming's work. Back in the forest, Zhang Xiaoming easily killed a level 3 bear. Ye Fan said that it was the power of evolution. When Zhang Xiaoming killed a level 3 bear beast, he found an orange-colored crystal. Ye Fan swept up that Zhang Xiaoming was a good owner since he knew how to use a corpse for maximum benefit. Zhang Xiaoming noticed that the sword had become even sharper, even if only slightly. Ye Fan replied that it was all from wise partners. One of the guys that were fighting the 3rd-level bear beast noticed the crystal in Zhang Xiaoming's hands and presented it to him. They found the bear beast first, and by doing so, they were to take the crystal from it for themselves. Zhang Xiaoming wanted to hear their options on what to do. Ye Fan picked up on the pitifulness of these greedy guys. The guy said that if Zhang Xiaoming gave them the crystal, he could take the bear corpse for himself. The guy didn't like Zhang Xiaoming's laughter and added that he knew his older brother. Zhang Xiaoming launched a long-range strike at them and inflicted many small cuts on their bodies. Zhang Xiaoming said that he had killed a level 3 bear, which meant that the crystal was his. Ye Fan, on the other hand, was surprised at the new sword ability. Looking at the crystal in his hand, Zhang Xiaoming was fully confident that the first place would be his. Ye Fan added that the hunt was really good as the points were rising very fast. Someone asked Zhang Xiaoming if he deserved to be first. Zhang Xiaoming immediately turned around at his enemy's words. Lin Xiao came to the aid of the 2 guys, but they warned him about Zhang Xiaoming's sword feature. The guests did not surprise Zhang Xiaoming, and Ye Fan regarded them as walking evolutionary points. Lin Xiao said that Zhang Xiaoming had killed many monsters and obtained many crystals so easily, after which he asked Zhang Xiaoming where he had stolen the special sword which allowed him to do so. Zhang Xiaoming called Lin Xiao's words nonsense, adding that the sword was entirely his own. Zhang Xiaoming turned to Lin Xiao and asked if they had gathered to rob him. Lin Xiao said that it wasn't a theft. They just wanted to return the crystal and sword that didn't belong to Zhang Xiaoming. Ye Fan laughed from the crazy words of Lin Xiao and his guys, then wished them good luck. All of Lin Xiao's warriors rushed into battle. Their goal was to take the sword and crystals, but if Zhang Xiaoming resisted, to kill him. Zhang Xiaoming raised his sword and said that the guys in front of him did not understand what they were doing. Ye Fan swept up the stupidity of Lin Xiao's friends as he stayed behind and left them to die a certain death in front of Zhang Xiaoming. Ye Fan thought that this would all be too long, and just decided to send Zhang Xiaoming a message to use the ability. Zhang Xiaoming immediately used a phantom dance, and both warriors were chopped to death. Zhang Xiaoming said that Lin Xiao would be next, and he needed to think before attacking. Ye Fan added that anyone who pissed off the master would be his evolution points. While the guys were figuring out their problems, a python wandered through the woods very close to the guys. Zhang Xiaoming swept up that Lin Xiao was only a 3rd level and he would be able to kill him. Ye Fan had a bad feeling and decided to send Zhang Xiaoming a message to be more careful. Lin Xiao fell to his knees at this time and asked him not to kill him, as he felt very sorry for him. Lin Xiao reached into his pocket and took out some poison before throwing it at Zhang Xiaoming. Zhang Xiaoming started fending off as many shots as he could, but it was difficult. But despite his efforts, a single shot managed to hit Zhang Xiaoming's body, poisoning his body. Lin Xiao said that no matter how fast Zhang Xiaoming was, his attack worked anyway. Lin Xiao said that this was his secret weapon, to which he added a special substance to finish Zhang Xiaoming off. Ye Fan called Lin Xiao a bastard and told him to fight fair for once. Zhang Xiaoming immediately turned to Lin Xiao and told him to give the antidote now. Lin Xiao laughed and said that there was no antidote at all for such a poison. Zhang Xiaoming should have just died with regrets under the effects of the poison. Yi Fan was perplexed. He had just now obtained a worthy sword master. Was this really the end for him? Zhang Xiaoming decided to attack Lin Xiao while he could still move under the poison. Lin Xiao took a lot of damage from this strike, but he didn't understand why Zhang Xiaoming had suddenly become stronger. Zhang Xiaoming continued to run after Lin Xiao, adding that he wouldn't be able to escape. Zhang Xiaoming said that even if he died, he should take Lin Xiao with him. Lin Xiao anticipated Zhang Xiaoming's attack and told him to try to kill him. Suddenly, the guy's fight was interrupted by a huge python that grabbed Zhang Xiaoming in its mouth. An irritated Ye Fan gushed that it was a perfectly bad time for such an event to take place. Lin Xiao couldn't lose such a perfect chance and immediately started running away, shouting taunts towards Zhang Xiaoming. There was no way Zhang Xiaoming could let Lin Xiao escape and threw his sword in his wake. Yi Fan helped the sword to fly and it pierced through Lin Xiao, ending Zhang Xiaoming's revenge. Lin Xiao noticed that there was something wrong with this sword, but he didn't realize what. Zhang Laosan immediately came to the scene as he needed a python. Zhang Laosan was insanely happy as they finally managed to lure the python out. The second organizer picked up on the fact that, after killing a couple of students, the python did come out. As Zhang Xiaoming was falling into the python's throat, Ye Fan was dragged inside by him as well. Ye Fan didn't want to get into the mouth of the serpent, and was afraid that he would also be eaten like Zhang Xiaoming. The three organizers surrounded the huge level 6 python around to finally kill it. Zhang Laosan warned the organizers that the venom of the huge python was too dangerous, and it was necessary to keep a distance in front of it. Ce Fan was extremely disappointed, for his owner and the others had died in a battle with a 6th level python. Suddenly, Ye Fan's sword began to be carried away by the river that was behind the battlefield. Ye Fan tried to use the movement ability to get out of the water, but he lacked points. Soon Ye Fan's sword was carried to the very end of the river, with a waterfall on top of it. Some guy was in the lowlands of the waterfall, but he was hindered by the fact that he couldn't cultivate. While the guy was trying to find a way to cultivate normally, Ye Fan's sword fell right between his legs. The location of the sword stunned the guy. Noticing this, he tried to realize what had happened. After which, he immediately feared for his sexual organ and began to crawl away from Ye Fan's sword. After which, he complained that the sword almost hit exactly there, but Ye Fan simply apologized. The guy complained about someone throwing things off the top of the river, but Ye Fan dismissed it as an accident. Taking a closer look at the sword, the boy speculated that this strange sword could be a treasure from the heavens. Ye Fan complained that it was as if he was a courier, scattering his green plums from the sky. The guy thought for a bit, and decided to appropriate the sword for himself since the owner wasn't around. Taking the sword in his hands, the power went through the guy's body and never stopped coming immensely. The guy realized the power of the sword, for with it, the strength and speed of the exercise increased. Ye Fan, on the other hand, was amused, for every new wielder had a similar reaction. Looking at the sword again, the boy assumed that this sword could change his life. Ye Fan couldn't understand why the guy wanted to meditate when he received such a sword instead of killing beasts. A new ability of the sword was that it began to accelerate the wielder's abilities and mastery of techniques. But Ye Fan didn't care, for it was a normal new ability, after evolving the weapon into a Class A weapon. The guy was insanely happy. The sword had strengthened all his aspects, and would most likely be able to clear his blocked meridians. The guy raised his sword in the air and said that in all these 4 years, he finally got hope. Ye Fan was not surprised from the guy's words, but only got a kind of déjà vu from what he heard. Ye Fan watched the guy, and noticed that he was able to change the attributes of the sword from dark to light color. This immediately stunned Ye Fan, for no one had managed to change the sword attributes in the other direction before. Ye Fan rejoiced in honor of the first light swordsman and hoped for a long life for the owner. Ye Fan approached the guy with a message about the sword's abilities, and assumed that the sword had accepted him as a master. But Ye Fan told him not to get cocky, for with the sword abilities, killing opponents would be easier. Ye Fan pondered whether he should have hidden behind other people's backs, but he didn't care right now. At this time, behind their backs, the guys were discussing the dead people. Ye Fan noticed that the guys were discussing the python incident that had resulted in Zhang Laosan being killed. The man took the sword from the battlefield, but he couldn't tell if it was the sword of the dead Zhang Xiaoming. The boy replied that they hadn't found him yet, but the other inner students had taken care of his things. The man said it wasn't easy dealing with the inner sect. They had to find someone to question. The boy bowed to the man and replied that he would do as the man commanded. Already at his residence, Linsan coughed up the blood and began to rejoice that he had succeeded. Making a breakthrough, Lingsan started to thank Ye Fan's sword demon slayer. Ye Fan replied, so Ling San didn't thank him. Suddenly, Lin San and Ye Fan were distracted by sounds. Someone was displeased that Lin San's brother was still in the residence. Ling San's brother came to Ling San's room, aiming to take his new sword away. Ling San walked out of the room, noticing his brother. He immediately noticed that Fei Nu Tian was too far away from his room, knowing that there would be a Zunmeng competition in half a month's time. Fei Nu Tian said he wanted to get back what was his, adding that things have changed in 4 years. Without giving time for Lin San's opinion, Fei Nu Tian started to reach for him with his hand. Xinglan calmly dodged Fei Nu Tian's attempt. He took his head to the side in a slow motion. Feng Tian tried a second time, but this time Xinglan swatted his hand away. Fei Nu Tian decided to hit Xinglan this time and swung his fist at him. Xinglan also managed to swing back, and Fei Nu Tian and Xinglan collided with blows. After the clash, Xinglan overpowered Fei Nu Tian and threw him away. Xinglan noticed that Feng Tian was still thinking about the past and added that if he didn't stop, he would already be ruthless. Xinglan soon returned to his training, but for Yi Fan this was the first time observing Xinglan. But Xinglan's training wasn't very long. Some voice distracted him from his sword practice. Xinglan's relatives swept up that they were looking for him, also adding that they had a conversation to him. Xinglan addressed the people as his master and sister, saying hello to them. Ye Fan had noticed that all these distractions and stories were stressing him out more and more. The master recalled that he had previously discussed the issue of Xinglan and Xiaoling's prenuptial agreement. Master admitted that he had come to Xinglan to continue discussing the issue of the marriage contract with Xiaoling. While Ye Fan was thinking about Xinglan's marriage contract, Xinglan told the master that he was canceling the engagement. Ye Fan was surprised at what he heard and told Xinglan not to be so harsh in this decision. Xiaoling was also shocked and hoped to the last that Xinglan was faking it. Xiaoling motioned for Xinglan to mind his own business because of his own self-confidence. Xinglan said he understood everything, but this infuriated Xiaoling even more than before. Master walked over to Xinglan. Clapping him on the shoulder, he said that since Xinglan understood then, he should have relaxed. The master added that the competition about the location would soon begin. He added that at the foot of the mountain was a good place for Xinglan to stay. Having said that, the master took Xiaoling away and decided to leave Xinglan to sort out his thoughts. Watching them, Xinglan noticed that when he was strong, he wasn't treated like this. Yi Fan noticed that Xinglan was quite testy. This amused him, as the master's next arrival could be many times more interesting. Xinglan went to town, for the scabbard in which he carried Ye Fan's sword had quickly become damaged, and he needed new ones. One of Zhang Xiaoming's former colleagues noticed that Ye Fan's sword had passed into Xinglan's hands. Soon, Xinglan was in the forest. He went to hunt animals, and he was doing well at it. Ye Fan, on the other hand, noticed that Xinglan still didn't know how to use the sword enhancements. Suddenly, Xinglan felt that someone wanted to kill him and speculated that it might have been because of animal hunting. The man who noticed Ye Fan's sword at Xinglan's side gathered a group of 4 people to surround Xinglan, whereupon he shouted to Xinglan to give up his sword quickly, for he would suffer. Xinglan said that there was no way he would give up the sword. Yi Fan, on the other hand, expected a fight between the boys. The man asked Xinglan not to take offense and ordered the warriors to attack him once. Xinglan easily dodged every attack and managed to kill 3 warriors in the course of the battle. The man couldn't understand the source of Xinglan's strength, for he had previously been a weakling, so much so that he couldn't dissolve the marriage contract. Xinglan noticed the man's hesitation and told him to think of a way to die first of all. The man knelt down and apologized to Xinglan, admitting his mistake in trying to take his sword away. Xinglan was surprised to hear that the man knew about the sword and asked about the information he knew. The man said that Zhang Xiaoming had previously wielded this sword, and upon receiving it, he immediately became strong. The man added that if he couldn't take the sword, he was willing to work for Xinglan. The man began to rejoice, hoping that he was able to fool Xinglan and save his life. But such a low ruse wouldn't work on Xinglan. He immediately cut off the dirty bandit's head. After which he added that he didn't come to Xinglan just for the sword, so that was why he was killed. Xinglan realized that in those 4 years, he was just as much of a disciple as that man, but he didn't dare to kill him. Walking away, Xinglan had one thing in his head. From now on, he was ready to show everyone his true strength. Once in the forge, the blacksmith praised the quality of the divine sword from Xinglan. The blacksmith remarked that the sword was heavy and had a demonic aura within it. Looking over the sword, the smith was a little surprised, for when he took the sword in his hand, he immediately cut himself. The blacksmith gave the sword to Xinglan and announced the price of 20,000 gold coins for the scabbard, for they needed black dragon scales for it. Xing Lan offered the blacksmith payment in installments, which the blacksmith himself agreed to without difficulty. The blacksmith added that there weren't enough materials for the scabbard and Xing Lan should have hurriedly paid for it. While Xing Lan was thinking about how to get money, Ye Fan noticed that there were quite a few people in this city. Some group of men surrounded the woman. One of them started molesting her, even though the woman said she was married. An elder appeared from the crowd and demanded that that man let the woman go, for he could not decide what to do in the city of the Tianba Empire. The man dismissed the elder and said that he was the noble people of the Dragonland. The men behind the old man stood up for him, adding not to lie about his lineage. But their attempt at an attack was not successful either. The man dealt them a fatal blow with his sword. The man exulted, saying that the bunch of losers who attacked him had failed miserably. Another elder appeared before the group of men and was extremely displeased. Soon he wanted to know what those had done in the city. The citizens of the town addressed the elder as a lord. The lord approached the company of men and wanted to know how Mr. Andrew was feeling. One of the citizens turned to the lord, Fu, and said the men dared to kill a couple of people. But the lord shut him up and said they deserved to die for insulting Mr. Andrew. The lord addressed the citizens and added that anyone who dares to talk nonsense will have no mercy. The lord turned to the man and calmly asked Mr. Andrew to return to his home. Mr. Andrew said he would take the married girl with him, for the lord himself had not contradicted it. The citizens were shocked at what they saw. They felt sorry for the girl, except that Xing Lan was angry at what he saw. Xing Lan himself realized that strength was the main factor in this world. Thanks to it, one could do literally anything. Later, Ye Fan was a little disappointed. He had expected Xing Lan to show his bravery in front of a group of men, but he was quite adequate. Wandering through the forest, Xing Lan couldn't understand where he could earn 20,000 gold coins from. Soon, Xing Lan came across a flock of second-order fire roosters. Ye Fan, on the other hand, was surprised at the size of the beasts. Just as Xing Lan started to approach the roosters, one of them shot a bolt of lightning at him. Xing Lan swung his sword in response and killed the rooster, gaining 200 evolution points for it. While killing roosters, Xing Lan noticed an interesting aspect of the sword. It could absorb souls. Xing Lan decided to test the theory on one of the fire rooster corpses. Placing his sword on the pool of rooster blood, Xing Lan noticed an alert that the soul had been successfully sucked out. Xing Lan noticed that the sword became sharper after being sucked out, adding that this sword was too amazing. Some loud breathing alerted Xing Lan, and he tried to find the side from which the marvelous sound was coming from. Xing Lan realized that this could be a battle between two strong beasts. Thus it was easy bait for him, and he immediately rushed to the place of sounds, for the sake of easy evolution points. Ye Fan swept the guy's mind. Once there, Xing Lan spotted a green-brown bear and a fanged bear. The two beasts were rank 7. Xing Lan regarded the beast and understood its danger. Ye Fan, on the other hand, remarked that he missed such strong beasts. Xing Lan decided to pick fruit while the beasts fought. But Ye Fan realized that Xing Lan didn't have the right strength to kill the beasts, even if he was crippled. The fanged bear decided to make a decisive attack, and was able to immediately kill the green and brown bear. Xing Lan and Ye Fan immediately got excited and decided to go finish off the second beast. But while Xing Lan was preparing, the 3 hunters managed to attack the beast first. Ye Fan sighed and said that it would be worth it to still wait in such a situation. The hunters killed the beast without difficulty, and one of them stood on the bear's body exulting in victory. One of the guys said the crystal was now his, and the others were assholes. While the guy was cracking up, mauling a rank 7 beast with incredible strength was his. Xing Lan attacked from behind, but unfortunately the guy blocked Xing Lan's punch and said he wasn't confused. During the clash of blades, the guy noticed that his sword had cracked. Xing Lan jumped back and the guy puzzled. After all, Xing Lan was just a kid but had such a powerful weapon. The guy said that if he decided to attack, Xing Lan would immediately die. Meanwhile, the guy was trying to look at Xing Lan's sword. Ye Fan decided that it was time for him to enter the battle and scatter the enemy's sword into a pile of metal. Ye Fan sent a message to Xing Lan that he should have used his sword abilities. Red tentacles came out of the sword and sucked on Xing Lan's arm. This extremely stunned him. The guy noticed that Xing Lan was distracted and immediately jumped into the attack to finish him off. But Xing Lan struck back and immediately stopped the guy, knocking him backwards. Xing Lan noticed a surge of strength, though he was a little disgusted by this reinforcement. The guy started running at Xing Lan again and began to strategize against Xing Lan. Xing Lan's sword began to blaze with bright fire, and Xing Lan himself got a manic smile on his face. Xing Lan and the guy clashed swords once again, except Xing Lan was in a better position. The guy's sword was broken into 2 pieces, and the guy himself wondered what kind of strength was in Xinglan's sword. But immediately the guy fell to his knees in front of Xinglan and said that he surrendered and wouldn't fight anymore. The guy presented a 7th level beast crystal in front of Xinglan and said that he was giving it away. Xinglan said that it was his idea, and the crystal was originally his. But Ye Fan told Xinglan not to believe that guy. Ye Fan found himself extremely disappointed, for Xinglan had not heard his words and believed the guy. The guy on the other hand gave Xinglan a sneaky punch to his chest and told him to die, which Ye Fan ended up being the right one. Standing up, the guy told Xinglan not to trust strange uncles anymore. Xinglan replied to the guy that he was his enemy, and he shouldn't have taught him how to live his life. The guy swung for another punch and said that Xinglan would pay for everything now. Xinglan made a quick lunge and chopped off the guy's arm in one deft move. Xinglan realized that the sword was constantly absorbing blood and supplying him with strength in return. Accordingly, absorbing more blood, restored, more strength. Taking his severed arm, the guy started apologizing to Xinglan again. Xinglan became more serious and told the guy that he wouldn't buy it a second time again. Xinglan started swinging his sword from side to side before taking the guy's life. While the guy was begging for mercy, Xinglan wouldn't listen to him and immediately took the guy's life. As the guy's breathless body fell to the ground, Xinglan's reflection flickered in that very beast crystal. Xinglan began to thank the divine sword, for if it wasn't for him, Xinglan would just plain die. Xinglan realized that the skill took away strength, but it could be replenished with blood. Thus, it was clear that killing meant strength. Xinglan had thoughts that the more people he killed, the stronger he became, but Xinglan immediately slapped his face to get rid of the stupid thoughts. Xinglan could not kill anyone without a reason, for he would become a sinner, and that was something Xinglan did not wish to do. Xinglan reminded himself of the words that masters should listen to their hearts. Strength and honor came first. Xinglan sucked the blood from the 7th level beast's body. The sword gained 700 evolution points for this meal. Xinglan also noticed that the divine sword could speed up the healing of wounds, as all of Xinglan's wounds disappeared, as if they had never happened before. Xinglan was happy because he had obtained 2 7th level crystals and could now buy a sword scabbard for himself. Some group appeared in the Black Forest in front of Xinglan. A subordinate of the group suggested that the leader hang out with girls in the city. Subject said he would arrange for them to hang out with the ladies in town later, but TC refused, saying he would find the girl himself. Xinglan started to walk away and expressed his displeasure about the group of men. The subject started to shout towards Xinglan, but Xie told him not to be rude to others, and Xie turned to Xinglan and simply asked him to come over to their group. A subject started shouting at Xinglan to come over after all, but Xinglan ignored the guys. The subject stood before Xinglan and asked him if he had heard Xie's request. Xinglan said that being so sturdy, they were dogs to both the people from the Empire. Xinglan asked if their legs were so paralyzed that they couldn't walk up to him themselves. The subject immediately got angry and threatened Xinglan, saying he was being too pushy. Xinglan, on the other hand, simply swung his sword and flicked it away with the blunt side of his blade. And Tishu caught the warrior in his arms and said that it wouldn't be a good idea to fight now. TC suggested to play a game. If Xinglan moved, he would die. But the man next to him said that Tishi shouldn't have wasted his energy on an outcast. Ye Fan, on the other hand, did not understand why Tishu had such a strange accent, as if he was gay. The subject began to speak out to Xinglan about how he didn't dare attack him near the Lord's mansion. The subject became furious and added that he would slaughter Xinglan's entire family for his insolence. Xinglan swung his sword and said that if the subject survived, then they would talk. And as expected, the subject was immediately killed with one deft swing of Xinglan's sword. And Tishu was surprised at the strength from the looks of Xinglan's newcomer in front of his subject. Mr. Andrew offered Xinglan to be their crony, and they would withhold information about the murder of a subject. Xinglan freaked out and realized that the group was only amused by this. Xinglan dared to attack the group and added that there was no need to hide anything. Xinglan shouted that he had to finish his business and kill the entire enemy group, and Tishu stood confidently, waiting for Xinglan's attack. He knew he could block it, but Atishu's confidence quickly fell. Xinglan's punch was so strong that Atishu was thrown backwards, and there was no way Tishu could have expected such tremendous strength from a 3rd-level warrior. As soon as Atishu realized that he was still in the fight, Xinglan continued his attack. Out of desperation, Atishu started shouting to his brother to help him urgently, and the brother immediately swung his sword at Xinglan's back to save Atishu. Xinglan had time to turn around and block a suitable attack from the foe. Only unfortunately, Mr. Guy was stronger and began to overpower Xinglan. But Xinglan wasn't going to say goodbye to his life so easily, and decided to gather all his strength together. Xinglan's gathered strength was able to repel Mr. Guy, also changing his aura color in the process. Mr. Andrew, on the other hand, started blocking Xinglan's attacks, but he was managing to do less and less. And after a few seconds, Mr. Guy couldn't keep up with Xinglan's pace and lost out. Immediately after killing Mr. Guy, Xinglan turned to ATC, for he was as follows. Meanwhile, TS fell to the ground and practically screamed in fear for his pathetic life. Gathering his wits, Atisai stood up and decided to fight Xinglan, for his brothers from the Earth Dragon Empire. Xinglan replied to Atishi that he didn't care about taking the lives of people from the Earth Dragon Empire. Yi Fan, meanwhile, was pondering why the sword scale was only half full, and Tishu got angry and said that Xinglan's family would be killed along with him. Xinglan, on the other hand, rushed to attack and added that all the people of the Earth Dragon Empire were stupid. Immediately after saying that, both of them got into a fight, but the first punch from Xinglan was successfully blocked. But Atishu immediately regretted it, for his sword had received heavy damage from Xinglan. Xinglan decided to break through Atishi's defense and switched his sword grip for another attack. Xinglan attacked again, but this time too, Atishia blocked his attack. Except that Xinglan's attacks didn't plan to end there. He continued his barrage of blows. Soon Atisai found himself in a bad position, for his sword broke from Xinglan's blows. Immediately Xinglan chopped off Atishi's right hand, which was his winning moment. Before his demise, Atishi once again recalled that he was from the Earth Dragon Empire. Xinglan didn't listen to Atishi's trapper and finally ended the life of a 4th-ranked warrior. Yifan began to rejoice as the points had been accumulating too fast lately. Xinglan realized that he had killed 2 people and decided to get out of the place as quickly as possible. Back in the city, Xinglan's first order of business was to rush to the Star City Bank. He explained what these crystals were in front of the buyer. Level 7 crystals were highly prized. The man said the market price of the crystals was 14,000, but the bank was willing to take them both for 30. Xinglan understood that it was a good price and decided to accept the offer after all. The bank presented Xinglan with a ring in which he could store up to 30,000 coins, and the ring already had 1,000 coins in it as a gift from the bank. While Xinglan was making the transaction, the banker noticed Xinglan's special sword. He immediately asked if Xinglan's sword was for sale, to which he received a negative reply. Yifen said that people noticed the value of his sword even when he tried to hide himself. In the mansion of the Lord of the Earth Dragon Empire, there was a loud thud on the ground. The Lord was furious at what he heard. He could not accept the deaths of his men. The subject told the Lord that Atisi was accompanied by the best warriors, and if he died, it meant the enemy was insanely strong. The Lord considered it an insult to the warriors of the Earth Dragon Empire. The subject tried to excuse himself, and said that the warrior who killed Atise must have used a dirty trick. The Lord said he didn't care about that and demanded that the subject bring the murderer immediately. The Lord wanted to show the murderer of Atisi what the worst hell on earth is like. The subject said that the death of Atisi and the warriors occurred in the forest, thus there was no evidence or witnesses. The Lord took the subject by the neck and said that if he did not find the murderer, the subject and the entire town would die for him. Afterward, he asked the subject again if he could find Atise's killer. Out of desperation, the subject said he would find the killer, no matter what it cost him. The Lord calmed down and let go of his subject's throat, leaving him on the floor trying to take a breath. Whereupon the Lord said that he was frantically awaiting news from his subject about the assassin. Outside the Star City courtyard, Xinglan practiced his swordsmanship skills and noticed that his sword had become sharper. Xinglan decided that he should pump his strength so that he wouldn't hide his head in the sand anymore. Yefan was pleased with Xinglan's attitude and motivated him to stay motivated, for Yefan didn't want to look for a new master so soon. Xinglan founded a new martial art based on the fire that the sword emitted. Xinglan planned to raise his skill to rank 6 and show his skills to everyone then. During his training, Xinglan heard some voice in the distance. Warriors from the Earth Dragon Empire were searching others for clues. They examined the sword and objects of the people closest to them, hoping to find a lead on the killer. Xinglan, on the other hand, decided to climb a tree to avoid having his sword inspected. Once the warriors found someone suspected, they would take away their weapons and take the suspect with them. Some guy approached the suspect and offered to run him out of town, but those who arrested him chased the guy away under the pretext that he would go to jail for his actions. Watching this whole scene in the tree, Xinglan realized that things were not good at all. Xinglan was puzzled. As it turned out, the corpses of Atisi and the others had not been eaten by the beasts, and the scouts realized that the injuries were from the sword. At the Lord's mansion, however, Lord Andrew was perplexed as to why the murderer had not been found until now, but the subject put it down to the fact that there were many craftsmen in the city. The Lord added that if he couldn't find the killer, he should have finished off his subject. The subject begged the Lord not to kill him, even saying he had an idea on how to find the killer. The subject told the Lord that they could cut off the hands of all the masters. Then the killer would be easy to find. The Lord immediately began to remove the sword from his subject's head and said that the idea was a good one. Whereupon Lord Andrew left the room with his subject saying he was tired. Already in the city, some two masters were calmly walking through the city, discussing their new swords, as suddenly the hands of each of them were severed in one deft movement. Lord Andrew stood in front of the swordsman and said that now all masters had their hands cut off. Some of the citizens of the city were furious, for the Lord's subjects had been killed through their fault, and the citizens had nothing to do with it. A small group of citizens decided to attack the Lord to make him pay for his murders. But the Lord immediately swung his sword, killing one of the citizens and knocking back two others. The other attackers, however, were immediately killed thanks to the sword of Lord Andrew's subject. Lord Andrew stood by the corpses and asked the citizens for those who were disgruntled to attack him. Another citizen shouted, something that the Lord of the city would help them restore justice to. But turning around, the men from the mansion as well as the Lord of the city disappeared as if they had never existed. The man bowed to Lord Andrew and said he supported the Lord's plan. After the citizens heard that the Lord himself had ordered the gates in the city to be closed, a seed of fear was immediately planted among everyone. After which, the large gate slowly slammed shut, leaving the city in utter chaos. When Xinglan came to the blacksmith with the money, the blacksmith finally handed him a scabbard. Yi Fan was perplexed as to why this scabbard was needed, assuming that it could take away strength. But as soon as Xinglan put the scabbard on the sword, Ye Fan felt that the power of the sword and the scabbard were connected. Xinglan was glad that no one would see his sword power now, and gave the well-deserved money to the blacksmith. Before leaving, the blacksmith warned Xinglan to be careful with his sword because of the chaos here. Xinglan didn't like the fact that the city lord was indulging the residents of the Earth Dragon Empire. The lord's subordinate told him the news. He discovered the new swordmaster Xinglan had rented an apartment after Atisia's death, and hadn't left it for a couple of days. The Lord asked if he could have been the killer. The subject said that he was most likely the one who killed Atisiu. The Lord ordered that the suspect be killed as quickly as possible, and to do it as quietly as possible so the swordsman wouldn't revolt. At the same time, the Lord was being watched by Xinglan, who had hidden behind the nearest wall. But Xinglan soon realized that the speech was about him, and realized that he was in danger. But there was no way Xinglan wanted to die, so he came to the decision to attack first. Suddenly, Xinglan stood in front of the Lord and his subjects, leaving his enemies shocked. The subject immediately recognized the one they had announced the hunt for 5 minutes earlier. But without giving any time to talk, Xinglan immediately rushed into battle. Xinglan's speed was staggering. The subject Lord barely had time to block the blow. Stepping back, the subject noticed that Xinglan possessed an insanely sharp sword. But the Lord was surprised, for he had not expected such immense anger from a third-level warrior. Xinglan was asked about his identity, to which he gave himself the title of a man who pays homage to the Almighty. The subject immediately became angry and realized that he was the murderer of Guy and Ati So. The subject did not tolerate Xinglan's overconfidence and decided to attack him first this time around. The Lord's subject began to try his best, throwing blow after blow, but each one was repelled. Each blow brought only one thought to the subject's mind, and all the questions were about Xinglan's sword. Xinglan, on the other hand, had difficulty with enemies, as the subject was at least a 4th-ranked one. The subject immediately turned to the Lord to help rather than watch behind him. Xinglan made the decision to use his sword ability and become stronger. Giving the sword his blood, Xinglan knew blood rage and became many times stronger. With a quick jerk, Xinglan suddenly attacked the subject and almost took his life. The Lord saw the lousiness of the situation and immediately attacked Xinglan to save his subject. Xinglan realized that he should have ended it all faster, for his strength was running low. Releasing even more blood, Xinglan became faster and threw the Lord off of him. Yi Fan had picked up on the fact that Xinglan's blood had more strength than his past master. But Xinglan wasn't enough of this power. He wished for even more and began to give more and more blood to the sword. Full of rage, Xinglan was thirsty for blood as Yi Fan tried to stop him as he didn't want to lose his master. The first thing Xinglan decided to do was to kill the subject Lord, and started walking towards him. The subject who had lost his sword began to beg Xinglan to spare his life. Xinglan decided not to make that mistake again, and immediately swung at the enemy. Seconds before his death, the subject began begging Lord Andrew for help. After saying those words, the subject's body was pierced through and through by Xinglan's sword. The subject's last words were that Xinglan would pay for his actions. At this time, Ye Fan was rejoicing at the progress of the sword evolution. Xinglan and Ye Fan had reached 6,000 points in a short period of time. Xinglan was thankful that his sword was regenerating his strength for the blood of his enemies, as he might have died if it hadn't been. The Lord was surprised as Xinglan possessed a third rank, but did not match his rank in terms of strength. But the death of a subject made the Lord very angry, and he decided to kill Xinglan for it. Xinglan called the Lord a common lowlife from the Earth Dragon Empire. The Lord became even more angry and used a rank 4 martial art. The strike that bore the name of Blind Blade almost struck Xinglan, but he dodged at the last moment. That same Blind Blade strike wreaked havoc on the scenery and foundation behind it. But Lord Andrew shouted that he wasn't done with his attacks yet and started running towards Xinglan. But no matter how hard Lord Andrew tried, each of his attacks failed to hit the original target. After one of the attacks, Xinglan found a chance to attack and dashed under the Lord's blade, and immediately seized the moment to counterattack Lord Andrew. Lord Andrew was able to protect his body with his blade, but even so received a strong blow to himself. Finding himself in an unfavorable position, the Lord decided to use another rank 4 martial art. This time, it was a large green tornado that was aiming towards Xinglan. Ye Fan was immediately frightened because he thought that Xinglan wouldn't be able to repel such an attack. But Xinglan was able to use his rank 3 martial art called Chopping Sword. With this ability, Xinglan was able to get close to the Lord and immediately strike at him. Xinglan decided not to waste such an opportunity and finished off the Lord, cutting him completely open. From killing the Lord, Ye Fan saw that some attributes of light and darkness had been activated. The attributes allowed the sword to reveal its 2 forms. One was the dark side that consumed the master. The second part of the sword, however, embodied the light side that helped the master in all aspects of the sword. Ye Fan noticed that with the dark aura, the sword became more powerful but had its bad sides, while the light aura was neutral from all sides. Ye Fan looked at Xinglan's stats. Master Xinglan could only use a light aura. Xinglan started to get away from the scene of the incident as Ye Fan tried to remind him about the corpses. Back in his apartments, Xinglan began to consider his battle wounds. Xinglan was puzzled, for the Lord of the city would surely know of his wickedness from the wounds on his body. Ye Fan wanted to heal Xinglan, but the scabbard was really affecting the sword, and he waited for Xinglan to pull out the sword. The scabbard began to shake with the movements of the sword. Xinglan immediately noticed it. Taking out his sword, Xinglan immediately felt the effects of the new light sword ability. Soon, the corpses of Lord Andrew and his subject were discovered, much to everyone's shock. The Lord of the city immediately ordered a search for the brave warrior who dared to kill Lord Andrew. The city lord realized if the city ambassador found out about this, they would be in trouble. The subject went to the Lord of the city and said there was no evidence from the murderer, only sword wounds. The Lord of the city was maddeningly angry at yet another calamity from the abilities of the swordmasters. Also, the subject said there was not a drop of blood in the corpses of the Lord and his aide. The Lord of the city swept up that the same condition of the corpses were at Atishi, so the killer was one for all of them. It was understandable that the master was quite powerful since he was able to kill Lord Andrew. The evil Lord of the city turned to his subject to inquire about new evidence. The subject disclosed that there were traces of blood on Mr. Andrews and the subject's weapons. The Lord of the city ordered that no one should open the gates to the city, lest the murderer escape. The second order from the Lord of the city was for the detectives to find the wounded warrior amongst the entire city. Xinglan was in his apartment for the second day, but his deep wounds had disappeared as if they had never existed. Xinglan swept his strength spent in a single evening, but his wounds immediately healed. Just as suddenly, Xinglan was distracted by someone knocking on his door and asking to come out. Ye Fan couldn't understand how this happened. There were no surveillance and investigations in this world. No one would be able to find the culprit so quickly. The warrior who knocked decided not to wait and kicked the door to Xinglan's apartment with his foot. The warrior immediately ordered Xinglan to show his body as they searched for the wounded warrior. Xinglan was wary, for he had in no way expected to see the people from the Lord's mansion. Without much haste, Xinglan started walking towards the door, soon seeing that the warrior was not alone. The warrior immediately asked Xinglan where he was, to which he received the reply that Xinglan was sleeping. The warrior decided not to listen to Xinglan, and immediately after his words, he asked to take off his shirt for inspection. Xinglan started to guffaw, saying he didn't like men, but the warrior insisted it was for testing purposes. The warrior added that 2 people from the Earth Dragon Empire had been killed last night, and Xinglan was suspected in all of this. Xinglan started to make excuses that he was too weak for that. The warrior said he didn't want to hear it and asked him to take off his shirt, already threatening him. But to the surprise of the warriors, there wasn't a single scratch or wound on Xinglan's body. The warrior examined Xinglan's body again, and was surprised because his guesses were wrong. The warriors immediately started to leave after checking, and Xinglan complained about the broken door because of them. Xinglan was glad that no one realized it was him, and thanked the sword for it. Xinglan informed that if he recovered a little more, he would be able to return to the heavenly sect. After returning to the apartment, Xinglan rushed to heal himself to be in perfect condition. The citizens were glad that the humans from the Earth Dragon Empire had finally been slain. The lord of the city was in fear as the deaths put his position in great jeopardy. After his cultivation, Xinglan wanted to leave the city safely, but was spotted by the lord. The lord of the city immediately turned to Xinglan and demanded him to stop. The lord of the city began to question Xinglan. Xinglan himself was not happy about it. After a little deliberation, the lord of the city forbade Xinglan from leaving, for he seemed suspicious. Xinglan added that there was a big competition in his celestial sect, and he had to leave. But the lord insisted on his own way. The lord's words sickened Xinglan, and in spite of his cries, he began to walk towards the exit. The city lord drew his sword and shouted to Xinglan that if he dared to come out, he would be killed. But Xinglan turned around and easily repelled the city lord's attack on him. Xinglan didn't want to show off his abilities, so he pretended to fall down and started complaining. The lord immediately demanded Xinglan to shut his mouth, for he was turning the citizens against the lord. Xinglan complained that he had indulged the already dead people from the Earth Dragon Empire, and so many innocent citizens were dying. Upon seeing this, the people became extremely angry with the lord of the city, calling him a weakling. Citizens began beating the lord of the city, thereby deposing him from office. Xinglan decided to seize the moment and quietly slipped through the gates, leaving the city limits. After some time, Xinglan finally came to his heavenly sect. Xinglan was ready, for tomorrow's contest was to burn away all his humiliations of the past 4 years. Upon arriving at his old home, Xinglan noticed his belongings being thrown out of the room. The 2 guys immediately started mocking Xinglan as a second-ranked warrior. Xinglan did not accept the mockery and asked the guys to repeat the words they had said. The guy said that because the competition had started, all the residences had to be redistributed. So Xinglan's cabin was no longer his. Xinglan asked why the house wasn't already his if the competition didn't start until tomorrow. The guy replied that he was in charge and could decide for himself what belonged to whom. Ye Fan pondered over the outcome of the events and assumed that Xinglan could have quietly killed them, but it was too risky. Xinglan said he didn't have to obey anyone and asked for a refund for the destroyed furniture. The second guy replied to Xinglan to stop talking nonsense and get out immediately. Xinglan got angry and asked the guy to repeat what he had just told him. During Xinglan's anger, a terrifying aura emanated from him that frightened the guys. This was a shock to them, as the aura was only under the control of high-ranking warriors. But by some miracle, the aura was gained by a weak warrior like Xinglan. One of the guys didn't believe in Xinglan's aura and decided to stop embarrassing himself. The second guy wanted to know what trick Xinglan had used to fool them. Xinglan said he's giving the guys one last chance to put his stuff back where it belongs. Xinglan didn't take the guy's attack seriously and decided to swing his sword. Xinglan's idea worked perfectly, and the guy ended up on the ground from the impact. The other guy was angry because Xinglan had attacked his cousin, even though Xinglan had told them that they attacked first. Out of desperation, the guy drew his sword and threatened Xinglan with his death. But without thinking for long, the guy immediately decided to attack Xinglan, so as not to humiliate himself. Except Xinglan was prepared for this, and immediately repelled his attack with his sword. In the midst of the clash, the guy noticed that Xinglan's sword was too sharp. Xinglan decided not to wait, and immediately swung his sword, throwing the guy away. While the guy was trying to regain consciousness, Xinglan added a second blow to his body. After Xinglan's punch, the guy flew a little further away and landed on the ground successfully. The guy decided to attack first this time and activated a rank 4 free swing combat ability. The guy put his all into this kick and probably expected to win from this move. Xinglan was wary, for the guy was fast, but Xinglan knew what to do. The guy intended to attack from above, and Xinglan wanted to counterattack from below. After the skirmish, Xinglan appeared to be the victor, leaving the guy on the floor without strength. The guy couldn't believe that Xinglan wasn't weak, or maybe even hiding strength. Xinglan repeated to the guy to put all his things back where they belonged and pay for the broken ones. The guy asked if Xinglan's strength had recovered. that he had become so strong. Xinglan just smirked at the guy's words and continued to stare at the ruthless enemy. After defeating the guy, Xinglan's room was clean to perfection. Xinglan realized that now no one would be able to humiliate him like before. But Xinglan also understood that he couldn't kill Feng Wuqiong, for he was Master Zhang Fengyang's disciple. Later, the guys pondered whether Xinglan was really hiding his strength. Feng Wuqiong said that it was better not to mess with Xinglan now, but to come up with a plan of action after the competition. But they couldn't let go of the thought that Xinglan might have won the competition. Feng Wuqiong suggested killing Xinglan before his strength was revealed to others. Ye Fan started looking at the information about the martial arts tower. Only warriors matching their strength could climb each floor. Xinglan came to the martial arts tower and reported that he had ascended to the 3rd level, for he wanted to learn new abilities. The guy at the head table congratulated Xinglan and said that he could only choose one book that matched his rank for the month. Xinglan didn't mind and thanked the guy before leaving for the 3rd floor. Xinglan wandered among the huge shelves with piles of books for a while before selecting the one he needed. Soon, Xinglan's choice fell on one of the books, and he decided to read it to strengthen his skills. It was a book about the 9 sword formations, in which it was written about 9 positions that are stronger than the previous ones. Suddenly, some guy turned to Xinglan with taunts and wanted to know what book he had picked up. The guy immediately wanted to pick up the book Xinglan had taken, but Xinglan dodged it. The guy called Xinglan trash and said he didn't dare to resist. Xinglan punched the guy back, and their fists collided one against the other. But unfortunately, Xinglan's skill was based on swordsmanship. And without a sword, he was just an ordinary 3rd-rank warrior. The guy immediately became furious at Xinglan's insolence and offered him a fight to the death. Xinglan decided not to hesitate and agreed to fight, costing his life against the guy. Without waiting long, the 2 boys immediately walked to the arena and prepared for the fight. The white-haired guy told Xinglan that he would lose his head today. The guy soon drew his sword and attacked, unleashing a blob of white aura around him. Xinglan blocked the white-haired guy's punch and said with a smirk that they would still see who would die first. After which, Xinglan added that it was now his turn to attack the guy. Xinglan fully drew his sword and activated the martial arts of the fiery heavens. The white-haired guy was also not lagging behind and used the rank 3 Windblade combat skill. The white-haired guy's punch flew past, and Xinglan moved closer to attack. Xinglan successfully counterattacked, but his attack was blocked by the white-haired guy's sword swipe. But the strength and sword were better than the enemy, so Xinglan overpowered him and killed him immediately. Xinglan received points for killing a rank 3 warrior, while Ye Fan complained that they gave too few points. Everyone watching was shocked at the death of Sang Ran, at the hands of the weakling Xinlan. Suddenly, Xinglan was distracted by the cries presumably coming from Sang Ran's teacher. Sang Ran's teacher, Zhenxing, immediately found herself behind Xinglan's back, ready to attack. Xinglan knew who she was. It was the same Ren Xing that possessed the Iron Palm and Eagle Claw skills. Mentor Zhenxing grabbed Xinglan's sword, practically disarming him. While both of them stood still, Ye Fan shouted for Ren Xing to let go of the sword. Zhenxing was frightened, for the sword was sharper than the others, and she almost hurt her hand. Xinglan turned to Zhenxing and called her a bad mentor for both her title. Xinglan asked unknowingly. Ren Xing wanted to avenge her disciple as a mentor. It was disgusting of the mentor to do so. Zhenxing was angry, and the people watching were expressing their judgment towards Zhenxing. Xing picked up on the sharpness of Xinglan's tongue and recognized that she might not have known everything. Xinglan stopped Renxing and asked her if she should have apologized for being so wild. Zhenxing ignored Xinglan and said that he would remain trash no matter what. Zhenxing said that sooner or later they would fight Xinglan not for life but for death. This left those watching shocked. Xinglan, on the other hand, has agreed to a mortal combat and has marked the date. This fight will get its start a month in advance. Renxing was surprised that Xinglan agreed, but accepted his offer. Yifan swept up that Xinglan would have to train as hard as possible this month. The man said Xinglan signed his own death sentence when he agreed to fight his mentor. Some guy commented that Xinglan was very strong if he could kill Sang Ran. Even Xinglan himself realized that he wasn't strong enough yet, so he had to train himself. Yifan swept up that Ren Xingxing had a rank 5, but if Xinglan practiced so hard, everything would go smoothly. The next day, Xinglan rushed to the top of the Heaven Sex Mountain as it was the beginning of the competition. Some guy called out to Xinglan to pick up his jade tablet. The guy tossed Xinglan a plaque and added that the scores would be reconciled later on. The guy added that he expected good tidings from Xinglan and laughed afterward. Xinglan was number 3. He should have hurried, for this was the end of the list. A man inside the building announced that the Zunmen Dabi contest was about to begin. In honor of this contest, the head of the entire celestial sect himself was invited to observe the head said that he had not seen his students for a year, thus the strength of the warriors should have increased significantly. Before the entire competition began, each of the warriors had to pass a strength and rank test. The first applicant for the test was a kid named Li Kai, and he was to lead the start of the competition. Li Kai was the most famous cultivator of the present, and there were many who were rooting for him. Li Kai passed the test rather quickly, and touched the stone at the end that determined strength. Li Kai's strength was 451, which gave him the 4th rank. The members of the celestial sect were amazed at the strength of renowned cultivator Li Kai. Zhao Xiaoling was the second speaker, and with her efforts, she had reached 392 points, which put her into the 3rd ranking. Zhao Xiaoling was only 18 years old, but she had almost reached the 4th rank. This was an indicator of talent. The 3rd speaker was not the most popular Xinglan, and he wanted to give his best effort. No one was particularly happy about Xinglan's exit, only there were taunts in his direction. The heavenly sect head swept up that Xinglan had wanted to become a disciple from the beginning. Xinglan's meridians were blocked, and he couldn't cultivate. This was sad news for the head. Standing in front of the Force Definition Monument, Xinglan said that 4 years had passed. Xinglan could finally prove his strength after years of suffering and bullying. Without thinking long, Xinglan touched the monument and it glowed, eventually bringing Xinglan's strength to the 3rd rank, which was 388 points. Even the heavenly sect head himself was astonished. No one expected that Xinglan would be able to open his meridians. Xinglan was overjoyed, for after 4 years, his moment of glory had finally arrived. Zhao Xiaoling couldn't believe it either, although she was higher in strength, but Xinglan was previously a 2nd-ranked warrior. Feng Wuqiang realized that it was not surprising that he was weaker when he fought Xinglan. After a while, the test of the contestant's strength finally ended, and the old man explained everything again. The 1st and 2nd places were given good rewards, in the guise of pills and weapons. Xinglan thought about the rewards, realizing that there was no way he needed an A-rank sword, but pills and a martial arts book would do him good. The old man announced the start of the first battle. Number 3 and 101 fought first. Xinglan jumped into the arena and said that it was extremely unlucky to meet Feng Wuqiang in battle. Feng Wuqiang didn't expect to meet Xinglan either, but they were ready to fight for the sake of the competition. As soon as the swordsmen took their positions, the old man immediately signaled the start of the duel. Feng Wuqiang jumped into the air and decided to catch Xinglan with a surprise attack from above. Xinglan swept Feng Wuqiang's receiving speed, but did not forget about self-defense. Xinglan put out his sword to defend and blocked Feng Wuqiang's attack, but they had no intention of standing in such a position. Xinglan released a strong aura from his sword and began to overpower Feng Wuqiang, after which Xinglan overpowered the enemy, swinging his sword and throwing Feng Wuqiang back to the ground. Xinglan rushed into the fight and used his new 9-sword formation technique. Feng Wuqiang also gathered his strength and rushed into the battle, making a spectacular clash on both sides. But Xinglan had a trump card up his sleeve and was able to counterattack on Feng Wuqiang in time. Feng Wuqiang was hit so hard that he slipped to the very end of the arena. Those watching the fight could only open their mouths in amazement. The strength of Xinglan and Feng Wuqiang was great. Feng Wuqiang expressed his displeasure and demanded information from Xinglan about the trick he had used. Yi Fan engaged his sword shake and tried to give Xinglan a sign to finish off Feng Wuqiang. But Xinglan decided not to do so, for there were too many witnesses around him. The exhausted Feng Wuqiang noticed that Xinglan was distracted and decided to attack. Feng Wuqiang used a rank 4 combat skill, Phantom Bayonet, and attacked Xinglan. Xinglan, on the other hand, did not notice the Phantom and attacked the Mirage, making a big mistake. The real blow appeared and struck Xinglan's shoulder, and the Mirages disappeared as if they had never existed. Xinglan immediately jumped back to avoid getting injured even more. The smug Feng Wuqiang laughed and said that Xinglan almost died. Stepping back to a comfortable distance, Xinglan awaited the next attack from Feng Wuqiang. Just as suddenly, Xinglan noticed that his wound had started to heal. Apparently Ye Fan had used a sword skill. Taking advantage of the moment, Xinglan lunged and wounded Feng Wuqiang. Those watching could not hide their astonishment because of Xinglan's immense strength. Zhen Xingshang was also watching the fight and realized with each passing minute that she had less chance with Xinglan in the fight. Xinglan decided not to retreat and continued to run after Feng Wuqiang, preparing for another attack. But some stealthy attack from Feng Wuqiang struck Xinglan's shoulder and immediately stopped him. From that sharp pain, Xinglan immediately fell to the ground and was at a loss for strength. giving Feng Wukong a chance. Feng Wuqiang immediately decided to kill Xinglan while he had the chance and got behind him, raising his sword. But Xinglan's motivation to live was too strong. He gathered all his strength and made a counterattack, breaking Feng Wuqiang's sword in the process. This struck Feng Wuqiang in shock, as the sword was a sword passed down from generation to generation by his family. Xinglan decided not to spare Feng Wuqiang and cut off his hand in which he was holding the sword. Standing over Feng Wukun, Xinglan said that he was the one who forced him to do such an act. A loud shout asking him to stop, and a punch that threw back Xinglan stopped the fight. Feng Wuqiang's teacher appeared in the arena and asked Xinglan how he dared to make an attempt on his student. Xinglan said that it was a stupid question, for they were fighting over the Zuman Dabi competition. The teacher told Xinglan to watch his words, but he couldn't do anything to counter it. The teacher just silently took the injured Feng Wuqiang away, and they began to leave the battlefield. The referee announced Xinglan as the winner of this fight, causing the crowd to turn louder. The head of the Celestial Sect himself praised Xinglan's achievements and his growth in strength. Zhen Xingxing was dissatisfied with Xinglan's victory, but realized that because of his injured shoulder, he would lose the next fight. Except Xinglan was smarter than that. He went into the forest and decided to invoke the healing ability. The wounds on Xinglan's body healed in a matter of minutes. Xinglan noticed how beautiful the sword was. Xinglan realized that Feng Wuqiang had an A-rank sword, and this was not a trinket at all. But even such a rare and strong sword was effortlessly broken by Ye Fan's sword. After the healing process, Xinglan decided to return, for time was running out. The next two fights were on Xinglan's side. He won each of them without difficulty. These victories propelled Xinglan into the top 4. Amongst Li Kai, Zhao Wuzi, and Tan Shiwu, Ren Xingxing noticed that Xinglan's sword could break any A-rank sword he attacked. Ren Xing was interested in Xinglan's sword and wanted to get her hands on it. Soon, the referee announced the candidates for the next fight. They were Xinglan and Tan Shiwu. Xinglan was prepared for a difficult battle, for Tang Shiwu was a 4th ranker. Tang Shiwu said that the first thing he would do was to take away Xinglan's sword. The two warriors entered the arena, and the referee gave the command for everyone to prepare for battle. As soon as the command to start fighting was given, Tang Shiwu immediately rushed towards Xinglan. Xinglan barely had time to grab his scabbard and start pulling out his sword as quickly as possible. Xinglan was able to draw his sword and block a swift lunge from Tang Shiwu. Xinglan noticed that Tang Shiwu's sword wasn't rank A, and didn't know if his sword could pierce through that. Continuing his attacks, Tang Shiwu asked Xinglan what his opinion was on the sword. Tang Shiwu took a new stance and suddenly his sword lit up with red fire. Ye Fan noticed that Tang Shiwu's sword was as harsh as he was, and not weak either. Even the Heavenly Sect head couldn't understand what kind of sword Tang Shiwu had and what kind of power it had. Xinglan decided to use a healing ability called the Healing Vortex, after which Xinglan decided to switch to an attacking tempo and used a phantom dance. Tan Shiwu was able to repel this attack from Xinglan, displaying his sword to defend himself. Ye Fan swept up that Tang Shiwu was somehow strange, just like his mysterious sword. Suddenly, Tang Shiwu's sword turned even redder, and Tang Shiwu himself began to laugh. Ye Fan realized that Tang Shiwu's sword could be an assassin's sword that was made from a person. This was one of the extreme methods of forging, the first time a sword was forged from the flesh and blood of living people. And then sacrificing other people for the sword, that's how the sword killer was forged. Ye Fan couldn't figure out if he would get evolution points if he broke the assassin's sword. Tan Shiwu towered over Xinglan and raising his sword wished him dead. Ye Fan decided to help Xinglan as an experiment, and with any luck, Xinglan would be able to cultivate further. Some sort of aura similar to Tang Shiwu's aura completely covered Xinglan's body. The aura was so strong that even the sword changed the coloration of its aura because of Ye Fan's strength. Xinglan immediately launched an attack and left Tang Shiwu pondering his strength. Ye Fan decided to take full control of his sword and defeat his opponent self-handedly. Ye Fan entered the host control mode, adding that he could easily straighten out the sword. The observers immediately noticed that Xinglan's sword had taken control of him in battle. Tang Shiwu got angry and said that Xinglan had forced him into a power awakening. Tang Shiwu used the Heaven Demon Rupture ability, and an aura burst occurred. The head of the Heavenly Sect also noticed the wondrous aura emission and immediately recognized the technique. The Heaven Demon Rupture technique was a sinister method of consuming one's own blood power and lifespan in return for a short-term strength boost. But it took 5 seconds to concentrate. Xinglan swung his sword and started running towards Tang Shiwu, saying that he would now say goodbye to his life. Ye Fan made a dash across Tang Shiwu and gave him a large slash across his body. The head of the Heavenly Sect was terrified for Tang Shiwu's life and immediately shouted for him to stop. Afterwards, he used his power to stop the two swordsmen from fighting. Zhen Tianzong, being a 6th-ranked warrior, was able to stop the fight. Xing Lan said that he almost cut Tang Shiwa in two. Elders Zuo and Zhang stopped Tang Shivu's duel so as not to risk their lives. The Heavenly Sect head waved his hand and said that Xing Lan had won the competition with Tang Shiwu. The members of the Celestial Sect recognized that Xing Lan was one of the strongest ones. Xing Lan didn't understand why he had this feeling. The Demon Slayer was inciting him to fight. Yifan laughed and said that Xing Lan only realized it now. But still, a part of it depended on Xing Lan. Li Kai and Zhao Wuzi fought in the next match, resulting in Li Kai winning the match. The next match was the last match. Li Kai fought against Xing Lan, but Li Kai lost. The Heavenly Sect head announced that Xing Lan had won first place in the competition, and he had won a bottle containing a high-grade Zhuan pill, a martial arts book, and an A-rank weapon. Zhan Tianzong asked Xing Lan to come over later to collect the award, to which Xing Lan thanked him. Closer to nightfall, after the deadly competition, Xing Lan returned to his cabin. Xing Lan said that the sword was useless, and the martial art was similar to cultivating the Void Killer sword. But Xing Lan couldn't cultivate this ability yet. If Xing Lan hurried up, he could reach rank 4 in a short period of time. Reaching for his sword, Xing Lan noticed that his Demon Slayer was missing. Xing Lan walked out of the house looking for the sword, and noticed that the sword was outside the doors. Taking his sword, Xing Lan sighed and was glad that at least it wasn't lost. But to Xing Lan's surprise, he noticed that Yefan had written a request on the ground. He asked Xing Lan to go kill the beasts. Xing Lan realized that there was a spirit in the sword. Perhaps it was an SSS rank weapon before. Xing Lan listened to the sword and decided to do the hunting for the next 2 days, while Ye Fan was jubilant, for he could raise the rank of the sword to S level. In the meeting room, the elders were discussing the last competition as they said, Tang Shivu was rendered useless due to the study of the sinister method. One of the elders suggested that Tang Shivu was contacting someone from the demon sect, for the ability to break the demon of heaven belonged only to the demon sect. The head of the heavenly sect said that spreading sinister methods could damage the reputation of the cult. They should have warned everyone in the sect about it. Back in his house, Zhan Tianzong took hold of Tang Shiwu's sword and began to examine it. While running his finger across the sword, Zhan Tianzong accidentally cut himself on the blade. Zhan Tianzong observed that this sword was quite easy to injure oneself with, and its sharpness was comparable to an A-rank weapon. Evil entered Zhan Tianzong's body, and having red eyes, he swept the sword was beautiful. Xing Lan was killing the beasts, and Ye Fan had noticed that as soon as they entered the forest, they saw an oodles of strange beasts. Ye Fan speculated that it was because of the death of the python, resulting in a bunch of outlandish beasts in the forest. Xing Lan continued to kill the beasts. Ye Fan, on the other hand, noticed that there were only 35,000 points left, and killing high-ranked beasts will accumulate evolution points much faster than before. Ye Fan wondered if he could learn new skills now, for the influx of points was rapid. As soon as Ye Fan remembered for new skills, a notification popped up asking him to learn a new skill. Ye Fan immediately made a joke about it, saying that if you remember the sun, you'll have a ray of sunshine. The ability was called Dark Flame Lord. The ability represented dark flames that cut down the enemy, but the cost to master was 10,000 points. The sheer number of points for such a favor left Ye Fan in complete shock. Xing Lan had been killing monsters all night and had reached rank 4, while Ye Fan was sad because of the loss of points. Xing Lan arrived at the gate of the sect and noticed a lot of corpses, which was not usual. Xing Lan immediately jumped onto the nearest tree, from which he climbed onto the sect gate. Once at the sect gate, Xing Lan saw the fire and didn't understand what had happened in the sect. Xing Lan's entire sect was in total flames. Every house was burning, as was every structure. Running around the city, Xing Lan noticed that all of the corpses had been chopped up with a sword, and the techniques used to kill them belonged to Tang Shiwu. But while he was wandering around the city, Xing Lan spotted the corpse of Tang Shiwu, leaving his theory dissolved. Yi Fan speculated that some spirit or beast had been provoked to such an extent that it had exterminated the entire sect in 2 days. Zhenxing and her group spotted Xing Lan, surprised that he didn't die in this chaos. Xing Lan immediately asked a question to Zhenxing in order to find out if she had done it. Zhenxing said that she didn't do it, for she was too weak, adding that the culprit was the head of the heavenly sect. Xing Lan said that He Zhang couldn't kill people from his sect. It was simply impossible. Zhenxing added that only a small part of the celestial sect was able to survive, for the head was possessed and went insane. Ye Fan said that it was some kind of exaggerated plot that loomed up. Ye Fan speculated that the heavenly sect leader had taken Tang Shiwu's sword, injured himself with it, and went insane. But Renxing wanted different. She said that depending on Xinglan's faith, he wouldn't be able to live. Renxing took her sword and said that she would test Xinglan's strength this time around. Xinglan blocked Renxing's kick and decided to launch his counterattack. Smelling this, Zhen Xingxing jumped back and noticed that Xinglan had a rank 4 ranking. Xinglan, on the other hand, didn't want to wait and started running towards Renxing for that very attack. Xinglan said that Renxing realized his new rank too late and used healing. Renxing swept up that contrary to the heavenly sect's swordsmanship. Xinglan was not skilled like her. Xinglan made a lunge and was behind Renxing, giving her a stealthy strike. As soon as Renxing realized what had happened, her cheek was already full of blood. But the wound on her cheek was not a full attack. Renxing's sword was broken completely. Renxing decided to go to extreme measures and ordered her group to kill Xinglan for giving them all the hidden treasures of the heavenly sect. Renxing's group thought it was a favorable offer, and everyone immediately directed their gaze towards Xinglan. The fight moved from place to place, and soon Xinglan was driven to the edge of a cliff. Xinglan continuously dodged the 3 warriors' blows and stepped back as a result of this. Xinglan continued to block the attacks as the warriors tried their best to do their best. Xinglan had already realized that he was at the edge of the cliff and there was no further passage. Xinglan remembered the new ability and Ye Fan motivated him to use it. Xinglan finally used the Dark Flame Lord's ability and a huge fire vortex appeared on his sword. As a result of the strike, Xinglan received points for killing 3rd-rank warriors. Xinglan was surprised at the strength of the skill, but Ye Fan changed his mind, saying that it was nothing. Zhenxing came to the cliff and swept over to the cliff and noticed that Xinglan had run out of strength. Xinglan also didn't expect this skill to drain away so much strength, practically leaving him powerless. Renxing put up her own terms. She demanded Xinglan's sword in exchange for his life. Xinglan ignored her request and asked Renxing if it was realistic that she believed that he would give her the sword. Ye Fan didn't want to change his sword cultivator and asked Xinglan to fight back against her. Xinglan, on the other hand, said to Renxing, if she wanted his sword, she should have taken the risk. Xinglan decided to jump off the cliff and fall down, putting his life in danger. During the fall, Xinglan said that if he didn't die, he would come back and kill Renxing. Zhenxing said she could find Xinglan no matter what it took. As he fell, Xinglan wondered if he would leave this world so easily, falling off the cliff of his own free will. Xinglan smiled and said that he didn't think it would end so stupidly. Ye Fan said that Xinglan was born with his shirt off, for his life was saved by a tree trunk. Some kind of sound came from the forest, which alerted Ye Fan as Xinglan lay unconscious. The sound was a yellow tiger that came out of the forest, heading towards Xinglan. Ye Fan noticed that this yellow tiger had started hunting Ye Fan's master, Xinglan. But Ye Fan stated that his master couldn't die, so he needed to find a way to save him. Ye Fan began to wield his sword and fight the beast to keep his master safe. Ye Fan swept up that the beast died too easily, and at this rate, it could have gotten rank 6. But Ye Fan's first order of business was to wait for his master Xinglan to wake up. Soon, Xinglan began to come to his senses little by little, and couldn't understand what kind of sight he had in front of him. For in front of Xinglan was the corpse of that very yellow tiger with a sword inside its body. Xinglan immediately woke up and came to his senses when he realized that there was a tiger in front of him. But Xinglan calmed down when he realized that the beast had been killed by the demon slayer. Xinglan decided to grab the crystal from the tiger as quickly as possible and run away before Renxing arrived. But when Renxing arrived, she only found the corpse of a level 4 tiger and nothing else. However, no matter how hard Xinglan tried, Renxing had a plan. So he and the head of the heavenly sect were doomed. Xinglan's first order of business was to head to the nearest city called Star City. Xinglan added that he had gone quite far away, and there was no way Renxing could find him here. Xinglan's attention was distracted by some kind of board that people converged to from time to time. On the board were portraits of Zhan Tianzong and Xinglan. They were wanted men. At first, Xinglan only saw the head of the heavenly sect and soon noticed an accomplice. But as it turned out, Xinglan's portrait was beside the head as his accomplice. Some of the guards spotted Xinglan as a wanted man. Ye Fan advised him to run as far away as possible. The guards summoned all the nearby help and pointed out the culprit, Xinglan. Xinglan realized that Xixin had set him up in the situation with the criminals. Xinglan started to run away and shouted that he was not an accomplice and had not killed anyone. A subject came to the mansion where Commander Fu and Renxing were staying to report that Xinglan had entered the dark forest. Commander Fu ordered the subject to gather a group of mercenaries, all of the Lord's guards, and surround Xinglan, then capture the... Renxing decided to go with Commander Fu, for she wanted to take Xinglan's sword for real. Already in the dark forest, Xinglan was pondering why the heavenly sect leader had killed so many people. Xinglan wanted to find the head of the celestial sect and ask him personally. But as soon as Xinglan mentioned for the head, he immediately appeared. The head Fei appeared behind Xinglan and immediately asked him what he wanted to know. Xinglan didn't fully understand, and slowly realized that it was the head who had already swung at Xinglan. Xinglan barely had time to block the head kick, but he couldn't hold on since he was weaker. The heavenly sect head overpowered Xinglan and threw him as far away as possible with a powerful sword movement. From such a strong swing, Xinglan flew quite far away, hitting the nearest tree. After coming to his senses, Xinglan asked the head why he had killed everyone in the heavenly sect. The head of the celestial sect said that everything was for the sake of strength, for he wanted to adopt all the strength from the weak to himself. Xinglan noticed that the head had a Tang Shiwu sword that must have controlled him. The heavenly sect head smirked, and added that Xinglan had a rather unusual sword. The head made a dash towards Xinglan, saying that he wanted to take away Xinglan's strength. The head made a leaping kick and dazed Xinglan, but he managed to block the attack in time. But as it was, the heavenly sect head was stronger than Xinglan, and was able to overpower him in the fight. This time the tree didn't stop Xinglan's flight. He bounced off the ground a couple times and finally fell down. While on the ground, Xinglan realized that the 6th-ranked head was beyond his strength, especially since he was severely exhausted. The head told Xinglan not to resist and give up the sword, and in return the head would make him an easy death. Renzing and Commander Fu's group had finally arrived at the scene of the fight between the heavenly sect head and Xinglan. Zhang Tianzong did not expect such an arrival and addressed Commander Fu's group like a group of rats. Xinglan saw this arrival as the perfect moment to run away as far as possible. Xinglan started to run away little by little, but Zhenshin, who wanted his sword so badly, spotted him first. Zhenshin immediately told Xinglan not to run anywhere, for he would not succeed. While Xinglan was running away, he noticed a chasm and realized that if he fell a second time, he would definitely die. Xinglan ran to the edge of the cliff and waited for Zhenshin to catch up with him on his escape route. Zhenshin jumped forward to unexpectedly attack Xinglan and wished for him to die. Zhenshin had already almost hit Xinglan's body with her blade when Xinglan himself only realized that he was being attacked. Xinglan barely had time to turn around, but Zhenshin completed her attack and chopped off his arm. This time, Xinglan lost his arm and fell off the cliff once again. Now he would definitely not survive the fall. Xinglan's hand with the sword, however, remained on the cliff, giving Zhenshin the opportunity to finally retrieve it. Zhenshin stood on the cliff and looked down with a smirk. Knowing that Xinglan was definitely dead, Yi Fan said that he felt sorry. Mole Xinglan didn't have much time to cultivate, so little that he couldn't even defeat those guys. Ye Fan added that the system didn't show Xinglan's death, so he was alive. He was just embroiled in some kind of mess. Zhenshin raised her sword above her and rejoiced as she finally got what she had been longing for. Zhenshin couldn't stop her evil laughter. She just held the sword above her and laughed uncontrollably. Ye Fangyu popped up Zhenshin's good and evil statistics. As it turned out, she had 84.4% evil. Yi Fan didn't care about Zhenshin's subsequent decisions, even if she took Zhang Tianzong's sword away. Zhenshin confirmed that in fact all the power was actually in the sword, not in Xinglan. Zhenshin shouted that they would finish off Zhang Tiantong using her new sword taken from Xinglan. Zhang Tiantong, on the other hand, simply continued to kill Commander Fu's group, getting stronger and stronger. The head of the celestial sect swept up the fact that so many people were going to certain death. Commander Fu watched this while hiding behind a tree, noting that Zhang Tiantong was bleeding terribly and should be getting worse. When there were almost no enemies left, the head of the celestial sect noticed Commander Fu and decided to kill him. The head of the celestial sect cut the tree along with the hiding Commander Fu, immediately taking his life. Before his demise, Commander Fu said that he would never let go of the head of the celestial sect. Zhang Tiankun, on the other hand, raised his sword and said in laughter, once again becoming many times stronger. Zhenshin slowly came back and turned to Zhang Tiantong saying that he was not invincible. Zhang Tiankun and Zhenshin silently looked at each other, until the heavenly sect leader noticed that Zhenshin had Xinglan's sword in her hands. Zhenshin decided to attack first, and said that when she used the skills of this sword, she would absorb Zhang Tianzong's blood and kill him. Zhenshin and Zhang Tiankun swung their swords, but the heavenly sect head clearly had a problem with it. Zhang Tiankun noticed that Zhenshin had a powerful strength, assuming that it was because of the sword. Zhang Tiankun and Zhenshin decided to jump back and regroup. Zhenshin looked around her and noticed a couple of corpses behind her, which gave her an idea in her head. Zhenshin decided to absorb all the blood of the corpses around her and significantly enhance her abilities. Zhenshin was once again enveloped in laughter, When Ye Fan remarked that she had talent, Jiang Tiankun decided to stop her evil laughter and rushed forward to attack her. Already much stronger, Zhenxin was able to easily repel Zhang Tiantong's desperate attack. Zhang Tiankun was shocked, for Zhenxin's strike was able to leave a crack on his assassin's sword. Ye Fan saw that Zhenxin was winning and motivated her to finish off Zhang Tianzong. Zhenxin, on the other hand, smirked and finally swung for the decisive blow in the bout. With one powerful strike, Zhenxin was able to chop Zhang Tiantong's sword in two. Zhang Tiankun immediately began to lose vitality and didn't even have time to say anything before he died. For such a big kill, Ye Fan received 25,000 points and special strength. Such a huge leap in progress towards evolution made Ye Fan jump for joy. While Zhenxin was cheering over her victory, some guy distracted her, rejoicing. Zhenxin immediately removed the sinister smirk from her face. The one who came was Lord Luo. Lord Luo immediately asked where Zhang Tiankun was, to which Zhenxin pointed downwards. Lord Luo noticed Zhang Tiantong's corpse and his broken sword, demanding to know how it happened. Zhenxin revealed that Zhang Tiantong's sword had broken her beautiful new sword. While Zhenxin was laughing, Lord Luo was contemplating this outlandish sword that did wonders. Lord Luo asked Zhenxin to see her new sword, but Zhenxin coldly refused. Lord Luo said it was time to go back and started walking, waiting for the footsteps from Zhenxin. But something still wouldn't leave Lord Luo alone. He was constantly wary of Zhenxin. In the end, Lord Luo decided to come to extreme measures for his situation in front of Zhenxin. Lord Luo decided to attack Zhenxin from behind with his air-distorting ability. Lord Luo's ability was of terrifying power, and it left a whole swath of destruction in the forest. But as the dust began to settle, Lord Luo noticed that Zhenxin was not hit by it. Zhenxin soon returned and was in front of Lord Luo, and the dust had already finally descended. Zhenxin demanded to know from Luo Xiaotian why he attacked her so harshly and without reason. Lord Luo said that Zhenxin had a sword that was too unusual, and it didn't weakly affect her. Zhenxin attacked Lord Luo and told him not to even dream of her sword. Even though Lord Luo blocked her blow, it slid backwards across the grass with a satisfying thud. Lord Luo did not calculate his strength, for he did not expect such power from Zhenxin. Zhenxin used her newly learned Dark Flame Lord ability. Lord Luo had no way of getting out of the radius of this ability, and was struck by it. Zhenxin said she will take over the City Lord's chair after Luo Xiaotian's death. Chen Shorn decided to use the Phantom Dance to finally finish off Lord Luo. Lord Luo fell to the ground and Zhenxin absorbed his blood to become even stronger. Yi Feng swept that from such an influx of points, the S level was halfway achieved. After the battle, Zhenxin finally began to return to the city. Realizing that with Lord Luo's death, she could take back his title. Already at the gate, the guards asked Petty Officer Zhenxin about the battle situation. Zhenxin said that the City Lord had been killed. The guards didn't want to believe it since he was a 6th rank warrior. Zhenxin added, mauling, she did her best, but even so, Lord Luo and Zhang Tiankun were killed. One of the guards didn't understand what to do next. When as the others suggested that Zhenxin take the place of the City Lord, Zhenxin said that if everyone had a high opinion of her, she was all for taking the title. The subject led Zhenxin to the City Lord's mansion and asked her to go inside first. Chen Sun decided to spread the news of Zhang Tianchun's death and gather people. Zhenxin smirked, for she had been waiting for the moment the Admiral of the Empire learned of the City Lord's death for her to take over the title. The subject turned to Zhenxin and said that she had to talk to City Lord Ren, who was a member of the mercenary corps. Zhendi immediately wondered when Zhenxin had managed to become a City Lord. Even though she was previously a mentor of the Heavenly Sect, Zhenxin said that she was only the Deputy City Lord at the moment, but the Admiral was to come and appoint her as the City Lord soon. Lord Ren said that Zhenxin was just an ordinary mentor from the Heavenly Sect, and the guy next to her added that there were people more deserving of the position of City Lord than her. Zhenxin proudly raised her head and revealed that she was a rank 5 warrior, which is what qualifies one to become a City Lord. City Lord Ren said that coincidentally he was also at the 5th rank. The second guy added, Molhoi brothers were worthy to be the City Lord. Zhenxin sighed and jokingly said that City Lord Ren wasn't worthy of fighting her just because of the 5th ranking. These words provoked his brother City Lord Zhen, and he decided to attack Zhenxin in a rage. As the guy swung to injure Zhenxin, she managed to counterattack. With her counterattack, Zhenxin was able to break the guy's sword into 2 pieces and attack further. City Lord Ren immediately noticed that his brother Lao Tai was badly injured by Zhenxin's hands. City Lord Ren decided to take matters into his own hands and attack Zhenxin, saying that she lies too much. City Lord Zhen's attack was many times faster than Lao Tai's, but even so, Zhenxin blocked it. But that wasn't the end of it either. Genshin was able to push City Lord Zhen away from herself. Ye Fan said that after strengthening all the attributes, Genshin's strength had reached the 6th rank. But even so, City Lord Zhen would be difficult to deal with. City Lord Ren decided to go to extreme measures and immediately used a rank 5 martial art. His triple attack was a large burst of fire in front of him that should have hit Genshin. Genshin began to jump backwards in an attempt to dodge, noting that the Lord's attack was sneaky. But just as the City Lord expected, Genshin realized that she couldn't dodge his attack. Genshin ran away without end. But she realized that the City Lord's ability did not run out of power. In the end, City Lord Zhen's attack got to Genshin and cleared her in searing pain. In an attempt to do something, Genshin used the Dark Flame Lord's ability and ended the City Lord's painful attack. The Dark Flame Lord was able to dispel the City Lord's attack, and this time, Genshin's attack flew at the Lord. The City Lord realized, just like Genshin herself, that he wouldn't be able to dodge Genshin's counterattack. Even with the City Lord's desperate attempt to block Genshin's attack, he failed, and only had to wait for the damage to happen. City Lord Ren received imminent injuries that left him in critical condition. The City Lord didn't understand how Genshin had become so strong, but it was clear that he was nearing death. Genshin said that the guy shouldn't have worried, for she had no intention of killing him. The guy wanted to know what Genshin wanted in return. She replied that she desired submission from the guy. Genshin asked if the boy knew a group of lion mercenaries, adding that those mercenaries were taking resources from that ridge. As a result, Genshin suggested that the boy kill the mercenaries and divide their goods. The guy replied that the lion mercenary group consisted solely of rank 6 warriors. Genshin didn't care about the rank of the warriors, and she swept up the fact that the group was going to clean up the ancient ruins. The two guys were immediately surprised to learn of this plan and were able to realize how good an opportunity this was. Genshin once again asked the guy if he would be her subordinate, and she wouldn't touch him in return. The boy bowed before Genshin and decided to agree to the now order from Lady Genshin. Genshin told the Lord to go with her and help recruit his mercenaries for the army. Ye Fan laughed and said that Genshin was very cunning as a mere warrior. Ye Fan noticed that the sword didn't give out a death alert for Xing Lan, meaning he could have survived due to luck. The mercenary territory took a very big hit, for Genshin was killing literally everyone. Some guy swung his axe and wished for Genshin to die at his hands right now. Genshin had expected this, and for her, this attack was perfectly timed just as she wanted it to be. Genshin blocked the guy's powerful strike with Ye Fan's sword and grinned at him. After that, immediately made a dash and was behind the guy. He died of deep wounds from the sword. It was a rank 5 warrior, and Genshin received 500 points for killing him. Citizens soon noticed the new signage from Genshin, and it was clear to everyone that no one would be afraid of looting in the city anymore. Genshin had swept up that if Star City began to prosper, it would be good for Genshin to promote her service. Ye Fan was pleased with Genshin's accomplishments, as mercenary sweeps brought a huge amount of evolution points. The guards entered Genshin's house and informed her that the lord of the entire empire had arrived at Genshin's city lord's house. The admiral appeared before Genshin's eyes and bluntly asked her if she was a city lord. Genshin bowed her head and confirmed that she was the lord of this city and asked the lord to proceed further. The admiral sat down at a wooden chair and said, mauling Genshin was doing well in her position as city lord. The lord also added that he had already appointed another city lord for Star City who had already appeared with him. The lord of the empire decided to introduce a new city lord named Wei Shun in front of Genshin. Genshin saw him and immediately realized that it was a rank 6 warrior, roughly speaking an ordinary warrior. The lord asked Genshin if she would like to be the city lord, as she was doing very well in her position. Genshin agreed with the lord's position and asked the admiral to arrange things quickly. The admiral announced the rules of the duel. The one who wins the duel will receive the status of city lord, for a lord must have enough power to support an entire city. Wei Shun was confident of his victory and proudly declared for Genshin to start the fight first. Genshin was also not behind in confidence and asked Wei Shun if he was ready for this. Without waiting for an answer, Genshin immediately ran forward to start the duel for the city lord status. Wei Shun blocked Genshin's attacks, but he noticed that her speed was tremendous. Genshin Maul fluttered in the air. Genshin was tired of attacking Wei Shun without a successful outcome, so she decided to launch her strongest straight punch at him. This strike stunned Wei Shun. But that wasn't the entire effect. The warrior's sword was broken. Genshin brought her sword to Wei Shun's head and proudly declared that he had lost this fight. The admiral clapped and announced Genshin's victory, noting that she was not such a simple warrior. Genshin turned around to Wei Shun and added, saying she made him look like a fool in this fight. The admiral officially said that Genshin became the city lord from now on. Genshin approached the lord to pick up the scroll and thanked him for such a title. The admiral asked Wei Shun to leave as he wanted to talk to Genshin alone. The admiral asked Genshin if she knew about the wasteland that was in the north of the city. Genshin confirmed that she had heard and added that these people extort money from citizens and later hide to pull off the scam again and again. The lord wanted Genshin to gather them all within a month, since she was able to defeat Wei Shun so easily. Genshin was not very happy about it, for among those warriors was a 7th level cultivator. The admiral once again set the deadline for this assignment at 1 month, and asked Genshin if it was enough. Genshin realized that the lord was purposely giving her impossible tasks, but she couldn't refuse this task, so Genshin accepted the admiral's conditions. The lord was pleased with Genshin's words, and left saying that he would expect good tidings within a month. Genshin asked Admiral Chung how many days he planned to stay in the city for. The admiral said he was only in town for a passing visit as he was on his way to the Earth Dragon Empire. There were a couple of important things to do there. Genshin noticed that the Earth Dragon Empire was relatively close to her city. The guy in the back congratulated Genshin on her new official title, City Lord. Genshin turned around to him and said that Lord Chung had given her a task to deal with the mercenaries in Shahuang in a month's time. The lad was shocked at what he heard, for these mercenaries had been in power for years, and they could hardly deal with them in a month. Genshin started to leave, and added that she planned to cultivate to the 6th rank. Later, Genshin returned to her house and sat in the middle in a meditation pose, preparing for cultivation. Genshin took out the cultivation enhancement pills and poured a handful onto her hand. With the Genshin skill to fully strengthen all attributes, the cultivation speed increased significantly. Ye Fan called Genshin's cultivation a beautiful sight, though it was still lacking for the mercenaries in Shahuang. A week later, Genshin had already gathered her warriors, and they went to their first attack. One of the warriors pointed a finger, saying that up ahead was where a group of lion mercenaries were stationed. The warriors were confident as Genshin cultivated to the 6th rank, and became much stronger. Genshin in her head thanked Xinglan for this divine sword, because of which she would reach the heights. Genshin and a group of warriors had already arrived at the lion mercenary base. The mercenaries were surprised as there were impassable mountains here. The guy noticed that this group of mercenaries was much more heavily equipped than Genshin's army. Genshin said that she had come to see the chief in the lion mercenaries, but the guy mocked her. Genshin didn't put up with his words, and confidently swung her sword in front of the mercenary. The mercenary didn't understand anything, and already with a different face continued to mock Genshin. But in reality, Genshin actually hit his neck, and the mercenary immediately died, leaving him headless. Genshin told the warriors to cut the crap and bring her to their captain. But the warriors turned in a group against Genshin, and they all rushed together to attack her. Genshin took it as a challenge and told the mercenaries that they would all die for it. Yi Fan observed that Genshin was much braver than Xinglan, for she dared to kill an entire group of mercenaries without difficulty. After the battle, Genshin noticed how the Demon Slayer had become even sharper due to the increase in evolution points. Genshin kissed the sword and promised that she would take care of it. Ye Fan, on the other hand, thought she was perverted. As it turned out, Xinglan survived the fall from the cliff. He built a fire in the forest and sat by it. Xinglan's arm was rewound, and he complained that he had yet to fully heal after that fall. Some woman came to the fire with firewood and asked Xinglan if he was all right. Xinglan confirmed that he was fine and thanked the lady for saving him. She also said she would go get the medicine. Xinglan thought about the sword, realizing that Genshin would not be able to withstand the bloodthirsty rage sword skill. But now Xinglan couldn't fight as hard as he did before since he had lost his arm. Fortunately, Xinglan still had his left arm, which he could cultivate with and regain his former strength with. Xinglan had to find some way to get his sword back from the assassin, no matter what it took. Soon Genshin's small army reached some sort of cave, which they decided to explore from within. In the cave, however, the army found many vases of precious ore that glittered. The guy's point was that this particular ore could be used to make a level B weapon. Genshin appeared and said that all this gold was theirs, and they would mine it in the future. The lad caught the idea of riches, for everything in that cave was practically priceless. Another warrior began to run to Genshin to report that the lion mercenaries had come to them. Right after alerting the guy, a group of lion mercenaries appeared in front of Genshin's army. The Genshin warriors were wary. They didn't know what to do against the group of lion mercenaries. Genshin herself realized that the lion mercenaries were different from the other groups. But even so, she declared to her warriors that she would not lose. One of the lion mercenaries addressed Genshin, calling them second-rate, for they had come to them to riot. Genshin immediately noticed that the main one of this group was not the captain of the lion mercenaries himself, for he was too weak. The proud warrior poked his finger into his chest and said loudly that he was the deputy captain, Lia Aotian. Genshin wasn't sure of his credentials, but demanded the nearest land from him. The warriors were immediately silenced by Genshin's words, after which they stared at her in silence for a short while. The lion mercenaries took Genshin's words as a joke, and each of them burst out laughing. Deputy Lia Aotian drew his sword and decided to attack Genshin, adding, "She will not be defeated by laughter." Genshin didn't take this attack seriously and blocked his attack with ease. Deputy Li Aotian was wary as he realized that Genshin was many times stronger than he had expected. Genshin threw Lia Aotian away, and he immediately fell to the ground as his subjects ran up to him. The mercenary captain decided that all the warriors would attack the leader Genshin together, and thus win. As the warriors gathered as a whole to attack, they rushed forward as Genshin stood silently waiting. Before the enemies attacked, Genshin said that since they attacked first, she could be cruel. Genshin's subjects watched her, and soon noticed the power Genshin had within herself. When Genshin quickly killed everyone, she was rather disappointed, for it was too easy. Genshin maniacally threw herself into laughter, disregarding everything in the surroundings. Ye Fan noticed that Genshin's anger index had increased to 97%. At this time, Genshin walked around and dried up corpses to get extra evolution points for her sword. Subject Genshin congratulated his leader for killing the deputy captain of the lion mercenaries. Genshin said that it was too early to rejoice, as the lion mercenaries had as many as 3 captains, also adding that with the support of city lords such as Qingcheng, Tiancheng, one could understand that they were the strongest group of mercenaries in the vicinity. The lord's subject realized they were finished, for this time they were messing with someone they didn't need to mess with. After which, he asked Lord Genshin if this whole situation would affect her in any way. Genshin said she was killing for her band of mercenaries, steal, and for her subjects. Before she left, Genshin stated that she would go train and her subjects were to clear the battlefield. One of the subjects asked the others to start throwing the corpses of the lion mercenaries off the battlefield. Genshin continued to be happy that Ye Fan's sword had gone to her instead of staying with Xinglan. Genshin was so excited about the sword, even kissing it from time to time, which did not please Ye Fan very much. Ye Fan remembered about Xinglan and the fact that he was still alive, hoping that he would return to him sooner or later. For in the end, Ye Fan couldn't know exactly how long Genshin would live, or if he would even return to Xinglan at all. While Genshin's warriors had already packed up and left the cave, news of the deputy lion mercenaries' disappearance had spread throughout the group. Suddenly, a strong earthquake distracted Genshin and her group, so much so that they could barely stay on their feet. A huge yellow beam from the sky alerted the world that the ancient artifacts had finally arrived. Genshin's group immediately decided to go there with her for expensive treasures. As soon as Genshin arrived at the place, she was amazed at the number of warriors that were already there. The huge mountain had a yellow crack and was emitting a lot of light, and people were expressing their amazement, however. Some man and his subject stood on a dais as the man watched all the warriors that came in. The subject asked the captain if they would let all these people in for nothing. The captain countered by asking if they would be able to stop them. The man was the captain of the lion mercenaries, Zhao Shi. He added that it was better to just wait, for half or more of the warriors would simply die. In an instant, almost all the warriors who had gathered for the sake of the artifacts ran forward. At this moment, the mountain stopped glowing brightly and split in two, and let out a large burst of aura. Junjun noticed that the energy from the mountain was very strong and she was amused by it. A horde of warriors immediately rushed inside, fighting over who would be inside first. The subject asked Genshin if they would wait, to which she replied that they would immediately go inside. Before entering the landmark artifact mountain, Genshin asked all her warriors to stick together. The subject watched Genshin's group and noticed that she had the same weapons as the lion mercenaries. Zhao Shi realized that they were the ones who had killed his intercessor. Without thinking long, Zhao Shi gave the order for a group of lion mercenaries to go inside and kill Genshin. Once inside, Genshin noticed that the energy inside the mountain was 10 times stronger than outside. While wandering inside, Genshin and the subjects noticed many corpses, and Genshin noticed that it was very dangerous in the mountain. Another subject informed everyone to follow Genshin, for it was easy to get lost in the ruins. Soon, Genshin found some drawings on the wall that depicted some style of martial arts. Subjects rejoiced at even the smallest find, imagining themselves in all the rare artifacts. Gensummer gave orders for her subjects to stay in one place while she wanted to look around. Not far from the previous place, Genshin was able to find a primordial stone that depicted a blue crystal. Ye Fan and Genshin were delighted with the find, and she immediately decided to transfer these crystals into her storage ring. Some warriors distracted Genshin, stating that this place was already theirs, and they demanded that she leave. Genshin said she wasn't going anywhere, for these stones belonged to all of them, to which the warrior decided not to listen to her further, and immediately intended to chop off Genshin's head. Genshin calmly swung her sword and severed the head of the aggressive warrior who attacked first. The rest of the warriors noticed their brother's head rolling toward them. Genshin licked her blade and asked the warriors who wanted to die next after the first warrior. Ye Fan looked at the experience points and noticed that he was getting a huge influx of points, for she had killed the other warriors. After the battle, Genshin sealed the crystals in the ring, but regretted that the ring was overcrowded. Genshin continued walking through the caves and soon noticed a huge number of terracotta warriors. Genshin was shocked at what she saw and couldn't understand why it was here. Taking a closer look at the statues, Genshin realized that they were not simple statues, but quite alive. Other warriors who found the statues noticed that the statues had A-level weapons. Taking hold of the warrior's sword, some strange aura went down his arm and began to change shape. Soon this aura dispersed throughout his body and began to change his body completely. Then the guy exploded, leaving behind a huge explosion of blood. The other guys in his group were intimidated, but the man decided to try and take the sword personally. Fully concentrating, he gripped the handle of the sword and hoped for the best as he tried to draw it out. And luckily he was able to pick up the sword, raising it above him. The man laughed proudly. The warriors immediately realized that due to his 8th rank, the man called Xiaofeng was able to take this sword. Genshin wanted to absorb Xiaofeng's blood, for the 8th rank would greatly strengthen her sword. The guys noticed Genshin as a 6th-ranked cultivator and remarked, saying she wanted to fight Xiaofeng. Genshin recalled one theory that magic swords could be strengthened by breaking enemy swords. With this in mind, Genshin decided to break the terracotta statue and test the theory. Ye Fan received 10,111 evolution points for breaking the terracotta statue along with its sword. The warriors behind Genshin immediately expressed their displeasure, for Genshin could not break statues so easily. Genshin turned to the warriors and said that it was now the warriors' turn to die. Genshin used a phantom dance and deprived many warriors of death in a single attack. Ye Fan already had over 80,000 points, and he only had 20,000 points left for the new ranking. Genshin said that she would destroy all the weapons for the Demon Slayer sword to make Ye Fan happy. Soon, all the statues in the cave were broken in two by Genshin's sword, just as warriors were slaughtered in the area. And as soon as Ye Fan obtained enough evolution points, he immediately commanded the sword to evolve. This provoked the sword to release red lightning around itself, which alerted Genshin. Genshin dropped the sword from her hands, for the lightning became bigger and bigger, enveloping the entire sword. Ye Fan said that he was unemotional, and even if lightning struck the sword, he wouldn't care about it. The red lightning was immediately interrupted by another lightning that came from the heavens and was blue in color. In a fit of fear, Genshin thought that what was happening was heaven's punishment because of killing so many people. The third stage of evolution was when Ye Fan's sword began to wrap a yellow luster around all sides of it. Immediately, Genshin's sword turned golden, and as she realized, the sword had finally become a rank S sword. Literally all previous sword skills have changed dramatically and become many times better. Ye Fan also wanted to see if anything would change if he switched the sword to Light Aura. The Light Aura this time had many attributes of its own, which included suppressing evil energy and offering good fortune. Ye Fan was delighted as each aura now had its own special strengths. Genshin was still surprised, but decided to walk over and take Ye Fan's sword in her hands, and her next theory was confirmed, for she had hoped that the sword could evolve, which turned out to be true. Genshin began to realize that the sword Demon Slayer had become stronger because of all the killing and absorption he had done. The remaining warriors noticed the evolution of the sword and wanted to kill Genshin to steal the sword for themselves. A lot of greedy warriors decided to attack Genshin in a bunch, causing them to surround her. Genshin smiled and said that all the warriors would become fodder for her sword. Ye Fan, on the other hand, looked that Genshin's anger was growing more and more. Using her already new phantom sword dance, she struck the warriors and let tongues of blood fly into the air. Genshin got tons of evolution points and energy points for all the new kills. Since Genshin's strength was below sword rank, she received a passive luck reduction. Ye Fan couldn't understand why this was so, for the 6th rank corresponded to the S rank, but even so, he hoped that she wouldn't drop everything because of failure. While Genshin was walking, a small breakthrough of bad luck activated, and she tripped over a small rock. Jinshin was unhappy about this, since as a 6th rank warrior, she had fallen so stupidly. And Ye Fan laughed as hard as he could. Wandering further into the cave, Jinshin found some sort of passage to a large room, noticing the oodles of warriors in it, and a huge stone monument with text on it. Jinshin was examining the stele. Ye Fan thought this monument was rather strange. But suddenly the stela began to glow with a strange aura, and the aura line began to fly upward. The aura that appeared decided to pierce through Jinshin. Jinshin, on the other hand, recognized that the aura was too strong. Part of the aura transferred to the sword, and Ye Fanyu popped up a window informing him that his attributes had increased. The realization soon came to Jinshin that the monument in front of her was the 9 heavenly spirit heads. One of the guys revealed that the 9 heavenly spirit heads was an ancient inheritance that allowed the owner to transform into a demon god, and Jinshin had gotten it. The other warrior, however, was not happy that Jinshin had gotten it. There was no way a warrior who was dissatisfied could agree with this, and decided to attack Jinshin. Jinshin cut through the enemy warrior's attack with no problem at all, and simply smirked. The warrior, on the other hand, was surprised that Jinshin's sword could cut through even the simplest energy. Jinshin cut through his energy and realized that he needed to be killed quickly, so that the others wouldn't get cocky. The warrior didn't even have time to say anything before he was vertically slashed by Jinshin's sword. For killing this 7th ranked man, Jinshin received 7,000 evolution points. Ye Fan swept up that the points for killing warriors had indeed doubled. Things were now many times better. The sword unlocked new skills that could absorb even more enemy energy. Ye Fan realized that the new skill greatly enhanced the strength of the sword cultivator, but Jinshin could go crazy. Jinshin recognized, if Xinglan had this sword, he would have killed her quietly. But now the sword belongs to her. Zhao Shi and his subject entered the room and ordered no one to move from their seats. Zhao Shi immediately questioned the people present if they had killed his intercessor, Lin Aotian. One of Jinshin's subjects didn't want to die because of such foolishness, and decided to go to extreme measures. He pointed his finger at Jinshin and revealed that she was the one who had killed the intercessor of the Lion Mercenary Captain's intercessor. Zhao Shi immediately realized that this was a Star City Lord, and that she was new to this realm. Jinshin smirked and asked Zhao Shi if he had already recruited her as soon as he saw her. Zhao Shi noticed that there was the strangest possible aura emanating from Jinshin, which was similar to evil. Zhao Shi asked a direct question to Jinshin if she had killed the captain's intercessor and the rest of the guys. Jinshin confirmed his theory, and added that the mountain range of the Heavenly Valley, which is occupied by a group of lion mercenaries, belongs to her from this day forward. Zhao Shi laughed and called Jinshin naive, asking her if she knew who was behind Zhao Shi. Jinshin didn't care, and put Zhao Shi in front of a choice, saying that Zhao Shi could obey her or die. The lion mercenary warriors didn't want to listen to this nonsense, and immediately attacked Jinshin to take her life. Jinshin, on the other hand, swung her sword, and took the 2 rank 4 warriors' lives faster than they could realize it. Jinshin's sword immediately began to suck the power from the 2 corpses of the 4th ranked warriors. Zhao Shi couldn't understand what kind of sword Jinshin had. After all, he hadn't encountered such a sword before. Zhao Shi's subordinate turned to Captain Zhao Shi and remarked that Jinshin's sword was magical. Jinshin didn't like what the subject was saying about her and decided to kill him first of all. The warrior barely had time to block Jinshin's attack with his hammer, and didn't die so quickly. But that wasn't all of Jinshin's attack. Her attack was able to destroy the hammer, and it started to blowing cracks. While Jinshin was rejoicing in her strength, some kind of attack hit her back and knocked her off her feet. Zhao Shi couldn't just look at how his subject was in danger and stop Jinshin. Ye Fan noticed that the sword had a new skill called Infernal Cross available, but it required 100,000 points. This amount of points surprised Ye Fan, but he decided to spend them on learning this skill. The Heavenly Cross had 2 variations. The dark aura stole the power of enemies and strengthened itself, while the light aura increased attack speed and healing power. From Zhao Shi's punch, Jinshin left a large mark in the wall, but finally got up. Jinshin decided to try out a new skill on Zhao Shi, which would be a dark cross. Captain Zhao Shi didn't wait for a move from Jinshin's side and immediately attacked her with his insane strength. The rank 7 ability caused destruction on the ground, presenting a small vortex on the ground. Jinshin used the dark aura of the Infernal Cross, and a red circle surrounded Zhao Shi and Jinshin. After using the ability, the bloodthirsty power intensified its effect, and Jinshin continued to absorb the enemy's blood. After being able to, Jinshin didn't wait long and immediately jumped into the air to counterattack Zhao Shi. Zhao Shi was startled from such a quick attack by Zhao Shi, while Jinshin kept a big grin on her face. Zhao Shu tried to defend himself, but Zhen Xin was able to break through his sword and pierce Zhao Shu's body. Coughing up blood, Zhao Shu shouted that he couldn't lose to Zhen Xin, and it was impossible. Another 7,000 points were obtained for killing the 7th ranked warrior, Zhao Shu. Some of the lion mercenaries immediately began to flee, for they did not expect the death of their leader. Jinshin told the remaining lion mercenaries to go and bury their dead leader Zhao Shu. Zhen Xin was receiving an immeasurable amount of points from Zhao Shu's army of slain warriors. Zhen Xin's subordinate suggested that Zhen Xin had already lost her mind from gusts of anger. One of the warriors was startled to notice that all the members of the lion's mercenary group had been killed. The other enemies immediately fell to their knees in front of Zhen Xin and begged the beauty for mercy. Zhen Xin smirked and invited her enemies to join her mercenary steel army. Under Zhen Xin's orders, a group of mercenaries of steel occupied all the mountains of Heavenly Valley. Half a month later, Zhen Xin cultivated, and thanks to those found crystals, she had almost risen to rank 8. Still, the time has come for Zhen Xin to go to the desert city and deal with the brigands. In the desert, one of the thieves complained that traders had been coming there less and less often lately. Another replied to him that they were too cunning, for which they should be taught a lesson. But the robbers soon sounded the alarm, for they noticed that men were approaching them. One of the brigands told the chief that a dozen men on horseback were rushing toward them. The head ordered the brigands to have the guards simply slaughter everyone who came towards them. But the order had no time to be transmitted, for Zhen Xin was already inside the palace of the head of the brigands. The head of the brigands was very displeased and asked Zhen Xin who she thought she was. Zhen Xin called herself by the name of the murderer of the desert bandit nation that raged outside the Star City. The head of the brigands asked Zhen Xin not to become arrogant, for the 7th rank would not be enough for her to win. But Zhen Xin immediately rushed through the enemies, and once they were in front, they realized that they were shredded. Zhen Xin sighed and remarked that their duel was too boring and short. Some man was surprised that Zhen Xin was able to kill the entire army of brigands. Zhen Xin gave orders to Ahu to guard the desert city, but he would be charged to come to the city. Zhen Xin smirked and said that now she wanted to become an admiral because of all that power. In his mansion, City Lord Qingcheng was raging since he had spent so much money into a group of lion mercenaries, and Zhen Xin had just interrupted them. The subject bowed and told the Lord that they would definitely kill Zhen Xin for her actions. Lord Qingcheng asked the subject how many people they had already contacted, for her weapon rank increase was bound to attract a lot of attention. The subject said that there would be at least 10 warriors of the 8th or 9th rank coming to Star City. From these words, the Lord was able to calm down and decided to praise his subject for such an excellent job. The idea of warriors amused the Lord as he anticipated the end of the Star City of Zhen Xin. 3 days later, Zhen Xin was meditating when a subject reported that Admiral Cheng had arrived in her city. Zhen Xin interrupted her cultivation in honor of this and was happily surprised by this information. Zhen Xin began to put on her shoes and realized that once she told the Lord about her accomplishments, he would promote her. Lord Cheng was very angry with the subject, calling him trash. He asked him to bring him good medicine. Lord Cheng was angry that the damned earth dragons dared to kill his subordinates and shamed the Lord. Zhen Xin decided to reveal that she had finally completed her task and bragged to the Lord. Lord Cheng ordered Zhen Xin to shut up and added that she should quickly help with the medicine, for he was in pain. Lord Cheng asked Zhen Xin to help with the medicine faster, rather than waiting for something for nothing. Zhen Xin was displeased, but Lord Cheng was still useful to her, so she tolerated it. Zhen Xin poured an entire bottle of medicine on the Lord's injured arm, which was very reckless. Splashing such a bottle on a wound left the Lord in terrible pain and suffering on the wound. Lord Cheng waved his hand in pain and asked Zhen Xin whether or not she still wanted to be a city lord. Zhen Xin said that she no longer wanted to be a city lord. She took her status higher and demanded the Lord's seat. Lord Cheng was wary, wondering what kind of plan Zhen Xin could have come up with. Lord Cheng came to his senses in time and decided to apologize to Zhen Xin for his cruel treatment of her. Zhen Xin, on the other hand, smirked evilly and told the Lord that it was already too late for such decisions. Zhen Xin immediately started advancing towards Lord Cheng and broke his sword into 2 pieces. The Lord was immediately startled, after all. He didn't think that Zhen Xin had a rank A weapon or even higher. But as soon as Lord Cheng decided to address Zhen Xin, she stabbed him with her blade. The Lord immediately fell to the ground and died. Yifan, on the other hand, swept her ambition up and grew and grew. The guards entered Zhen Xin's chambers. They immediately turned to Zhen Xin, saying how dare she kill the Lord. Zhen Xin added that killing the Lord was nothing, but if Lord Cheng had ardent fans, they could repeat his fate. Zhen Xin ordered Huang Kunhui to destroy all news of Admiral Cheng's arrival. Huang Kunhui was wary. Had Zhen Xin already started making attempts on his life? Zhen Xin allayed his fears by saying that as long as he did his tasks well, she would not touch him and tossed him the crystals as a reward. Huang Kunhui was overjoyed at such generosity from City Lord Zhen Xin and thanked her. Soon, people from Jingcheng were supposed to come to Star City. But with Zhen Xin's current strength, she would be easily killed by a rank 9 warrior. Zhen Xin decided to just wait until the guys who would come for her sword were killed. And then she would blame the murder of Admiral Cheng on the citizens of the Earth Dragon Empire, at which time she would get a shot at the Admiral's position. At the same moment, Zhen Xin had to raise her rank to 8th rank as fast as possible. In 3 days, warriors arrived at the Star City and were immediately swept up by the strictness of the guards at the entrance. One of the guys asked if it was true that Zhen Xin had an S-rank weapon in her hands, but the fellow turned to his subjects and said that it looked like the city was in Zhen Xin's power. The subject asked the guy what he would do when he took Zhen Xin's sword, to which the guy replied that it was worth taking the sword first. Huang Chunhui spotted the gang in front of the Star City gate and immediately decided that he would need to inform Zhen Xin about it. After cultivating all this time, Zhen Xin could finally comprehend the 9 chapters of Heavenly Spirit. Huang Kunhui burst into Zhen Xin's room and reported that some group of warriors were at the gate. Zhen Xin replied that she had already known of their arrival in advance. Zhen Xin looked at Ye Feng's sword and noticed that a group of warriors had come to take this sword away. While Huang Kunhui stood silently, Zhen Xin asked him if he wanted to take her sword too. He, however, awkwardly brushed it off and said that he wouldn't dare take the sword of the city lord. Zhen Xin stood up and walked towards the exit, adding that taking some of other people's belongings was not very good. Zhen Xin recommended that Huang Chunhui gather all his family and friends, but Huang Kunhui didn't understand why. Zhen Quan told him that war was about to break out soon, and if he didn't want to die, they should have stayed away. Zhen Xin waited on the warriors in the center of her mansion, taking a sneak peek that the warriors had finally arrived, while the warriors were disappointed to learn that Zhen Xin had been expecting them. One of the guys didn't understand why the guards didn't react in any way if Zhen Xin was expecting them to come in. Zhen Xin revealed she had been guessing about it since the moment she entered the ancient ruins, but the enemies hadn't done anything then. The guy was dumbfounded to learn that he had been exposed while still hiking in the ancient ruins. The subjects turned to Xiaofeng and added that there was no visual power in Zhen Xin's sword. Zhen Sun decided to get to her feet and said that until the warriors tried it, they wouldn't know the power of her sword. Zhen Xin drew her sword from its sheath and ordered her enemies to give their blood for her sword. The warriors did not understand what had happened, for the appearance of Zhen Xin's sword suddenly changed when she took it out of its sheath. The warriors noticed the new power of Zhen Xin's sword and realized that they had not come for nothing and had found that very sword after all. Zhen Xin decided to use the cross of hell and stabbing his sword into the ground. It began to emit a black aura around him. The group of warriors were scared out of their wits as a black aura enveloped them all in a circle. Zhen Xin's blood riot skill had finally been activated, and she could finally start the fight. Xiaofeng was mad because he realized that they could have been landed in Star City today. One of the guys asked permission from the others to deal with Zhen Xin on his own. The guys couldn't believe it as there were so many of them. In total, there were 3 rank 9 warriors and 9 rank 8 warriors. For such a force, they took too long to take Zhen Xin's sword away. Zhen Xin used a phantom dance on the guy who wanted to get even with her and added that attacking her with a rank A sword was a stupid idea. The guy barely had time to block the multiple attacks on him from Zhen Xin's phantom dance. A couple of other warriors decided to enter the battle for support against the strongest Xin wife. Zhen Xin straightened up one of the guys who came out to support her pretty quickly. But the attacks from the other warrior were useless, so Zhen Xin easily dodged the attacks. She only landed on the ground and gathered the power in her sword to attack again. Immediately, Zhen Xin rushed to attack the second guy who was holding large sledgehammers as weapons. Zhen Xin lightly broke the offender's weapon, startling him with her strength as for an 8th ranker. After the broken weapon, Zhen Xin continued her attack and took the violent man's life. Zhen Xin absorbed the corpses of both rank 8 warriors and received 8,000 evolution points and 8 energy charges. Some of the guys were watching the sword and immediately noticed that Zhen Xin's sword was absorbing blood. Zhen Xin herself noticed something new. The sword absorbed the enemy's energy and transferred it to her. Zhen Xin laughed and decided to test it again by simply killing a few more warriors. An elder from the crowd of warriors swept up that Zhen Xin held an S-rank weapon in her hands, and no less than that. Xiaofeng thought Zhen Xin was very strange and offered to kill her as soon as possible and take the sword away. The enemies decided to attack all together. The elder decided to attack first, releasing a sand vortex. The second guy swung his sword and released an electric surge towards Genshin. The third guy had a similar attack. He too swung his weapon and released a lightning bolt of a different color. Huang Kunhui watched Genshin's terrifying strength, but he was afraid, for there were so many warriors of the same rank around her, which put her in great danger. Huang Kunhui hoped that Genshin would be all right since she was very kind to him. The attacks from the masters hurt Genshin very badly, and she found herself in a rather desperate situation. But the warriors' attacks kept coming, for one of the warriors attacked Genshin from behind. Genshin was able to block the attack, but she had too little time to do so, so she suffered minor injuries. Genshin used the ultimate disintegration of the demon and the Great Law, for the warriors left her no choice. The ultimate disintegration of the demon and the Great Law changed Genshin's appearance slightly, and she began to rage. In a split second, Genshin was able to kill several rank 8 warriors, but even so, she continued to rage. Ye Fan was surprised at the huge numbers, for this anger of Genshin had brought Ye Fan a total of 24,000 evolution points. Genshin had actually studied Ye Fan's last form of sword magic art. The ultimate disintegration of the demon and the Great Law was too dangerous a state of affairs. In this form, Genshin had too much bloodlust and couldn't get enough even through killings. Xiaofeng was puzzled as to how Genshin had such a drastic change in character. The second guy realized what kind of technique Genshin used. He realized that it was demon decay. Genshin used the flames of the underworld that poisoned souls to kill everyone. Some warriors were able to dodge the flames of the underworld, but the attack didn't dissipate that quickly. Thanks to this, the flames did get to the guy and immediately burned his body completely. Ye Fan swept up that they had gotten tens of thousands of evolution points today, but he still had a long way to go before he reached 5 million points. Genshin did not stop in her anger. Her aura became even more menacing and sinister. The boy turned to the elder and asked him what they should do, for Genshin was completely possessed. The elder replied that they could only kill her by force and combined effort. Otherwise, they would all die. The 3 masters gathered all their strength together and rushed into a synchronized attack on Genshin. Genshin was receiving injuries all over her body, but her immense anger did not let slacken. Genshin gathered her power and let out a heartbreaking cry that stopped the warriors. While Genshin fought with her full strength against the 9th-ranked warriors, Ye Fan watched the whole rampage. Ye Fan also noticed that Genshin had used the last chapter of the 9 chapters of the 9 chapters of the Heavenly Spirit and ended up in the form of the ultimate demon decay and the Great Law. Since the speed of her skill refinement was too fast, her brain couldn't keep up with it and she lost control during the battle. Ye Fan added that even if she defeated the rank 9 warriors, Genshin would not have enough energy and blood to return to her former form, causing her to simply die as a result. Genshin's first thought was to get rid of the 9th-ranked elder of the entire group, but he blocked her strike. Only Ye Feng's sword was stronger as always, and the elder's sword received a large crack on the blade. Genshin shouted out that the elder was only a mouse that only knew how to hide himself. She then offered a group of warriors to try out her new trick, which she used to create an orange ball of energy. One of the 9th-rank warriors told everyone else to run away as fast as possible, but it was already too late, for a huge ball of rampaging blood had already collided with the ground and created a huge explosion. As a result of the blood rampage ability, 3 9th-rank warriors found themselves on the ground and bloody. One of them was paralyzed as his own sword pierced the warrior's back as he was struck by a riot of blood. Genshin approached the warriors. With her last strength, she was able to announce that she had won this battle. After that, Genshin swung her sword and killed the first warrior that was closest to her. A large pool of blood spread out at Genshin's feet, and Ye Fan's balance came to 9,000 points. The elder of the entire group still had some strength and shouted to Genshin to stop, but Genshin didn't want to listen to him. She only smirked maliciously and said goodbye to the warriors, after which she finished off the 2 remaining warriors rather quickly and gained 18,000 evolution points. Huang Kunhui raised his hand to the sky, noting that the sky was changing, because at this moment, it was raining. Genshin stood in the center of the 3 dead warriors and absorbed their blood, resulting in 27 units of energy. Ye Fan observed that Genshin had absorbed a lot of blood, but it wasn't enough, and if she didn't get more, she would die. Genshin didn't want to accept her death, and decided to get more blood to save herself. Genshin walked slowly through the city, leaning on the walls because of her powerlessness, and soon found the citizens, but Genshin only gave a small smile upon seeing her citizens. She didn't dare to kill them. Genshin's heart warmed even more when she saw the little girl with her mom saying how scared she was. Zhenshin decided to come up with another plan to save her life and immediately turned to Huang Kunhui. Huang Chunhui stepped out from around the corner and immediately turned to the city lord at her beck and call. Zhenshin asked Huang Kunhui to bring her the most ordinary red horse as soon as possible. But before Huang Kunhui left, Zhenshin also asked Huang Kunhui to bring a jug of wine as well. Huang Kunhui put his hands together and bowed to the city lord and said that he would do so. Huang Chunhui realized that City Lord Zhenshin had finally come to her senses, for he thought that she wanted to kill him. Soon, Huang Chunhui brought the best red horse in the whole city and a jug of wine. Huang Kunhui added that it was the same jug from which he himself had secretly drunk. Zhenshin told Huang Kunhui to take everything out of the city lord's mansion. The words of City Lord Zhenshin alerted Huang Kunhui, and he asked Zhenshin where she was going. Zhenshin simply smiled and told Huang Kunhui that she was leaving and wouldn't be back at all soon. Without having time to say anything in response, Huang Kunhui watched as City Lord Zhenshin ran away on her horse into the forest. Ye Fan sighed and remarked that Zhenshin herself understood the state she was in. Zhenshin tried to run as fast as she could on her horse, but she realized that it was already too late. She tried to run faster and faster, regretting that she couldn't go back in time. Zhenshin still remembered how she taught in the Heaven sect, and was only a middle-ranked teacher. But even so, she had lived a very happy life. But a warrior who was from the Earth Dragon Empire came one day and ruined Zhenshin's entire life. Zhenshin then tried to attack him in tears, asking why he had killed her daughter and husband. But the warrior was stronger and defeated her without even reaching for a weapon. She wondered to herself why he wanted her alone. That day, she decided to become stronger to take revenge on that very warrior from the Earth Dragon Empire. And right now, Zhenshin could not accept the fact that she was dying, even though she had not become strong and avenged the death of her husband and daughter. As soon as Zhenshin's eyes went blank, she fell to the ground and was already dead. Yi Fan swept up that she had died too suddenly, at the same time gaining experience for her death. Already when the time had come to midnight, some horse rode over to the corpse of City Lord Zhenshin. It was Huang Kunhui who discovered the corpse of his City Lord Zhenshin. With gravity, Huang Kunhui decided to burn Zhenshin's corpse and let her rest in peace. Huang Chunhui soon burned Zhenshin's corpse completely, and wished her an earthly resting place. Ye Fan couldn't accept one thing. Although Zhenshin had died, he wasn't even sad. But one thing bothered him. What bothered Ye Fan was that before his death, Zhenshin had brought him to some empty mountain. 3 days had passed since Zhenshin's death, and Ye Fan kept expecting some new sword owner. But the already saddened Ye Fan had waited so long for a new owner that the sound of some footsteps did not make him happy. Some warrior was riding a horse and rushing in front of the sword. When he noticed the sword, he decided to slow down his stride. Tang Gaohu was a rank 7 warrior, but as soon as a sword caught his eye, he recognized it as it was Zhenshin's item. Tang Gaohu rejoiced at this discovery, for as it turned out, he had been looking for this sword for quite some time. Tang Gaohu wanted this sword, for it was what made Zhenshin so powerful, so he wanted to get his hands on them. Raising the sword, Tang Gaohu swept its strength. But Ye Fan noticed that the system had written about how weak Tang Gaohu was for this sword. Tang Gaohu raised his sword upwards, boasting about how his strength had risen, for it was indeed a magic sword. Ye Fan called Tang Gaohu casual. Besides, Tang Gaohu shouted like this when he found this sword. Tang Gaohu decided to take this sword for himself, and started walking back to his horse, looking at the sword. But the effect of the unknown sword worked on him, and he tripped over a small rock that was behind him. The effect was too strong, and as a result of its fall, the sword pierced Tang Gaohu's throat. Ye Fan realized that he wouldn't be able to find a qualified cultivator in this forest, thus making the decision to fly for the price of his energy. On reflection, Ye Fan decided to fly to some big city, hoping to find a good cultivator there. But while Ye Fan was flying, he came across a rank 9 beast that blocked his path. The beast immediately swung its paw and swung the sword away, but Ye Fan wasn't about to give up. Ye Fan used a phantom dance to kill the 9th-ranked beast in his path. After killing the beast, Ye Fan proudly declared that rank 9 wasn't even a hindrance for him. But that wasn't all. For a second after, a horde of rank 9 birds appeared in Ye Fan's path. Ye Fan decided to gather his strength and deal with the birds, telling them to die. He flew through the body of one to the other, piercing the 9th-ranked birds time after time. There were more and more birds, and Ye Fan's energy was less and less, leaving him with less than 100 energy. Ye Fan was surprised because of the fact that these punches spent more than 1,000 points of energy points. Out of desperation, Ye Fan decided to land somewhere nearby that didn't have rank 9 birds. But having already fallen behind some rock, Ye Fan realized that only some ghost would get him from that place. After the rustling in the bushes, Ye Fan was frightened and tried to convince himself that the spirits didn't exist. After these sounds, a girl in rags and chains came out of the bushes. She did not expect to see a rank 9 beast in front of her eyes. Noticing the girl, Ye Fan immediately noticed her immense beauty and practically fell in love with her. Examining the area around her, the girl noticed a very strong spirit in the neighborhood, after which she realized that it was coming from the sword. Turning around to him, she asked if the sword had killed those beasts. As the woman looked at the sword, for some reason she felt like something was pulling her from the darkness. After not much thought, the woman named Lin Luoluo decided to take the sword. Ye Fan was shocked to see that her aura was perfectly even between evil and good. Lin Luoluo still had Ye Fan's sword in her hands, and she began to be enveloped by a marvelous aura, not realizing what kind of sword it was. Lin Luoluo remarked that as she held the sword, she could feel her strength gradually increasing. Ye Fan started to get clever and revealed that Lin Luoluo's base was too weak. She was only a rank 2 warrior, but similar to what Lin Luoluo had experienced, warriors moving up to rank 5 were getting similar feelings. Lin Luoluo decided to become stronger as quickly as possible, and the first thing she did was to start to cut up the corpse of a rank 9 beast. And Lin Luoluo should have hurried, for what she was doing would surely attract this beast's kin. Ye Fan couldn't understand why the unknown sword effect didn't work on Lin Luoluo, even though she was weaker than Zhen Xin. Soon Lin Luoluo went to a completely different place, and finally picking up a comfortable spot, she was satisfied. At this point, Lin Luoluo adopted a meditation stance and began to refine her strength. Ye Fan decided that at this moment, he needed to give her all the information she needed to know. Lin Luoluo showed little to no reaction, but Ye Fan didn't like it and asked for more emotions of surprise. Ye Fan noticed that this girl didn't know her origin and was in prison clothes, but she was developing very fast, which could tear her apart. After all, she was only a 2nd rank warrior. Ye Fan was wary of Lin Luoluo's strange physique and decided to at least get some information about her. Looking in the system, Ye Fan found some information. As it turned out, Lin Luoluo's origin was not simple. She was an empress. In just the next 3 hours, Lin Luoluo was able to raise her rank to the 3rd rank. Even though there were attribute enhancement crystals and all sorts of accessories, but it was too fast. Even so, soon Lin Luoluo heard footsteps. Some men in iron armor were looking for someone. As it turned out, they were looking for Lin Luoluo. These warriors were from the Earth Dragon Empire and had approached Lin Luoluo as a slave girl. Lin Luoluo said she was not a slave and emphasized that the men had brought them there by force. Once captured, Lin Luoluo was able to find the only way to escape from there. And gathering her will in her fist, Lin Luoluo didn't want to go back there no matter what it cost her. The second man turned to Lin Luoluo and remarked that she was still angry and said how cute she was in spite of her dirty appearance. But Lin Luoluo's anger kept building up and up. She decided not to hold back and cut the warrior in two. The warrior was only a rank 5 warrior and brought very few Ye Fan points as well as energy units. The commander became very angry when he noticed that Lin Luoluo was killing his subjects and told her that she was seeking her own death. Lin Luoluo said that for their deeds, the Earth Dragon people should go to hell and pay the full price. The commander did not tolerate such insolence and ordered his entire small army to attack Lin Luoluo. Lin Luoluo used the Phantom Dance and immediately killed many warriors at a time, immediately absorbing their blood. Lin Luoluo didn't understand how, but subconsciously she was able to use the sword skills even though she didn't know it at all. Ye Fan observed that due to her neutral aura, Lin Luoluo could use fear suggestion and awe suggestion at will. The commander got even angrier and said that Lin Luoluo would die on the same day, for there would be thousands of people against her for the death of a group of Earth Dragons. Lin Luoluo didn't care about the raging warrior's words, and she immediately killed him, telling him that he was carrying too much nonsense. Lin Luoluo strapped the sword onto her back and swept her sword up, noting that this was supposed to be her reward for this great labor. Ye Fan added that Lin Luoluo was quite promising, and following her was quite a good decision. After the fight, Lin Luoluo started to undress. Ye Fan, on the other hand, was not resistant to such things and tried to stop her. Ye Fan pretended not to peek at Lin Luoluo's actions, but he was clearly watching. The girl decided to go for a swim, and what was odd besides the scars on Luoluo's body was her mark on her arm. While Lin Luoluo was in the water, there was no smile on her face, for she longed for her sister. When Lin Luoluo finally washed herself, her face was almost unrecognizable. She had become many times better. Even Ye Fan swept up her beauty after she washed away all the dirt from her face and body. In a fit of anger, Lin Luoluo decided to cut off the patch of skin where the mark was in order to remove it permanently. Yi Fan was surprised, for there was no way he could have expected her to be so cruel to his body. Lin Luoluo decided to focus and continue meditating. Enveloping herself with an aura, Lin Luoluo meditated towards the very sunset, and when it came, Lin Luoluo built a fire. Yi Fan observed Lin Luoluo and said that she clearly had a special story of her own. When it was already getting light, Lin Luoluo was hunting for beasts. Yi Fan observed that Lin Luoluo's talent was frightening. After all, if she cultivated even the most ordinary exercises to reach the 6th rank, she would only need a month to reach the 6th rank. Soon, Lin Luoluo decided that it was time to go, and Yi Fan was surprised that she wanted to practice with such craziness. Lin Luoluo walked towards the Earth Dragon Kingdom and found many corpses along the way. Some guy in a robe was carrying a heavy sack on his back as the man behind him whipped him with a whip. The man behind commanded the guy to go faster and kept hitting him with the whip. The man swung the whip once more and warned the boy to move faster. But the guy continued not to listen to him, for which the man hit him in the face with a whip. The boy fell to the ground and tried to get up, but he was already completely powerless and unable to. The man called the guy scum and ordered a subject to carry the weak guy out of his sight. While he was commanding, Lin Luoluo appeared in front of his eyes. The man turned to her and said that entry was forbidden. The male subject told Lin Luoluo that she was playing with death and drew the bowstring of her bow. But Lin Luoluo's reaction was honed to perfection. She sliced through his arrow with ease. Lin Luoluo began to surround herself with an ominous aura, thus scaring the enemies around her. The subjects were hit by the ominous aura and became frightened, but the commander told them not to be afraid of the girl. Lin Luoluo, on the other hand, did not suppress her spirit and decided to silently attack them, immediately killing all 3 of them. The rest of the warriors decided not to hold back and stand up for their dead friends. Lin Luoluo raised her sword into the sky and released white bursts of energy at the enemies. Lin Luoluo's mighty technique began to dry up the bodies of some of the enemies, leaving others in shock. A couple of the remaining warriors decided to try to finish off Lin Luoluo, and they rushed in to attack. Some grandmother from the slave part noticed Lin Luoluo and was surprised, for she recognized her. Yi Fan had noticed that killing rank 5 warriors brought too few evolution points. One of the slaves got hope after seeing that Lin Luoluo had indeed killed all the Earth Dragon warriors. Lin Luoluo raised her sword above her head and proclaimed all slaves free from this day forward. The slaves raised their hands to the sky, and all together shouted a cry that they were finally free. Lin Luoluo watched with a smile as the former slaves thanked her for saving them. Lin Luoluo's aunt immediately approached her to ask if she was okay, to which she received a positive reply. Lin Luoluo had to keep her evil spirit away from everyone so that she wouldn't hurt anyone. Auntie excitedly asked Lin Luoluo, did she really become a high-ranked warrior? Lin Luoluo got embarrassed and told her aunt that she was something of a strong warrior now. One of the slaves fell down in tears, for all was useless as long as they had slave tags, and because of this they would be treated as slaves for the rest of their lives. The slaves sighed, since even if they ran away things could have gotten worse because of the slave marking. Lin Luoluo began to heat up the iron and confirmed that the slave mark could not simply be removed, and in honor of that, she decided to give all the slaves a new mark, saying it's up to them to be slaves or regular people. None of the slaves present supported the idea at first, but instead all remained silent. But from the silent group, Aunt Lin Luoluo came out and put her hand on her chest, saying that she wanted to try first. Aunt Zhuo opened her back in front of Lin Luoluo and asked her to proceed, to create a new tag. Lin Luoluo hated the mark with the word slave on the backs of slaves, and decided to send all the warriors of the Earth Dragon Empire far away. Lin Luoluo pressed the iron insert against Aunt Zhuo's back, and steam came from her back. After a couple of minutes, Lin Luoluo put away the implement, and Aunt Zhuo showed her back. Now there was a burn at the marking spot. Right after this procedure, the other slaves were interested in removing the slave mark, and asked Lin Luoluo to do the same for them. And so little by little, every single slave made the decision to rid themselves of the stigma and burden of their bad lives. After being completely freed from slavery, all the groups got down on one knee in front of Lin Luoluo and thanked her. Lin Luoluo smiled at this, but asked the former slaves to leave for their homes as quickly as possible. Aunt Zhuo was worried about Lin Luoluo's safety, but she had to leave, so only asked Lin Luoluo to be careful. Lin Luoluo decided to cultivate while the others were leaving. She took a meditation pose and concentrated. But her calmness didn't last long. She heard a bunch of warriors coming to Lin Luoluo's side. A group of warriors arrived at the place where the slaves were freed and immediately approached Lin Luoluo to clarify the circumstances. Lin Luoluo simply put her palms together, and spirits that were clearly in anguish appeared around her. The commander of the arriving group turned to Lin Luoluo again, as she did not answer him at all. Ye Fan swept over 200 or 300 warriors, including 6th-ranked. 7th-ranked warriors came to this place. Ye Fan was happy with these numbers, as they would get rich in evolution points from this army. The army commander said that Lin Luoluo was beautiful, so much so that he felt sorry to kill her. The commander ordered the subjects to take Lin Luoluo as a prisoner, but by no means to kill her, but to leave her alive. Lin Luoluo did not tolerate the attacks from the warriors and swung her sword at the ground, leaving a crater on the ground from the impalement. After which, Lin Luoluo used a phantom dance and was able to kill another row of warriors. Immediately after that, Lin Luoluo continued this bloodbath and killed 5 more warriors. Ye Fan, on the other hand, was in a mad euphoria at how many points Lin Luoluo brought with her rampage. Ye Fan also noticed that Lin Luoluo used bloodthirsty rage and healing rage together, thus making herself even stronger. Soon, Lin Luoluo only had the commander left to kill. When she put her sword in front of his face, he asked Lin Luoluo who she was. Lin Luoluo lowered her head and pondered for a few seconds on what to say to the commander in front of her, but still said she was from the Silver Clan, and added more fear to the commander's eyes. Lin Luoluo got angry and asked the Earth Dragon Group commander if he knew about the Silver Clan. The man said he knew it was the same clan where people turn silver when angry, and if you kill them in that state they stay silver forever. The commander also added that he got very rich because of killing people from the Silver Clan. From what she heard, Lin Luoluo was furious, and proved that she was from the Silver Clan, for she herself was covered in silver. Lin Luoluo asked the commander, had the Earth Dragon Clan massacred the Silver Dragon Clan? The commander started cracking up about how strong the Earth Dragon Clan was and ordered Lin Luoluo to surrender. But before he could finish his speech, his body was cut in two with a single swing of his sword. When the commander began to beg with his last strength for Lin Luoluo to let him go, she finished him off without pity. Ye Fan said mockingly about the commander, saying he really wasn't guilty of his atrocities. Lin Luoluo decided to make her sword a scabbard, and Ye Fan praised her ingenuity. 3 days later, Lin Luoluo found herself in Sibei City, looking for a smithy to make her own scabbard. When Lin Luoluo was wandering around the city, she heard men discussing the situation of freeing slaves in Tianjin City, and the other heard a lot of Earth Dragon Army soldiers being killed. Ignoring this conversation, Lin Luoluo went about her business, and finally got to the smithy. Lin Luoluo asked the blacksmith to make the strongest scabbard he could make. The blacksmith said that Lin Luoluo wouldn't be able to wear the strongest scabbard because of his physical capabilities. Lin Luoluo simply told the blacksmith that she wasn't afraid of the weight or size of the sheath at all. The blacksmith decided to listen to Lin Luoluo and showed a red fire meteorite, saying that this could be used to make a sheath. Ye Fan and Lin Luoluo were astonished at the sight of such a beautiful and strong material. But the blacksmith added that the scabbard was expensive and 200,000 gold coins would have to be paid for these scabbards. Some man behind got into the dialogue and said that he could pay for Lin Luoluo, but added a condition: he would pay for the scabbard if Lin Luoluo spent the night in bed with him. Lin Luoluo immediately coldly said that she would not do this to him. The man swept up that he was a rank 7 warrior, and as a penalty to Lin Luoluo, she would not be drinking. When the man touched Lin Luoluo, she turned around and covered herself with a terrifying aura, then asked if the man wanted to die. The man realized that she was many times stronger and immediately feared for his pathetic life. Lin Luoluo didn't think long and told the man to get out of her sight as quickly as possible. The man immediately after her words began running away from the forge with fear for his life. Lin Luoluo returned to the dialogue with the blacksmith and offered to leave something for him to pledge, but the blacksmith refused and asked Lin Luoluo to show his sword. Lin Luoluo didn't mind and immediately started pulling out a sword from its sheath. Reaching for her sword, there was a very terrifying aura around her that only grew larger and larger. The other men in the blacksmith shop were frightened after Lin Luoluo took out the sword, because it had such a terrifying aura. Ye Fan, on the other hand, was uncomfortable with the many eyes on him, and he tried to ask people not to look at him. The blacksmith was very pleased to see the sword. He remarked that the floral pattern on it was beautiful, and the very face of the sword was comparable to hell on an apparition. Lin Luoluo noticed how strangely the man was acting, and asked him if he was all right. The blacksmith immediately replied to Lin Luoluo that he would not take any money for the scabbard, but would do his best to help in making the scabbard. A small group of warriors wandered around the city of Sibei in a long search for something important. When the group passed through a couple of guys, those guys were discussing that it was definitely not the Tianba Empire slaves provoking them. After all, Commander Wang had just recently arrested people around the city. The day after the order, Lin Luoluo returned to the smithy and asked if the scabbard was ready. The blacksmith told her that he had made it in the morning. The blacksmith held out the scabbard to Lin Luoluo. The scabbard was white in color and quite a comfortable shape for a sword. Taking the scabbard in her hands, Lin Luoluo examined it. While examining it, she noticed the heaviness of the scabbard. Ye Fan was skeptical of these scabbards and said that even a scabbard like this would do the trick. The blacksmith asked Lin Luoluo to see what kind of beautiful scabbard the master craftsman had made, then once again asked if it was beautiful. Lin Luoluo lowered her eyes and disagreed with the blacksmith, saying that she wasn't sure at all. The blacksmith also decided to inform Lin Luoluo about the auction that would soon be held in the city and suggested that she come along. Lin Luoluo saw this as a good opportunity, for she could learn something interesting about her clan through the auction. Lin Luoluo took the auction information booklet from the blacksmith and immediately decided to read it. The booklet said the auction would include a silver skeleton. This sent Lin Luoluo into a rage, when as Ye Fan only realized that it was a skeleton of people from her clan. From the overwhelming anger, Lin Luoluo was enveloped in a blue aura that perfectly embodied flames. The blacksmith was wary and tried to ask Lin Luoluo what had happened to her. But Lin Luoluo didn't say anything. She turned around and started to silently walk away from the forge. Some kind of rumbling could be heard at the entrance of the forge. The blacksmith thought it was Lin Luoluo returning for something. But it wasn't Lin Luoluo, but Commander Wang Qiang and his group of warriors who had come to the blacksmith's place. Commander Wang Qiang asked the blacksmith what the girl in front of him was buying. The blacksmith did not want to risk his life, for Commander Wang Qian had a rank 9 rank. The blacksmith immediately blabbered and revealed the full deal with Lin Luoluo. Commander Wang Qiang saw this as a good opportunity since he could catch her while she was in the city. Commander Wang Qiang asked many of his warriors and citizens, but at that moment, no one knew anything. Upon arriving at the auction, Lin Luoluo heard another conversation, in which the guys were talking about the things that would be auctioned besides the skeleton. Once Lin Luoluo took a seat, the auction began and everyone was greeted by the host. The first item up for auction was a Class A rank A sword, an ice blade that was made by Master Gunner himself. As soon as the lot was shown, tons of citizens started shouting at each other to buy this sword. Lin Luoluo remarked that the auction was something, and Ye Fan called it very lively. Lin Luoluo was upset because all the money had gone to the scabbard, but the results of the hunt and the points gained should be enough for a little while. Ye Fan was surprised at how many animals she had killed in the past couple of days. Because of all these kills, Ye Fan was able to accumulate as many as 30,000 evolution points from beasts and warriors. But it took over 4 million evolution points to reach SS rank. Ye Fan asked Lin Luoluo to hurry up to become stronger and earn more evolution points. The presenter asked those in the audience if they had heard of the Silver Clan from the Tianba Empire. Lin Luoluo immediately got angry because she knew which item was about to be discussed right now. The host raised his hand and added that the silver race had already reached its peak. The curtain on the skeleton began to fall, and the presenter explained that the hair and bones were turned into silver, the value of which was extremely high, and the silver bones could be ground into medicinal powder. And just as the curtain came down, a shiny silver skeleton appeared at auction. It was a special method that City Lord Shibei used in case he was overly frightened. Lord Shibei melted the body of a person belonging to the silver race using martial arts. It was a very rare occurrence. Lin Luoluo fell into a fit of anger again, and her aura was noticed by everyone around her. But Lin Luoluo decided not to attract attention. She took a deep breath and decided to be calmer. The host announced that the initial price for the silver skeleton would be 100,000 gold pieces. Immediately, 3 people began to raise the rate time after time, reaching already 500,000. Number 115 decided to up the ante by a factor of 1,800,000 and bid the skeleton price of 1,800,000. Lin Luoluo decided not to give in to the guy and raised the price by 10,000 from the guy's original price. The guy didn't like it at all that he had such competition that wasn't inferior to him at all. The guy decided to up the ante by 40,000, and the price was nearing 2 million. The host dramatized and insisted that someone raise the ante even more. Lin Luoluo decided to take 2 steps forward and raise the plaque, announcing the skeleton's price of 2 million. Even Ye Fan was very surprised from such high prices, from numbers that went up to 2 million or more million. The audience began to discuss what Lin Luoluo offered more than anyone else in the room. The guy decided to win Lin Luoluo at any cost. He raised the bet to 2,500,000, all to get that silver skeleton. Almost no one was particularly surprised at the lad's bid, for he was from the richest family of the Yangs. Lin Lalo placed her last bet of 3 million, for if she traded everything she had, she would have just enough. The guy stuck to his logic and placed a bid of 3,500,000 for the silver skeleton. The host immediately banged his gavel on the table and announced the silver skeleton sold. The guy was maximally dissatisfied that he had given more than 3 million for the skeleton, but he got it after all. Lin Luolo wanted to get the leftovers from her clan, and since there was no money, another way was needed. Yifan had a hint that something interesting might have started from this point onwards. It was already close to nightfall. Lin Lalo decided to go in search of the guy who bought the silver skeleton. Lin Lalo soon found the lad, but he was not alone, for he was already expecting her attack. The guy turned to Lin Lulu asking if she was intentionally raising the price, causing him to spend a lot more gold coins. Lin Lulu said that it just so happened, and that she had been looking for him all this time. The guy showed Lin Luolu the skeleton and was surprised that Lin Luolu didn't raise the price even more. The guy now realized that Lin Luolu wanted this silver skeleton more than anything else. Lin Lalo told the guy that if he gave up the skeleton, she'd let him go without a problem. The guy laughed and thought Lin Luolu's words were a joke, not understanding why she needed him. Guy gave command to his subjects to take Lin Lalo alive, for he wanted to see what she was all about. Lin Luolu cut the 3 warriors with a new technique from the blue fire without any difficulty. Yi Fan called these guys mere trash that sought their own deaths for no reason at all. The guy immediately asked Lin Lalo if she knew what family he was from. After all, Yang was one of the most powerful families in Zibei City. And since Lin Lalo had killed his servants, the guy promised to kill her family. But when Lin Luolu heard about her family, she immediately replied that she didn't have any family. The guy realized that his words were useless and told Lin Luolu that he didn't need anything from her anymore. The guy suggested that Lin Lalo pretend as if nothing had happened and they would forget. But Lin Luolu put the sword in front of his face and told the guy that it was already too late. After making preparations, Lin Luolu used the soul-poisoning flames of the underworld. In the morning, one of the guardsmen came across the corpse of a guy from the Yang family. The guy immediately turned around to the rest of the warriors and reported that Yang Feng was dead. Commander Wang Qiang noticed that the body was still warm, and Lin Luolu was by his side when he died. Commander Wang Qiang immediately ordered the entire warrior squad to rush after her. Lin Lalo brought the skeleton of a man from her clan to her apartment and hid there. Yifan understood Lin Luolu's difficult life experience, but was glad that she was finally reaching the 7th rank. While Lin Luolu was looking at the silver skeleton, she remembered a small scroll with information about the camps. Lin Luolu opened the scroll and set a goal, this time to liberate the next camp. While Lin Luolu was minding her own business, the warriors found her hiding place and walked towards her room. Lin Lalo was taken by surprise, for she had not expected to be found so quickly in this house. Lin Luolu made a big bang and was able to run away from the house as fast as possible to avoid being captured. But Commander Wang Xian noticed Lin Luoluo flying out of the building and immediately rejoiced. Lin Luoluo turned around, also noticing that Commander Wang Qiang immediately chased after her. But Commander Wang Qiang didn't want to just run after her. He jumped towards Lin Luoluo and attacked. Commander Wang Qian's attack was successful, for Lin Luoluo was unable to properly defend herself and flew back home. The subordinate warriors of the commander praised his strength, saying he justified his status by knocking Lin Luoluo down with a single blow. Lin Luoluo herself flew into the nearest building, waking the people living there, leaving them shocked. Ye Fan swept up that Commander Wang Qiang, as a 9th-ranked warrior, was indeed strong. Ye Fan added that even with all the improvements in all attributes, Lin Luoluo wouldn't be able to handle the 9th rank. But they had no intention of giving up. As soon as Commander Wang Qiang spotted Lin Luoluo, he rushed to attack at the same second. This time, Lin Luoluo barely had time to block Commander Wang Qian's attack, trying with all her strength. Ye Fan noticed Commander Wang Qian's sword, and realized that the rank of the sword ranged between A and S, also having quite a strong material. Commander Wang Qiang told Lin Luoluo that her sword was not easy, but he had prepared for it beforehand. Also, Commander Wang Qiang decided to ask Lin Luoluo if her sword was an S-rank sword, after which Commander Wang Qian added that Lin Luoluo had killed Yang Feng. But if she gave up her sword, only then could he release her. Lin Luoluo didn't choose to listen to the commander. Using bloodthirsty rage and rage healing, she attacked. Commander Wang Qiang put out his sword and blocked Lin Luoluo's attack, putting their swords in front of each other. Ye Fan assumed that the commander thought that he wouldn't be able to break his sword, but Ye Fan decided to change his mind. Commander Wang Qiang heard some sound from Lin Luoluo's sword, but before he could realize what the sound was from, Lin Luoluo used a technique. The technique was cloning. Lin Luoluo left many copies of herself and became many times faster herself. Commander Wang Qiang was confused amidst Lin Luoluo's illusions, swept up by the speed at which she did so. This made Commander Wang Qiang angry and decided to send Lin Luoluo far away. Commander Wang Qiang used his attack this time, making numerous cuts in front of him. This attack left an oodles of cuts and wounds on Lin Luoluo's body, even ruining her clothes. The healing aura of light helped Lin Luoluo and regenerated her wounds completely. Commander Wang Qiang did not expect Lin Luoluo's wounds to disappear in a couple of seconds at all. This ruined his plans. Commander Wang Qian was troubled by one more thing. Those wounds that Lin Luoluo had inflicted. His wounds were corroding him from the inside out. Wang Qian's commander had his warriors come to his aid, worried about his condition during the battle. Commander Wang Qiang ordered his warriors to capture Lin Luoluo alive or kill him, for he himself was in great pain and distress. Commander Wang Qiang didn't understand why so many people couldn't handle Lin Luoluo, even though she was injured. As soon as the warriors approached Lin Luoluo, she swung her sword and immediately killed 3 of them. Commander Wang Qiang couldn't understand how Lin Luoluo was holding up so well after being so seriously injured. Ye Fan thought that Lin Luoluo would die, but he didn't expect the warriors to come to share their blood and energy with Lin Luoluo. Lin Luoluo continued to kill Commander Wang Qian's subjects, killing each one time and time again. Watching, Commander Wang Qiang noticed that Lin Luoluo was slowly regenerating from her injuries. Commander Wang Qiang came up with an idea against Lin Luoluo. Raising his hand, he commanded the subjects to move away from Lin Luoluo. Commander Wang Qiang decided to attack Lin Luoluo himself, assuming that she had some way of stealing the blood of enemies. Commander Wang Qiang and Lin Luoluo clashed swords, but the commander noticed how the strength of the sword and Lin Luoluo herself increased. As Lin Luoluo's strength increased, she was able to swing her sword and throw Commander Wang Qian away from herself. While the commander was trying to regain his balance, he also couldn't figure out if Lin Luoluo had a top-level sword level. Lin Luoluo activated the Heaven Cross and Hell Cross at the same time. Ye Fan picked up on the fact that he had expected such power from Lin Luoluo, for she was a very talented person, at least due to her evil and good aura. The commander only watched the new attack from Lin Luoluo, not understanding anything in front of him at all. For every question, there was another. After all, what Lin Luoluo used was something that only the strongest warriors in the world could use. Lin Luoluo did not stand still at this time. She decided to attack Commander Wang Qian first. To the shock of Commander Wang Qian, part of his sword broke, even considering its unrealistic strength. Even the warriors watching were shocked as an ordinary girl defeated a 9th-rank commander when her speed only grew and grew. Commander Wang Qian's subjects tried to motivate him not to give up, but they were scared for him. Suddenly, Commander Wang Qiang began to scream. A red aura appeared at his feet and slowly enveloped the commander's body. That scream was an alert to the use of a forbidden technique called blood armor. As soon as the aura completely covered Commander Wang Qian's body, a large explosion erupted around him. After the smoke cleared, Commander Wang Qiang appeared, but his skin was now bright red. Commander Wang Qian's speed became much greater, and he roared to attack Lin Luoluo. Lin Luoluo did not have time to block this attack. Receiving the blow, she flew to the nearest wall and hit hard. Such a violent collision set Lin Luoluo in a lot of pain. And just like that, the bone on her shoulder broke. Ye Fan swept up that Lin Luoluo wouldn't last that long, for she was still on her feet due to the overconsumption of strength and blood. Commander Wang Qiang was puzzled. He couldn't understand why Lin Luoluo was able to pull off his trick. Commander Wang Qiang approached Lin Luoluo in order to find out who she really was. This question was addressed to Lin Luoluo because he couldn't figure out what clan she was from. Commander Wang Qiang added that Lin Luoluo had killed Yang Pei of the Yang family and a whole lot of guards. For this, the commander wanted to kill the entire Lin Luoluo family. Lin Luoluo got angry and told Commander Wang Qian to shut up, to which the latter started to scoff. Commander Wang Qiang asked Lin Luoluo, didn't she know who she dared to offend with her actions? Just like that, the commander added that if Lin Luoluo brought her sword to Commander Wang Qian, then he might not touch her. Lin Luoluo could no longer tolerate Commander Wang Qian's words. Her anger caused her to start turning into silver. Completely turned around, Lin Luoluo once again silenced Commander Wang Qian and looked straight into his soul. Seeing that Lin Luoluo was from the Silver Clan, Commander Wang Qiang understood why she had killed Yang Pei. Commander Wang Qiang said that last time, the City Lord had to melt the body to get a perfect silver skeleton. But to his surprise, the Silver Clan was still alive. While Commander Wang Qiang was chatting, he soon noticed that Lin Luoluo was able to recover her shoulder, but Commander Wang Qiang couldn't even comprehend everything, as Lin Luoluo had already attacked him first. Lin Luoluo's sword pierced through Commander Wang Qian's arm, which surprised him even more, because the blood armor was quite strong. Commander Wang Qiang came to his senses and swung away from Lin Luoluo, almost hitting her with his fist, but Lin Luoluo dodged it. Thanks to her evasion, Lin Luoluo decided to counterattack Commander Wang Qian once more. With her already second attack, Lin Luoluo was finally able to finish off Commander Wang Qian and cut off his head. For this killing of 9th rank Commander Wang Qian, Lin Luoluo received 9 points of energy and 9,000 evolution points. Ye Fan held his head and remarked that in this battle with 9th rank Commander Lin Luoluo, he almost died. As Lin Luoluo took away Commander Wang Qian's ring, she remembered that the city lord himself was the strongest warrior of Shibei City. Since Lin Luoluo had a huge problem with a rank 9 warrior, for a lord, she wouldn't have enough strength. After Lin Luoluo left, the city lord arrived at the scene and noticed the corpses of his men. The lord was completely shocked at so many corpses before his eyes, leaving him speechless. The most important thing that bothered the city lord was that Commander Wang Qian was able to be killed. The lord ordered his warriors to let the artist paint what they saw. The warriors immediately flew toward the artist, their flight depicting an arrow-shaped yellow beam as an arrow. While already behind the massacre site, Ye Fan noticed the flight of the best warriors of Shibei City, and if Lin Luoluo had stayed in the city a little longer, she would have died by the Lord's hand. Ye Fan reasoned how much evolution points and energy he could get for killing a martial arts master rank warrior, but he would only get 10,000 evolution points for doing so. Ye Fan added that if he received 100,000 points for such a kill, he would gladly accept it. While Ye Fan was chatting, Lin Luoluo was cultivating. Thanks to her rapid cultivation, she had already reached rank 8. But Ye Fan's thoughts never left Xinglan. He kept wondering what rank he had reached during this time. Lin Luoluo immersed herself in cultivation to the fullest, surrounding herself with a yellow aura, almost reaching greater strength. Already in the city lord's mansion, the artist painted a portrait of Lin Luoluo and said that she was the one who killed Wang Qian, Yang Pei, and 3 other people in a row. The artist asked about Lin Luoluo's background, but the city lord himself knew nothing about it. The lord added that judging from the description of the subordinate lord, the sword in Lin Luoluo's hand was very unusual. The artist wanted to know what made the sword so unusual, assuming it was a rank S sword. The lord revealed that the sword wasn't just rank S. It was even able to break Commander Wang Qian's sword, as well as absorb the blood of enemies. The painter continued to consider Lin Luoluo's porter and thought about the city lord's words. An ingenious idea popped into the artist's head. As the sword absorbed the blood of his enemies, it gave him a huge clue. The artist squeezed the portrait and told the city lord that he recognized the origin of her sword. The artist revealed that this sword was an assassin's sword. These words gave nothing to the city lord. The artist added, since the city lord was not in the Tianba Empire, he couldn't know about this sword either. It was rumored that city lord Zhen Xin in the Tianba Empire used this sword that could absorb the blood and strength of warriors. All this meant that the higher the rank of the person killed was, the higher the rank and strength of the cultivator, using the cultivator's sword to refine it. The artist added that he didn't expect such a legendary sword to appear in Shibei City at all. So the artist gave the portrait to the city lord and added, Mole now finding Lin Luoluo was a must. Lord said that the search was in full swing and Lin Luoluo couldn't get out of the city. The artist also added that this evening, Lin Luoluo had taken away the silver skeleton that Yang Pei had bought. The artist continued to speculate and suggested that Lin Luoluo might have been from the Silver Clan. But the artist's theory did not particularly appeal to the city lord, for he was certain that all the people of this clan had long since died. After thinking for a bit, the lord realized that the artist's theory might have been correct after all. When the emotions of the Silver class race reached their peak, they exploded with tremendous force beyond the norm, and the entire clan had been killed by a warrior at the rank of martial artist back in the beginning. The lord added that he would order the guards to keep searching for Lin Luoluo around the city. But according to the lord, the Yang family and the artist were to contribute to the search as well. The artist wanted to get his hands on this legendary assassin sword since it appeared in Shibei City. At the same time, Lin Luoluo finally came to the camp that was marked on her map. It was another slave exploitation camp that Lin Luoluo had come to liberate. A man with a whip got angry with a slave and started beating him with the whip with all his might. Lin Luoluo was getting more and more angry, but she swept over to the camp when she finally arrived at last. A ray of blue light dazed the warriors who were bullying the common slaves by beating them up. They immediately stopped beating the slaves and turned around to see who was behind them. But Lin Luoluo silently killed them the second they turned around, using a phantom dance. After which, Lin Luoluo continued to spill the blood of the shattered bodies of the pitiful warriors' shattered bodies. Lin Luoluo noticed that every time she killed people, she gained energy, and the more people she killed, the faster she became stronger. But if she only gained strength by killing people, there was no difference in her path with the demonic one. The other warriors in the slave camp noticed some activity on the other side of the camp and rushed over there. Lin Luoluo immediately decided to attack. She needed to deal with all the enemies before anyone reported her. While Lin Luoluo was killing the others, one warrior started to run away, but she quickly started to catch up with him. All the warrior had to do was scream in pain as his body burned out and turned into a lump of coal. The remaining warriors reported Lin Luoluo's attack as best they could, trying to counter it. But for Lin Luoluo, the warriors were no problem and she easily swept them out of her way. There was dense smoke from Lin Luoluo's attacks. Some warriors started walking through it, asking how Lin Luoluo dared to attack them. The warrior used energy magic and created a huge blue hand aimed at Lin Luoluo. Lin Luoluo swung her sword upwards and cut through this warrior's high-level magic. The warrior didn't expect his martial art to be dissected with just one blow, and without any difficulty. Lin Luoluo's sword began to burn with white fire, and she addressed the warrior as the commander of the slave camp, Jia Tianqiu. Jia Tianqiu had two questions in his mind. He didn't understand how Lin Luoluo knew him, and what kind of sword was in Lin Luoluo's hands. Jia Tianqiu pointed his finger at Lin Luoluo, saying that for her invading the slave camp and killing so many guards, she would pay for such a crime. Jia Tianqiu added that the descendants were responsible for their ancestors' crimes, up to and including killing the entire clan. Lin Luoluo said that there were no descendants, for her entire clan had been exterminated. Jia Tianqiu noticed that Lin Luoluo was from the Silverman clan from the color of her hair. Jia Tianqiu laughed, saying, Lin Luoluo was a fish that had escaped the Silver clan's nets. Jia Tianqiu stated that the killing of the entire Silver clan was also to his credit. Jia Tianqiu raised the stones into the air and added that the Silverman clan would finally disappear from the face of the earth. After finishing his preparation, Jia Tianqiu said that Lin Luoluo would have to die today. Jia Tianqiu used levitating stones to crush Lin Luoluo at one point. Jia Tianqiu smirked and replied to Lin Luoluo that this was the difference between the 8th and 9th ranks. Jia Tianqiu decided to finish off Lin Luoluo. Squeezing all the stones even tighter, he told Lin Luoluo to die. But this attack didn't leave a scratch on Lin Luoluo's body. She protected herself with a red shield. Lin Luoluo decided to taunt Jia Tianqiu by saying that he wanted to kill her, but he couldn't do it. Jia Tianqiu was definitely shocked. There was no way he had expected such an outcome after his attack. Lin Luoluo, on the other hand, offered Jia Tianqiu to parry her attack and launched her offensive attack. The wall of white flames almost reached Jia Tianqiu, for he did not have time to react to such a terrifying attack. But while Jia Tianqiu was thinking of how to dodge the first attack, Lin Luoluo struck him again. Thanks to the white flame and phantom dance, Lin Luoluo should have cut Jia Tianqiu into pieces. Turning around, Lin Luoluo noticed that Jia Tianqiu's body had started to decompose and disappear. Lin Luoluo swept up that Jia Tianqiu's ability that made him dodge was very marvelous. Even with this ability, Jia Tianqiu realized that Lin Luoluo's sword speed had almost hit him, but a secret technique had managed to save him. Jia Tianqiu transformed into one of the stones that he lifted into the air and soon attacked Lin Luoluo from behind. The attack was unexpected, and Lin Luoluo would have trouble defending himself from the hail of stones. Lin Luoluo was fighting off the stones. At this time, Yifan noticed how Lin Luoluo's speed and strength had increased in her silver state. The surviving warriors from the slave camp took bows and wanted to surprise attack Lin Luoluo. But turning her sword, Lin Luoluo noticed in the reflection the countenance of two warriors watching her. Noticing this, the archers immediately decided to start running away, because Lin Luoluo could easily kill them. Unfortunately for the warriors, Lin Luoluo was able to catch up with them and killed 3 rank 5 warriors. Yifan assumed that his sword would already rise to a new SS rank very soon. After killing the weak warriors, Lin Luoluo lowered her defenses, forgetting that she had another enemy. Jia Tianqiu attacked Lin Luoluo from the back, but she had time to react and block the commander's attack. Jia Tianqiu noticed the increase in strength from Lin Luoluo, as Lin Luoluo's attack only flew back a couple of meters from his attack. Lin Luoluo raised her sword and pointed at Jia Tianqiu, adding that it was his turn now. Lin Luoluo used the seal of power, a technique that only supreme cultivators and high-ranked warriors could master. Lin Luoluo began to swing for her new attack, using 6 martial arts. The martial art has turned into the strongest water stream lightning technique. Kya Tiankyu tried to stop Lin Luoluo's attack, but the strength of his sword wasn't enough and it broke down. Kya Tiankyu also decided to play hard and went to extreme measures, using his magic. The two magics collided, forming a great contest of strength between Kya Tiankyu and Lin Luoluo. This strength of Kya Tiankyu was able to recover his weapon, as these were not all the secrets of his sword. Some of Kya Tiankyu's magic hurt Lin Luoluo, but she realized that her clan's pain was much more serious. Kya Tiankyu did not want to give up in any way. He had recovered his strength and was about to attack Lin Luoluo again. Giving all his strength into his punches, he asked Lin Luoluo how he could finally kill her. Kya Tiankyu said that he felt sorry to burn a beauty like Lin Luoluo. She replied that the poison that poisoned her soul was much stronger than fire. With her healing abilities, Lin Luoluo's will helped her recover from all her injuries. This time, Lin Luoluo attacked first, noting that she still had a little bit left to her victory. Kya Tiankyu didn't understand how Lin Luoluo could fight as if she was uninjured, yet still become stronger. Lin Luoluo was determined, and jumping high into the air, she intended to finish this fight. With her attack, Lin Luoluo grazed Commander Kya Tiankyu's arm and began to slash through it. But Kya Tiankyu managed to escape this attack, keeping his arm in place but not without injury. Lin Luoluo's onslaught wasn't even in a hurry to come to an end. She was getting stronger and stronger. Once near Commander Kya Tiankyu, Lin Luoluo continued to hit time and time again. Just blocking attacks, Kya Tiankyu could not, for his sword had once again lost a part, leaving Kya Tiankyu with a fragile sword. Seeing this, Lin Luoluo took it as a sign to deliver a final blow to the commander. But Commander Kya Tiankyu shouted that he would not give up so easily and decided to strike as well. In the fight, Lin Luoluo's sword was stronger, and she pierced first his sword and then Commander Kya Tiankyu's neck as well. Lin Luoluo looked at Commander Kya Tiankyu's corpse and remarked that he had grated on her nerves quite a bit. For this extravaganza victory, Lin Luoluo received 9,000 evolution points, and Ye Fan complained that she had only killed one such warrior. But something Ye Fan was still happy about, because after this fight, Lin Luoluo would have an easier time fighting a rank 9 than before. Lin Luoluo fell on her knees in the middle of the camp and said that she had finally avenged her little sister. After spilling her emotions out, Lin Luoluo decided that it was already time to leave and began to regenerate herself. While Lin Luoluo was doing her business, Ye Fan noticed that Lin Luoluo was changing her clothes too quickly. Ye Fan began to look around, realizing that there were no longer any living warriors left in the slave camp. The locked-up slaves couldn't see what was going on outside, but they were very curious. Lin Luoluo opened the veil and brightened the cage tent, saying that the slaves were free from this moment onwards. Everyone who heard Lin Luoluo's words took it as a joke, but they were surprised. In order to show her good intentions, Lin Luoluo broke a special lock that could not be broken with A-rank weapons. This lock was what kept the slaves locked away. Lin Luoluo began to take the slaves outside and said that the strong should help the weak. After taking all the slaves outside, Lin Luoluo stood in the center and declared that she had beheaded Kya Tiankyu, thus freeing the slaves. Most of the slaves knelt down in front of Lin Luoluo and thanked her for saving them. Whereupon Lin Luoluo declared that she and her slaves would escape from Shibei and asked the slaves to follow her. Soon, news of what Lin Luoluo had done in the slave camp reached the city lord's office. News of the murder of all the overseers and the freeing of the slaves left the city lord in shock. The city lord thumped the table loudly, but decided to ask what happened to Kya Tiankyu. The subject was afraid to say it, but still decided to reveal to the city lord the truth that he was dead. The city lord gave orders to find out who did it all, to which the subject replied that the girl with the sword did it. The city lord immediately wondered who could be behind all the atrocities associated with the slave camps. But it dawned on the city lord all this time only Lin Luoluo had been doing all these killing and recoveries. The city lord wanted to know from his subject where they were going, to which the warrior told him that they were hurrying to the north gate, for it was most likely where the slaves were headed. The warrior's theory was confirmed, and the slaves did come to the north gate, which already had guards at it. At the command of one of the guards, a fight would begin between the slaves and the gate guards. But the slaves had a strong advantage, for they had Lin Luoluo on their side, who had burned half of the guards with her subterranean fire. The city lord decided to fly to the scene with his warriors. The first thing that happened was the long-awaited meeting between Lin Luoluo and city lord Shibei. The city lord turned to Lin Luoluo and asked if she was a cultivator in white. Lin Luoluo confirmed that she was a cultivator in white. Seeing the lord, Lin Luoluo had to stretch out the time for all the slaves to escape. The city lord got angry and told Lin Luoluo to prepare for death. The city lord used a rank 9 martial art, the Omni-Destroying Palm. Ye Fan swept that only the best warriors could fly. For killing the city lord, Ye Fan would receive a lot of evolution points. Thinking about it, Ye Fan guessed how much he would get, ranging from 10,000 to 100,000. However, Ye Fan himself realized that Lin Luoluo wasn't even a rival for him, and he wanted to help her out. The city lord told Lin Luoluo not to think that she was the only one who had an S-rank weapon, and began to summon his own. Ye Fan was upset when he saw the S-rank weapon of the city lord, for it was weak. The city lord flew to attack Lin Luoluo, his sword aura depicting a blue beast. Ye Fan watched the fight and wondered if Lin Luoluo would survive against such a cunning and strong opponent. Lin Luoluo tried to slash the city lord's thunder beast, but she was unable to do so. The beast was so strong that it was able to destroy Lin Luoluo's attack completely. But although the beast destroyed Lin Luoluo's attack, thanks to that, she blocked the city lord's strike. The city lord turned to Lin Luoluo. Mauling her, there was no point in her coming to his lands. Being so weak, the city lord added a question, asking if Lin Luoluo's sword was called an assassin's sword. Lin Luoluo agreed but asked a counter question, in order to find out how the city lord knew about the sword's name. The lord didn't answer the question, instead remarking that he was a city lord and Lin Luoluo a slave. So their worldviews were different. The city lord once again rushed to attack and told Lin Luoluo that she would die that day. Ye Fan got angry over the city lord's words and told him to keep his pocket wider. Lin Luoluo didn't choose to watch the lord's attack either and used a phantom dance. The city lord took this attack as a pathetic trick. Twirling his weapon, he created a powerful barrier around himself. This barrier was no problem for Lin Luoluo, for she attacked him anyway. Her attacks lived up to their labors, the city lord's barrier taking damage on each side. Soon the barrier broke. The city lord was left shocked and even assumed that sword assassin Lin Luoluo was above S-rank. A city lord summoned a huge thunder beast from the heavens to protect himself from a phantom dance. This ability bothered to remove Lin Luoluo's illusions and hit her perfectly. The city lord observed that Lin Luoluo was too weak. Lin Luoluo herself realized that if she used up the rest of her energy, she would be helpless. But otherwise, Lin Luoluo would have died from the wound she received, so she had to use regeneration. The city lord approached Lin Luoluo and said that for killing 2 subordinates of a 9th-ranked lord, Lin Luoluo might not expect mercy. He added that Lin Luoluo was in for a long and agonizing torture, after which her mind would leave her body, just as it had with the people of her clan. From these words, Lin Luoluo became angry and once again covered in silver, saying that the lord was an embarrassment. The city lord noticed Lin Luoluo's anger and decided to taunt her, saying that he remembered how there were once silver men, just like Lin Luoluo. But they all ended up the same. The city lord's fire turned them into ashes. The city lord added that following Lin Luoluo's burnt body would go her sword, which made Ye Fan very angry. Suddenly, Lin Luoluo got a strange feeling as if the sword was trying to take control, and Ye Fan started saying that it would be a weapon that would reach the SSS rank and above. The city lord decided to finish off Lin Luoluo and said that just one strike would be enough for him to end this fight. But just as the city lord was dreaming of his victory, he noticed that his attack didn't kill Lin Luoluo. The city lord jumped back and puzzled why Lin Luoluo blocked his attack with one hand, and Lin Luoluo didn't understand how it happened even though she didn't even move a finger. The city lord continued to taunt that Lin Luoluo still had some strength left and decided to attack her from the distance. But Ye Fan continued to control his sword and blocked the 3 flying attacks in one move. The city lord noticed that Lin Luoluo had suddenly become much stronger, but he couldn't figure out why. Watching the movements of the sword, Lin Luoluo assumed that the assassin's sword had a soul. Controlling his sword, Ye Fan pinned the city lord's spear to the ground. The lord himself did not have the strength to lift it at all. Ye Fan decided to release the city lord's weapon and attack him, but the lord's reaction allowed him to block the blow. Lin Luoluo began to realize that the sword was controlled by Ye Fan, bearing a title like Sword Spirit. The city lord remarked that he hadn't expected the soul release from the magic sword. The city lord continued to block Ye Fan's attacks, but each time, it was harder and harder for him to do so. Ye Fan summoned dozens of sword illusions that attacked the lord. The city lord was angry, for Ye Fan was looking down on him from on high. Because of this, the city lord decided to unleash the full power of a martial arts master. The city lord stood in a stance and used a rank 9 martial art, the blue flame of anger. Lin Luoluo decided to rely on the power of the sword She told Ye Fan that she was dedicating this fight to him. Ye Fan took the sword in his hands and used the soul-poisoning underground flame. The city lord and Ye Fan used their strongest abilities before their clash. This clash formed a huge explosion in the city, depicting two sides in battle. But even such a clash of two swords did not stop Ye Fan. He continued to attack. The city lord swept that in addition to the sword having a soul of its own, it had good reactions. The city lord could not accept the fact that as a martial artist, he was losing a battle of attrition. Realizing that he was losing, the lord decided to run away. But Ye Fan didn't want that to happen. He started flying after him, remembering his words about melting down. But as Ye Fan flew, his energy was coming to an end, already having less than 100 points remaining. And due to the depletion of energy, Ye Fan's sword fell to the ground, and was unable to fly any further. Lin Luoluo walked over to the sword and addressed it. Ye Fan, however, realized that there was no need to call out to him, for Lin Luoluo could not hear his voice. Lin Luoluo started to lift the sword from the ground and swept it up, saying that they should have left as quickly as possible. But as soon as Lin Luoluo raised her sword, the air around the sword was filled with huge sparks. Lin Luoluo suggested that Ye Fan as a spirit tried to get out of the assassin's sword. Lin Luoluo's thoughts quickly dissipated as she needed to get out of the city. As the city lord was running away, he noticed that all the slaves had managed to escape from the north gate. The city lord, however, ran to the admiral and fell on his knees before him, saying that as Lord Talay, he was willing to accept the punishment. City lord. Talay realized that everything was terrible, and for the horror that happened at the northern gate, his head could fly off his shoulders. The admiral asked Talay why he had to punish him, since it would just make him lose his martial arts master. Talay relaxed, for he realized that he wouldn't die from the punishment. Then he thanked the admiral. Instead, the admiral asked Talay to tell more about the already quite famous magic sword assassin. Talay told the lord that the sword was not just magical, but had a strong spirit within it. He added that if it wasn't for the soul in the sword, Talay would have grabbed the girl in the sword alive. The admiral couldn't understand how the sword could have a soul. He speculated that the sword could be the spawn of a spirit will. Also, the admiral speculated that the spirit might have awakened because of Lin Luoluo and Talay's fight. The admiral was silent for a moment and ordered Talay to stand up, for which the city lord was very grateful. The admiral said that he was very interested in Lin Luoluo's sword and asked Talay to tell him about it in great detail. Later, Lin Luoluo found herself at the gate to another part of the city, but before entering, she changed her countenance. Lin Luoluo was wearing a black robe that completely covered her body, and on her face was a gray mask with holes only for her eyes. Lin Luoluo noticed that everyone in her neighborhood was wearing masks with no desire to show their faces. Lin Luoluo was looking for something. Soon she came to a building and read what the sign said about high-level martial arts. Some two guys were discussing the freeing of the slaves that had happened, and added that it was rumored that a girl had done it. Lin Luoluo didn't choose to listen to these discussions and went to the nearest store. The thought that she wouldn't be recognized because of the mask and cloak left her at ease. Lin Luoluo decided that when she came to Lei Bao, she would definitely find ways to improve her body and martial arts skills. Ye Fan noticed that Xinglan had practiced the Fire Heaven Bird secret skill before, but Lin Luoluo was better at it. Ye Fan added that he shouldn't have worried, for Lin Luoluo had enough money for the necessary things. Lin Luoluo pointed to the books and asked the salesman to bring her 3 books of the master. The vendor placed the 3 books he needed on his desk and asked Lin Luoluo the correctness of his find. The vendor decided to ask Lin Luoluo why the girl needed rank 9 martial arts. This question interested Lin Luoluo, and she asked the seller if he had these books. The vendor said that his store didn't have them, but he could offer Lin Luoluo something. The vendor decided to pour Lin Luoluo a drink and said that from his knowledge, there were many ancient martial arts books in the secret realm. As Lin Luoluo stretched out her hand to take the drink, she asked what secret realm was being talked about. Protatsev said that the secret realm was located on Mount Bailun, and was about to open a passage to it. Rank 9 martial arts were rare, and sacred martial arts above rank 9 were even rarer, but they were all in the secret realm. Lin Luoluo thought the salesman's words were a lie, but he convinced Lin Luoluo otherwise, although he had one thing. But the vendor pointed out that he wanted some profit from this as well, asking Lin Luoluo to sell the books she didn't need when she found them. The vendor also added that he would pay more than the other merchants. Lin Luoluo agreed to the deal with the seller and started to leave the bookstore. Lin Luoluo was able to master 3 martial arts techniques using the assassin's sword in just 3 days. While Lin Luoluo was wandering around the city, she noticed a group of people at the signs on the wall. which stated about opening a secret realm and looking for warriors above the 6th rank to do so. Lin Luoluo noticed that it had only been a couple of days, and they were already gathering people to the secret realm, and tried to walk towards the wall. Some guy was angry that Lin Luoluo was trying to pass without a line, which she ignored and sought to find out from whom to sign up to join the squad. Another guy nearby noticed Lin Luoluo's unusual aura and swept her strength. He realized that Lin Luoluo was no ordinary warrior. The guy turned to Lin Luoluo and said that he would make Lin Luoluo's request and called her after him. Soon Lin Luoluo was in some building on the guy's advice. There was a horde of masters waiting for something to happen. The masters in the back were discussing Lin Luoluo's appearance based on the fact that her clothes were strange. Other masters tried to recognize the person behind the mask, coming to the conclusion that it was a girl. Some guy added that she was young and started walking straight towards Lin Luoluo. The guy said that he had many girls, and by the sight of Lin Luoluo's slim waist, was enough for him to appreciate her beauty. After which the guy suggested that Lin Luoluo take off his mask. Lin Luoluo took out part of her sword from its sheath, and asked the guy if he was bored with his life. The guy started to reach out his hand towards Lin Luoluo and said that there was no point in her getting angry, for the guy just wanted to take off Lin Luoluo's mask. Lin Luoluo couldn't stand the guy's words. Taking out her sword, she cut off the fingers on the guy's hand. The guy fell to his knees, and Lin Luoluo said that it was a warning for him. One of the masters was surprised at how quickly Lin Luoluo exposed her sword from its sheath, and the master who brought Lin Luoluo realized that he had found a good comrade. Soon the door in the hall began to creak open, and some voice was pleased that everyone was finally gathered together. Some craftsman came out of the center door and walked happily to the center of his podium. Looking at the man, Lin Luoluo realized that it was the same martial arts master. Master said that a lot of people came this time and he was happy about it, but Lin Luoluo felt that things were not good. The first one who decided to introduce himself was a guy named Shang Pei, who was a martial arts master. The guys were discussing. He knew that Shang Pei was a martial artist before, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. Another guy said there were no 9th rankers anymore. Shang Pei said that it was the time of the appearance of the secret realm on Beilong Mountain and he knew the place. Shang Pei added that before he left, he wanted to clarify something for the others. Shang Pei said that most of the things they would obtain in the secret realm could be taken by the warriors, but the remaining small portion the warriors had to give to him. All the sacred martial arts were to belong to him, as well as the herbs and heritages. Other than what Shang Pei said, the rest of the treasures the warriors could completely take for themselves. After which, Shang Pei raised his head and proudly asked everyone present if anyone was against it. Warriors who were weaker couldn't object, but realistically speaking, getting hold of sacred martial arts or something, the warriors would just run away. Only fools would really give the treasure to Shang Pei. Shang Pei said that he guessed the warriors' thoughts, adding that if anyone dared to take everything for himself, he would be mercilessly killed. As he left, Shang Pei said that he had scheduled a meeting at the same place the day after tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Lin Luoluo was also leaving, and the guys behind her were discussing how they were going to prepare for the trip. But Lin Luoluo heard that some of the guys told no one to mess with Lin Luoluo. Some guy approached Lin Luoluo, which surprised her, for someone dared to do so despite her warnings. Yifan observed that in this fantasy world, the hand-folding technique and many others were simply beautiful. The guys that came with the bold master named Tianyun asked him if it was the same masked girl he had rumored. Tianyun looked at Lin Luoluo one more time and loudly declared that it was exactly her. Tianyun added that there were 2 rank 9 warriors against Lin Luoluo, and she was no match for them. Tianyun ordered the warriors to kill Lin Luoluo, for which he would give them the information of a rank 9 skill. Lin Luoluo heard Tianyun's words and was quite wary of those words. The 2 masters were preparing for a fight and told Tianyun that they would surely help him kill Lin Luoluo. 2 rank 9 masters started the fight and used 2 long-range attacks towards Lin Luoluo. Lin Luoluo didn't say anything and just deftly pulled out her sword, placing it in front of her. The 2 rank 9 masters were completely shocked at what they saw, for Lin Luoluo's sword was much stronger than their expectations. Lin Luoluo simply swung her sword and easily repelled 2 powerful attacks from the 9th ranked ranking. The warriors couldn't understand what rank Lin Luoluo possessed, but Yifan insisted that Lin Luoluo kill these rank 9 warriors, but their confidence didn't drop, for they were confident that the 2 of them could defeat Lin Luoluo together. The first master decided to use one of his strongest techniques, the 9th ranked cultivation, the Scarlet Blood Strike. The sword of the 9th ranked first master changed color and was covered in a dark red aura, after which he attacked Lin Luoluo. This attack was of incredible power. The master created a huge explosion on the city's territory. But as the smoke began to clear, the master tried to figure out what had happened, but someone told him to be careful. Lin Luoluo was at the same spot, not a single scratch on her body. But if she slowed down, she would die. Lin Luoluo decided to take to the air and use the ghost dance ability. The ability struck the second master, but the force of this strike was too great and he could not contain it. Lin Luoluo's attack broke the 9th rank master's defense and bloodied his body. Lin Luoluo immediately decided to finish off the 2nd rank 9 master. After all, she'd already injured him. But unfortunately, Lin Luoluo didn't have enough speed to hit the enemy, and the 1st rank 9 master was behind her. Master jumped up and decided to kill Lin Luoluo, but she started running forward to dodge it. Lin Luoluo didn't have time to dodge. She turned around and blocked the master's strike. The warrior pushed Lin Luoluo away and said that he knew how long Lin Luoluo could hold on for. The rank 9 master continued to attack Lin Luoluo time after time, creating explosions behind him. But as soon as his attack stopped, he noticed that Lin Luoluo had disappeared from sight. Lin Luoluo was cunning. She decided to attack from behind and stunned her opponents. With an unexpected attack, Lin Luoluo raised a lot of dust and smoke, confusing the opponents even more. This attack burned the 1st master as the 2nd used his body as a shield for himself. Lin Luoluo started running from side to side, using illusions to confuse the enemy. Lin Luoluo used a ghost dance on the master while attacking. The master himself realized that he couldn't handle Lin Luoluo's prowess. Under the barrage of Lin Luoluo's attacks, the master realized that his axe would break in time, even though it was forged from the most durable A-rank material. Master though he dodged Lin Luoluo's attacks, but it was getting harder and harder each time he did so. Tian Yun realized that things were bad and decided to do something to help the master against Lin Luoluo. He made the decision to use his Buddhist lotus containing poison. Even Tian Yun himself didn't have an antidote. If Tian Yun threw the lotus at Lin Luoluo, he would die immediately. Such was Tian Yun's plan. He threw his golden lotus straight at Lin Luoluo. The Buddhist lotus exploded and a whole bunch of thorns flew out of it in all directions. Tian Yun was hiding from the spikes and was sure that Lin Luoluo would definitely die from this attack. But while he was rejoicing over Lin Luoluo's supposed death, he noticed that a Buddhist lotus was flying in front of his eyes. The lotus exploded in front of Tian Yun's face. He, on the other hand, could not do anything to counter it. Lin Luoluo used an 8th-ranked martial art, the Water Dragon Shield, to defend herself against the lotus tree. Tian Yun himself was unable to defend against the lotus in any way and was immediately killed by his own attack. But the 2nd-ranked 9th master decided to finish off Lin Luoluo while he could, and began to attack. Lin Luoluo said that she initially wanted to let the master go, but if he wanted to kill him, her decision changed. Lin Luoluo attacked the master back. From just one attack, she practically broke the master's axe. The master did not notice the crack on his axe and was confident in his attack, but he soon lost all confidence. Lin Luoluo attacked again. This time her attack didn't just break the master's weapon, but also cut off his hands. Lin Luoluo stood over the body of the master who had lost all of his limbs in the course of the battle. Lin Luoluo brutally killed the master, and Ye Fan swept up that he would accumulate a lot of points from these kills. Back in her apartment, Lin Luoluo was looking at the book she had gotten after the battle. Lin Luoluo dropped the book on her face and swept the 9th-ranked martial arts books inferior in marksmanship. But luckily, Lin Luoluo could exchange this useless book for her in the secret realm. After all, Lin Luoluo should have hurried and practiced to raise his strength before the secret realm. Talei was in his house and reasoned a suitable opening of the secret realm. Talei realized that surely Lin Luoluo would also come to the opening of the secret realm. Remembering Lin Luoluo's image, Talei became angry and promised himself that if she caught his eye, he would kill her. City Lord Talei and a group of his warriors had finally arrived at the final destination of Mount Beilung. City Lord Talei gave orders to his companions to follow him. He quickly began to descend down into the thick of some woods, accelerating every second. Talei had noticed that the size of Mount Beilung was so large that finding a good spot wasn't the easiest of tasks. Talei's companion asked the city lord if he expected to see Lin Luoluo, who had already taken a place for herself in this forest. The city lord swept up that Lin Luoluo might have been here, but finding her amongst all the crowd was not considered impossible for her. Ye Fan flew around behind Lin Luoluo and was surprised every time from the number of warriors that arrived. Ye Fan considered every warrior beside him as a potential prey for evolution points. Shang Pei told the warriors to all be alert, not a step away from him before entering the secret realm. There were so many people this year. Shang Pei said that he wouldn't be surprised if there was something grandiose. Shang Pei decided to rest and ordered everyone to wait for a while, but someone still resented it. Shang Pei said that if that warrior didn't know something, he should have kept quiet. For the secret realm was constantly hidden from others' eyes, so both the time and its locations were unknown to anyone else. Shang Pei couldn't tolerate rebellious warriors, and had already told everyone to sit and wait still. And if anyone wanted to die before their time, he would gladly help them with it. Most immediately calmed down after Shang Pei's words, for they realized that he was serious. Another warrior asked Shang Pei if he could at least make a plan, but Shang Pei reassured the warrior and said that he would tell everything after the secret realm appeared. Shang Pei said that no one could know when the secret realm of this kingdom would appear. But Shang Pei didn't have time to finish his sentence before golden patches suddenly appeared on the ground. The ground began to crack and break apart, revealing the golden rock beneath it. Uncovering this golden zone completely, a patch of land blazed with a golden beam that aimed straight up into the sky. Shang Pei told the warriors to keep their heads up. He was to go first, commanding the others to follow him. One of the warriors ran ahead of Master Shang Pei and taunted him as he followed Shang Pei's lead. A horde of warriors ran towards the golden section of the secret realm entrance. But Lin Luoluo decided to take a different path. Ye Fan noticed that a lot of warriors had already started killing each other, even though they were not inside the secret realm yet. Lin Luoluo climbed up the tree and started jumping further, looking for another entrance to the secret realm. But her search didn't last long, as she was attacked by two warriors, breaking her plans. But to the surprise of the warriors, Lin Luoluo easily dodged the attack of the weaker enemies. Lin Luoluo counterattacked, but the warriors were also prepared and realized the danger of the situation. Lin Luoluo didn't want to waste time on them and simply attacked with more force, easily killing two lower-ranked warriors. Ye Fan motivated Lin Luoluo to keep going, for where Lin Luoluo fought was always fun. A group of warriors spotted Lin Luoluo and decided to finish her off early since she was experienced. Many warriors overestimated their capabilities and immediately died from Lin Luoluo's attacks. After killing the warriors, Lin Luoluo continued to search for the entrance to the secret realm, finally finding a golden beam. Lin Luoluo didn't choose to think long at all, and immediately jumped into the golden beam to enter the secret realm. Talay and his group jumped into the portal right after Lin Luoluo, but the subject swept up that Lin Luoluo was ahead of them. Talay took a closer look at Lin Luoluo and noticed that he had a feeling. He knew this girl in front of him. Talay was very angry as he looked at the Lin Luoluo unrecognized by him, even though she didn't give any signs. Shang Pei was also inside the secret realm but resented it, as the warriors he had recruited with him were only causing him trouble. Shang Pei turned to Lin Luoluo and said that he didn't expect that she was still alive. Lin Luoluo said that there was chaos at the entrance, and she managed to enter the secret realm undetected. Shang Pei swept up that Lin Luoluo was no slouch and suggested that she return to his team. Ta Lei was surprised that the silent-masked Lin Luoluo knew the martial arts master. Shang Pei moved forward, but they came across a dead end. But Lin Luoluo said that there were too few people. One of the warriors turned to Lin Luoluo and asked her if the entrance would only open when enough people were present. Lin Luoluo was displeased from the fact that the warriors couldn't understand the most basic theory, but she swept up that everything was correct. Master Shang Pei thought for a bit and said that arranging all this was not hard at all. There were more and more corpses in front of the entrance to the secret realm, but every now and then warriors would get in. The warriors who got inside were not happy, for they had invested a lot of energy in killing others, but nothing came of it. Talay watched the inept warriors and realized that they were just a group of fools. But because the warriors came more and more often, the real doors to the secret realm finally began to lift up. Behind the door to the secret realm, there were 12 passageways leading to places no one knew of. The first to rush inside were the Heavenly Tiger mercenaries, who were the most confident of all. Shang Pei decided not to run away at a breakneck pace, but instead to ponder what he saw and let others pass first. The Heavenly Tiger mercenaries chose one of the passageways and ran without thinking about anything before doing so. But once the group was inside the tunnel, the Heavenly Tiger mercenaries screamed in pain. The other mercenaries were shocked, for they had not expected the death of the Heavenly Tiger mercenaries. The subject asked Shang Pei where they should go now, but Shang Pei pondered for a long time. Lin Luoluo raised her sword and told Shang Pei that they should have gone to the passage she indicated. Some of the warriors remarked that this was the same passageway where the Heavenly Tiger's mercenaries had died. Lin Luoluo confirmed that yes, it was the one, but that didn't mean that they would also die as they had died, the Heavenly Tiger's Nameniki. Lin Luoluo added that if there was some kind of trap in the cave, then the mercenaries would run into it. Lin Luoluo didn't think at all. If everything was suspiciously good in a place, then something bad would soon happen. Xiang Pei believed in the plausibility of Lin Luoluo's theory, and decided to follow the same passage. Once in the passageway to the secret realm, Xiang Pei's group was greeted by purple lights. Lin Luoluo confidently approached the purple lights and decided to touch one of them. But as soon as Lin Luoluo touched them, the purple flames dissipated rather quickly. Lin Luoluo turned to Xiang Pei's group and told them that it wasn't a flame. Xiang Pei said that it was actually a kind of concentrated energy. Upon learning that it turned out to be a concentration of energy, the warriors of Xiang Pei's group were astonished. Xiang Pei said that it was actually pure energy, but it couldn't be absorbed. Otherwise, the warriors could end up with paralyzed limbs. One of the warriors drew the attention of the entire group and pointed a finger in the direction, asking everyone to look over. At this place, there were the corpses of the entire group of Heavenly Tiger mercenaries that had previously entered this tunnel. Xiang Pei stood up in a stand and said that everyone had to get ready, for there was something up ahead. Xiang Pei's warning was not in vain, as a spider soon jumped out at one of the warriors. Xiang Pei turned to the warriors again and told them to take care of their heads, due to the spiders attacking from above. The warrior took the spider in his hand and noted that this spider was only a rank 6 monster, and was not a meaningful threat. But turning around, it came to the warrior's attention that there were a great number of such spiders. The warrior told everyone to forget his pathetic mockery of the spider, for it was actually more dangerous than he had anticipated. The frightened warrior drew his sword and threatened the spider to stay away from him. In a fit of fear, the warrior decided to kill the spider, but the little spider easily dodged the swing of his sword. The spider decided to attack right after the guy's attack. Jumping on top of him, he began to devour the guy's flesh. Xiang Pei decided not to watch his subjects in pain, and decided to hit the spiders with a wall of fire. Lin Luoluo didn't stand idly by either. She easily killed the spiders 3 at a time in a single strike. The spiders attacked everyone present, but some were very much afraid of these same spiders. Spiders most often attacked as a group, attacking one person in at least threesomes. Lin Luoluo watched Xiang Pei's wall of fire, and noticed that the spiders were easily killed by the fire. Lin Luoluo approached Xiang Pei and asked if he noticed something in that wall of fire. Xiang Pei didn't understand what Lin Luoluo was talking about, and asked her again what it was about. Lin Luoluo said that the spiders were afraid of fire. When the warriors were rushing with swords, the spiders did not care at all, but the fire was very bad for them. Xiang Pei immediately understood Lin Luoluo's words and said that he was a fool for not guessing earlier. Thanks to Lin Luoluo, Xiang Pei found a way to easily kill spiders and use the firewall as often as possible. While Xiang Pei was scorching the little spiders, he turned around and noticed a huge spider on the wall. The spider jumped down to the ground to the entire group of Xiang Pei, scattering some of the firewall back to the ground. The huge spider began spitting webs at the warriors. The spit was large in size and could cover a man's torso. Xiang Pei was angry at what he saw, calling the huge spider leader a fucking monster. Lin Luoluo calmed Xiang Pei down and asked him not to be nervous before fighting the spider. Lin Luoluo decided to attack first, leaping high into the air to pierce the spider from above. The huge spider didn't want to just look at Lin Luoluo and pierced her stomach with its paw. Xiang Pei didn't stand by and watch either. He covered his sword with fire and declared that he would be the one to take away the spider's life. Xiang Pei rose into the air and pulled the flaming sword behind him, leaving tongues of flame behind him. Lin Luoluo noticed that Xiang Pei was preparing to attack the huge spider and decided to help him out. Lin Luoluo used the ghost dance and jumped to attack together with Xiang Pei. The attack of 2 high-ranked warriors was able to kill the leader of all spiders and reveal the pill in his head. Xiang Pei took the pill and said that the spider caused his brother to die, so the pill belonged to him. Yi Fan resented that Lin Luoluo would give the precious spider pill to Xiang Pei so easily. Xiang Pei looked around the entire battlefield and finally said that 5 people had died in the end. After which, Xiang Pei stood up and said that it was time to go further down the tunnel, into the secret realm. Yi Fan studied the corpses and noticed that they bled, even though most of them could kill Xiang Pei. Near the end of the tunnel, the warriors spotted fireflies. Assuming it was the light of the treasure, the warriors moved inside. Those warriors who got into the tunnel first were overjoyed, for they had indeed found treasure. Xiang Pei also caught up with the warriors, but he realized that this place was a burial ground for swords. Ta Lei confirmed Xiang Pei's words, saying that it was indeed a sword graveyard. The warriors started wandering around the sword graveyard and picking up all sorts of rank A swords, but in the middle of the entire cave was a huge sword in chains. Ta Lei was dissatisfied as all around him were just swords and weapons, no higher than rank A. Talay was disappointed, for he had expected to see at least an oodles of S-rank potions. But Talay realized that even if there was an S-rank weapon in the cave, he would have to fight Shangpei and Lin Luoluo's group. Ye Fan looked at the huge sword that was chained up. The symbols on it could be seen in the close-up. Lin Luoluo was also looking at the statue, but she felt as if something was calling to her. But soon, Ye Fan noticed something interesting. He noticed a weapon that was rank S. Shangpei turned to Lin Luoluo and told her that the sword would belong to him. Lin Luoluo shouldn't even take it away. Zhang Diaoyu blocked Shangpei's path, but Shangpei asked if he wanted to die. Zhang Diaoyu asked Shangpei, did he really want to take all the treasures single-handedly? The warrior behind Zhang Diaoyu added that treasures should belong to those who found them. Shangpei said that in such a case the warriors left him no way out, only killing. But Zhang Diaoyu and the others were confident that the number would win out. Talay watched the fight and remarked that it was a good thing he didn't get into this fight. This was a good opportunity for Talay, as he could quietly take away the S-rank weapons. But as he flew towards the treasure, a couple of warriors threw their spears in front of him and stopped Talay. 2 warriors stopped Talay from his plan and decided to fight him for S-rank weapons. The elder sat by the huge sword statue, and turning to Lin Luoluo, he said that there was no truth in the feat, and motioned for Lin Luoluo to sit down. Lin Luoluo decided to do what the old man said, but she didn't understand why she was obeying him. The elder told Lin Luoluo to close her eyes and let the sword energy that was in front of Lin Luoluo splash into her body. The elder added for Lin Luoluo to accept the energy of the sword and not resist that energy. After which, the elder commanded Lin Luoluo to start slowly opening his eyes. Ye Fan swept Lin Luoluo's mind, not realizing what she was doing while meditating. Opening her eyes, Lin Luoluo noticed that she was in a completely different place. In front of her was the same giant sword, and the elder said that he had made a vow that if anyone could take the huge sword from the sheaths of the earth, the master would gain true skill. After saying those words, the sword rose into the sky and released red chains that headed towards Lin Luoluo. While Lin Luoluo was meditating, Ye Fan was watching the battle of Shangpei and the others. In her dimension, Lin Luoluo deftly dodged the red sword chains to get closer to him, but one of the chains still managed to grab Lin Luoluo's leg and practically snatch her up. Talay and Shangpei decided to surrender to stop spilling blood between each other. One of the warriors pointed a finger at Lin Luoluo and swiped at her, trying to steal a weapon. The warriors decided to attack her, for they were resentful because of Lin Luoluo practicing while they killed each other. While Lin Luoluo struggled with the chains, she turned to the sword assassin and asked for his help. Lin Luoluo added that she was almost done, so she needed no one to get in the way. Ye Fan agreed to help Lin Luoluo, but told her to kill more high-ranked beasts for evolution points in the future. Ye Fan started to fulfill Lin Luoluo's request and drew his sword to protect her. The 2 warriors got to Lin Luoluo and decided to kill her while she was shamming something on their mind. The warriors decided to kill Lin Luoluo together and immediately swung their swords at her. But these warriors were immediately chopped to pieces, thanks to Ye Fan's sword skills. The warriors couldn't understand why Lin Luoluo's sword was flying, but they were wary of getting close to the spirit sword. One of the warriors was confident in his skills and declared that he wouldn't die from a rusty piece of iron. Ye Fan was hurt by these words, and he created dozens of illusions from his sword to kill the warrior. Swords immediately flew at the guy, each one piercing through his body and killing him instantly. The other guys were terrified, because the flying sword had killed a 9th-ranked warrior so easily. The guys made the decision to do nothing, for the sword would only attack them if they approached Lin Luoluo. The warriors just sat next to Lin Luoluo and did nothing in fear for their lives. The guy with red hair was on the wall and noticed the spiritual sword next to the statue. The guy swept up that he had to get rid of the sword, and then take the treasure of the secret kingdom. The red-haired guy jumped on the statue of the huge one and decided to get his hands on a rank S weapon. The guy said that after all that time, he could finally get his hands on an S-rank weapon. At this time, Lin Luoluo was struggling with the chains. She was a couple of steps away from the sword hilt, as suddenly, the statue and the area around it was covered in a red aura that drove the enemies away. The sword statue itself began to crack and soon broke, and the stones began to fall downward. Shangpei noticed that Shijun had managed to take out the S-rank weapon that had fallen out of the statue. Shijun laughed and said that from now on and forever, the Scarlet Blood Sword would belong to him. But while he was cheering, all the energy from the sword immediately drained out, and the sword became a mere piece of iron. As it turned out, all of the Scarlet Blood Sword energy started flying towards Lin Luoluo, and she absorbed all of it. Shijun got angry and accused Lin Luoluo of taking his energy, choosing to kill her. Shang Pei only guessed what was going on, assuming Ma Lin Luoluo had obtained an ancient inheritance. Shijun approached Lin Luoluo and swung to kill her while she was meditating. But Ye Fan didn't overlook anything. He immediately used his sword and blocked Shijun's attack. Shijun didn't understand why his attack was repelled, but he was desperately trying to understand something. Shijun's ponderings didn't last long, for he noticed the flying sword and immediately realized what had happened. Suddenly, Lin Luoluo woke up and grabbed the assassin's sword, thanking him for his help. Shijun conditioned Lin Luoluo to hand over the inheritance of sword-wielding to him. Lin Luoluo told him to take it if he wanted, and Ye Fan noticed that Lin Luoluo had risen to rank 9. Shijun got even more angry and said that Lin Luoluo's blood would remain as a pitiful stain on his sword. Shijun immediately swung his sword to decapitate Lin Luoluo with a single blow. Lin Luoluo rather deftly counterattacked and Shijun's attack was immediately stopped. Shang Pei noticed that Lin Luoluo easily parried Shijun and noticed that she could hide her strength earlier. Shijun became angrier and angrier time after time, and in a fit of rage, he tried to finally finish Lin Luoluo off. Lin Luoluo simply blocked or parried Shijun's attacks, leaving them without results. Some of the warriors behind shouted at Lin Luoluo to stop defending and attack. The two guys were discussing the fight between Shijun and Lin Luoluo, betting that Lin Luoluo would die, but Ta Lei called them fools. Ta Lei remembered that from the beginning, Yu Junbei had no equal in swordsmanship, but now with every swing of his sword, Lin Luoluo's speed was increasing. This time Lin Luoluo decided to stop defending herself. She finally started attacking first. Shijun barely had time to block the attack from Lin Luoluo, as it was quite fast. Lin Luoluo didn't stop her attack, and attacked at times faster each time she attacked. Shijun was so angry. He asked Lin Luoluo time after time if she would finally die, but it was all to no avail as Lin Luoluo gave him a strong punch and threw him into the wall. Shijun was already at the limit of his anger and just wanted Lin Luoluo to die. Useless rank. Swords began to rise into the air from the sword graveyard at Shijun's call. The warriors didn't understand how the sword could control other swords, but Shang Pei said that this sword was the king of all swords. Shijun ordered all the swords from the graveyard to attack Lin Luoluo, after which the swords surrounded her. Shijun's attack didn't scare Lin Luoluo at all. She swept up that. It was, on the contrary, a very weak attack. Lin Luoluo had no problem dodging those low-ranked swords. Ye Fan resented Shang Pei's words and claimed that he was the one who was the king of all swords. Shijun decided not to wait for his graveyard swords to simply run out and attacked Lin Luoluo from behind. But when he attacked, to his surprise, he didn't hit Lin Luoluo at all, for she disappeared. Shijun noticed where Lin Luoluo ended up and added that if just a little bit more, Lin Luoluo would have died. Shijun's attack was almost successful as this attack was able to graze Lin Luoluo's arm. Shijun had a hint that Lin Luoluo would just bleed out if he didn't do anything about it. Lin Luoluo silently placed her other hand on the wound and began to regenerate it. Shang Pei couldn't understand how this was possible, and Ta Lei reasoned where this girl was from. Shijun couldn't believe his words. After all, Lin Luoluo was a low-ranked warrior, yet she possessed such a strong healing skill. Lin Luoluo made her sword blaze with white fire and said that it was her turn now. Lin Luoluo used the soul-poisoning underground flame and strengthened her sword. Lin Luoluo's attack was so strong that she was able to defeat everything above her. One of the guys remarked that Lin Luoluo's strength was too great. After all, Yu Junba was only a rank 4 master. Shijun decided to give Lin Luoluo a taste of his ability, a rank 9 martial art. Shijun summoned the Thunder Dragon, using the breakthrough of the dragon spreading its wings. Lin Luoluo used a rank 8 martial art, the Water Dragon's Shield. The shield successfully blocked Shijun's dragon breakthrough attacks. But that wasn't all the dragon could do at all. The dragon decided to turn around and attack again, this time attacking with its head into the shield. This time, the dragon's attack was stronger than before, and Lin Luoluo was thrown into the wall. Shijun attacked Lin Luoluo once more and said that this was the difference between a 9th rank warrior and a martial arts master. Shijun's fire attack almost hit Lin Luoluo, but she was able to dodge it. Lin Luoluo decided to put her hands together and create a fire defense before Shijun's attack. Lin Luoluo successfully created a barrier to Shijun's fire attack, blocking all flames. Suddenly the swords on the ground began to move. The entire graveyard was in motion, which alerted the warriors. Each of the swords in the graveyard began to glow a bright blue color and rose into the air. Lin Luoluo stood on the assassin's sword and rose into the air, and the blue swords were behind her. A rank 9 martial art, a 10,000 sword volley rained down on the land of the secret realm. Shijun couldn't believe his eyes, but even so he was able to block Lin Luoluo's attack. But while Shi Jun was blocking Lin Luoluo's attack, she attacked again, dazing the enemy. Lin Luoluo took advantage of this moment and stabbed Shi Jun all the way through from the back. Lin Luoluo pushed her sword deeper and said her last words to Shi Jun before his death. She stated that Shi Jun was a weakling. For killing such an advanced master, Lin Luoluo and Ye Fan received 100,000 evolution points. The warriors couldn't believe that the nameless masked girl was actually able to kill Shi Jun. Once Shi Jun was finally dead, one of the warriors decided that the sword of Shi Jun's corpse would be his. Ye Fan admitted that he wanted this sword too, but realized that finding a way out was more important. As Lin Luoluo began to leave, the warriors began to fight over the sword from Shi Jun's corpse. The warriors continued to argue over who would get the sword, for even Ta Lei was interested in such a find. Ta Lei added that he was happy because of Lin Luoluo not deciding to take the sword back for himself. Lin Luoluo walked away, and behind her, a bloodthirsty fight broke out to obtain the Scarlet Bloodsword. A couple of warriors followed Lin Luoluo into a secret passage that most likely led to an exit. Lin Luoluo tried to guess if there was some hidden mechanism in this secret passage, but while searching, Lin Luoluo only found a large gate that was closed. Ye Fan assumed that Lin Luoluo was going to open the gate thanks to the assassin's sword. Lin Luoluo did so, taking her sword out of its sheath and swinging it in front of the gate. This attack was successful, and the gate finally began to open, revealing a lighted passageway. The light in the gate was so bright that it almost blinded the warriors and Lin Luoluo. All the warriors were illuminated by white rays that smacked of energy that could be absorbed. As the craftsmen soaked up the light and cheered their find, it slowly began to run out of light. Lin Luoluo decided not to hesitate and went into the blinding passageway in search of a way out. The warriors behind decided to rush after Lin Luoluo and not waste such an opportunity. Lin Luoluo ran without looking back, soon finding herself in tangled tunnels connected to each other. As Lin Luoluo wandered through the tunnel, she wondered what treasure was hidden this time around. Soon, Lin Luoluo jumped into one of the tunnels, finding herself in a completely different environment. She pulled out her sword and looked around. This time the place was quite different from the previous caves. All 12 passageways in the secret realm joined at one place, and in the center were white lotus flowers. Every minute more and more warriors arrived at the lotus room, having obtained treasures from the secret realm. One of the warriors asked his partner Yuan Xiu if he knew what those lotuses in front of them were. Yuan Qiu swept that it was a comprehended lotus. Anyone sitting on the lotus petal could behold the memories of former warriors, and the higher was the lotus on which the master sat, the stronger was the image of the warrior that was visible. It was rumored that one could see the memories of the strongest warriors, the battle saints, and when a master was bathed in energy, he could absorb it. The warriors swept up Yuan Qiu's intelligence, but sought to find out how Master Yuan Qiu knew it. Lin Luoluo set a goal for herself, to climb the topmost lotus of all 12 of them. Ta Lei couldn't stop observing Lin Luoluo, and sized up the fact that he should have gotten rid of her. After Yuan Qiu's words, the oodles of warriors decided to start climbing the 12 lotuses. But the exaltation of the warriors was stopped by the lotus sage. He stated that to comprehend the lotus flower, the warriors had to line up according to their level of perfection. Lin Luoluo tried to walk forward, for she realized she was stronger, but the man stopped her. The martial artist was angry that the masters had not yet taken their seats, and the 9th-ranked warrior dashed forward. Lin Luoluo didn't listen to the master, and the martial artist got angry and wanted to take her in. But the martial artist didn't even realize the way he started to fall, as Lin Luoluo threw him over himself. Lin Luoluo decided to add to her attack. She kicked the master with her foot in the face, getting covered in blood. Lin Luoluo's punch was strong enough to send the bulky man to the back of the room. The master stood up from the rubble, puzzled at how Lin Luoluo was able to throw him so far away. The sage turned to Lin Luoluo and declared to her that she could pass to the lotuses. A group of guys got angry at Lin Luoluo and decided to kill her, but the master stopped them. The guys made a plan that if they all piled on Lin Luoluo together, they would definitely win. But the martial artist punched the initiator and reiterated again that he wouldn't let them do that. A group of warriors decided to occupy the 3 lotuses and cultivated there, as there was a very strong energy in that space. Even if they didn't manage to absorb the strongest part, it would still be fine. One of the warriors who came decided to overestimate his strength and climb the very first lotus. But as soon as the guy was on the first lotus, he immediately realized that something was amiss. Ta Lei, who was on the lotus below, he noticed that the fresh warrior who had climbed the first lotus began to fall off the lotus. Ta Lei had noticed that the risk was too great on the first lotus, and decided to move on to the 3rd lotus. Shanpei watched Talay and didn't understand what happened on the third lotus. But from his observation, Talay didn't make it. On the third lotus, Talay rejoiced, but Talay began to bleed a lot from his mouth. Ye Fan watched as Lin Luoluo climbed higher and higher up the lotuses each time. Ye Fan noticed that Lin Luoluo wanted to climb the very first lotus and said that something might come of it. The warriors on each lotus watched as Lin Luoluo climbed closer and closer to the first lotus. Talay watched Lin Luoluo climb the first lotus and said that it was suicide. But Lin Luoluo was not going to give up. She confronted the blinding light coming from the lotus. The warriors from below didn't understand how Lin Luoluo hadn't flown out of the first lotus yet, assuming that she was able to subdue it. Talay was shocked, for he realized that Lin Luoluo was able to conquer the first lotus after all. Talay was notably pissed off by this, so he decided to walk to the same lotus as Lin Luoluo. The lotus was covered by a barrier, and Talay tried to break it with his sword, but the barrier stopped his weapons. Talay didn't understand whether the barrier was Lin Luoluo's defense technique or the lotus mechanism. Ye Fan observed that the lotus could calmly protect whoever cultivated on it. The roof of this room began to release energy downward, spraying it onto each lotus. The warriors cheered the appearance of energy from above. They absorbed as much as they could, making themselves stronger. The warriors threatened Lin Luoluo, saying she wouldn't come out of the lotus room alive after the barrier fell down. Ye Fan noticed that the energy was very strong here. He wished he could absorb such power. Ye Fan told Lin Luoluo to hurry up and get stronger, hoping that Lin Luoluo would reach the level of a martial arts master. Suddenly, Lin Luoluo was once again in some other dimension, which was like outer space. The voice turned to Lin Luoluo and said that she was the first warrior who was able to subdue the lotus. Suddenly Xinglan appeared in front of Lin Luoluo. Holding the sword in his hand, he imitated some technique. Xinglan's movements were able to tear apart the dark matter dimension that Lin Luoluo had fallen into. Lin Luoluo was surprised that some warrior had torn apart the darkness with a couple of movements. Xinglan turned to Lin Luoluo and said, what she saw was Jinwu's movements burning the Ju heavens. Lin Luoluo bowed her head and put her hands together, thanking Xinglan for his help. Xinglan asked Lin Luoluo to return and added that his mission as a treasure had come to an end. The lotuses began to fuse and break, the energy no sooner enjoyed by the warriors than it was over. The warriors' rush of cultivation was interrupted as the lotus beneath them was broken and they began to fall down. Just when the barrier was removed, Talay started to pull out his sword and told Lin Luoluo that it was time to pay the price. Lin Luoluo looked closely and noticed that in Talay's hand was a scarlet blood sword, which he took away. Talay said that Lin Luoluo's sword was nothing compared to the scarlet blood sword that he possessed. Talay turned to Lin Luoluo again and asked if she was really waiting for him to chop her into pieces. Ye Fan laughed at Talay's words and remarked that he was the one who was the king of all swords. Talay prepared for battle, surrounding himself with the destructive bloody aura of the scarlet sword. Talay let loose a bloody wave on Lin Luoluo, who protected herself with a water dragon shield. Lin Luoluo and Talay attacked each other, destroying the entire floor beneath them, turning it into rubble. One of the warriors who was hiding under the rubble remarked that the aura of the bloody scarlet sword was terrifying. Talay raised his sword in the air and said that Lin Luoluo had comprehended the highest martial arts skills on the first lotus. All the warriors had to join hands to defeat Lin Luoluo and obtain the precious power of martial arts. The warriors thought Talay's idea was pretty sensible, so they joined his plan. But Lin Luoluo didn't choose to wait for a group of warriors to gather on her, so she was the first to start attacking the enemies first. Lin Luoluo killed the martial arts master again and gained another 100,000 evolution points. Lin Luoluo began to expect an attack from the nearby warriors that were attacking in groups towards her. Lin Luoluo used a phantom dance and killed one by one, declaring that everyone would die. Soon, Lin Luoluo had killed an oodles of warriors, so many that she was standing on a pile of corpses. City Lord, Talay took to the air and declared that he would kill Lin Luoluo with his own strength. Talay used a rank 9 martial art and summoned a red killer snake monster. Lin Luoluo began to unwind as the serpent decided to swallow Lin Luoluo. Lin Luoluo turned into an outlandish whirlwind of blows that was devoured by the snake assassin. But this was just right for Lin Luoluo, for she was able to cut the snake assassin from the inside out. After which, the killer snake exploded, and Lin Luoluo attacked Talay right after the snake died. Lin Luoluo did not stop her attacks and continued to dominate Talay. Talay decided to use his blood scarlet sword's new skill and an eye flew out of its hilt. Talay was able to summon a small red demon, the sight of which greatly frightened Ye Fan. The red demon was also a spirit, and was able to attack Ye Fan, hitting him in the stomach with its tail. Ta Lei and Lin Luoluo clashed swords, leaving a flaming ball after their attack. Ye Fan was angry and took up the assassin's sword and started swinging it, saying that he would kill Ta Lei. Lin Luoluo thought that the sword assassin started to encourage her to defeat Ta Lei. Lin Luoluo took a stance and used the Sword of Fate technique, summoning balls of energy behind her. Ta Lei's bloody scarlet sword demon enlarged and decided to protect Ta Lei with his body. The Sword of Fate technique was useless. The demon easily blocked the attack, and Ta Lei scoffed at Lin Luoluo's attack. While the demon was blocking Lin Luoluo's long-range attacks, she decided to make a close-range ambush, surprising Ta Lei with her speed. With her attack, Lin Luoluo cut the blood-scarlet sword demon apart, but Ta Lei remained uninjured. Ta Lei swung for another attack and said that his sword was rank S, which meant he couldn't lose. Lin Luoluo ran around in a circle and occasionally attacked Ta Lei, but he constantly blocked the attacks. This time, Lin Luoluo stopped and used the ghost dance to finish off Ta Lei. Ta Lei tried to block Lin Luoluo's attack, but his sword was broken into 2 pieces. The sword assassin absorbed the blood-scarlet sword's special energy and gained 600,000 evolution points. Ye Fan swept his eyes over the fact that there was only 1.5 million to evolution left. Ta Lei realized that his life was in danger and started to run away, but the underground flames consuming Lin Luoluo's soul caught up with Ta Lei. City Lord Ta Lei was struck by the underground flames and his soul was restrained. Lin Luoluo remembered that the City Lord had melted the body of a person from the Silver Clan to obtain a perfect silver skeleton. Ta Lei had to pay for it. Because of this, the underground soul-consuming flames were able to melt Ta Lei's body, causing him to pay the price. Ye Fan did not expect at all that Lin Luoluo's flames could perfectly melt Ta Lei's body away. Xiang Pei was astonished from Lin Luoluo's strength and could only squeeze out that it was terrifying. But the secret realm began to break. Huge rocks began to fall from the roof onto the warriors. The warriors had to dodge rocks without end, running from side to side. Lin Luoluo blocked the stones above her and swept the secret realm about to collapse. Suddenly the warriors began to rise up, and some force was pulling them without the possibility of resistance. The warriors flew into the light, everyone who was there being pulled by an unknown force into another compartment. The warriors were once again in a different environment, this time with light walls and new swords. Some voice congratulated the warriors on their arrival at the final stage of the secret realm. The guardian that was in the tree turned to the warriors and said that this was the finale of the entire kingdom. Whereupon the spirit introduced himself. He was the guardian of the whole secret realm, who governed it as well. The guardian added that in the final stage, warriors could receive various relics, the quality of which would depend on the results that they had shown in the previous stages. The guardian asked the warriors to treat the relics they would receive with caution. Suddenly, the keeper turned to the 3 warriors and ordered them to put back in place what they had taken. The warriors began to excuse themselves, saying the old man was wrong and they hadn't taken anything at all. The guardian waved his finger and asked the thieves what it was if they didn't take anything. As suddenly the items stolen by the warriors flew out of their pockets and into the air. The guardian did not choose to tolerate thieves in his realm and bid farewell to the warriors, opening a portal to them. The warriors began to be drawn into the portal, but they begged for the keeper to give them one last chance. The warriors noticed the others being carried into the portal and asked the keeper if those thieves had died. The keeper swept up that he didn't like fighting and killing, so the keeper simply teleported the thieves out of the realm. The guardian of the secret realm said that everyone could choose a treasure for themselves. The guardian opened a small portal for Lin Luoluo and asked her to step into it. Lin Luoluo started walking towards the portal while Ye Fan tried to figure out what he wanted to do. Once inside the portal, Lin Luoluo noticed the keeper that welcomed her into his humble garden. Lin Luoluo sat down at the custodian's table. The custodian asked Lin Luoluo if she had seen his picture, to which he received an affirmative answer. The guardian waved his hand and told Lin Luoluo that she could choose one of the 5 weapons that appeared before her. Ye Fan admired the weapons in front of him, for they were all no less than rank S. The guardian of the secret realm gave Lin Luoluo time to choose a weapon, and finally asked about her choice. Lin Luoluo refused, and said that she already had a sword that suited her, which she had no intention of changing. The guardian laughed and said that he didn't show those weapons to anyone except Lin Luoluo, for she was the strongest among the younger generation. Since Lin Luoluo had inherited a special picture, something rightfully belonged to her. A small lotus flower rose from the water and revealed the white robe that belonged to Lin Luoluo within it. This robe was a feather garment, Siani, which was SS rank equipment. The guardian had swept up that this equipment had been inherited from the lord of the secret realm. Yifan looked at the robe, and there was no way he could believe that it was on a rank SS. The Guardian added. He was no longer a young and far from talented martial artist, so he didn't need that robe anymore. Lin Luoluo reached out to pick up the SS rank robe that was rightfully hers, but blood began to appear from her finger. Blood from Lin Luoluo's finger enveloped the SS rank garment, flowing from the very center throughout the robe. Yifan couldn't understand why blood appeared from Lin Luoluo's hand, but at this time, the robe rose into the air. After which Lin Luoluo put on Xiani's feather garment, equipping herself with SS rank items. Yifan wished that Lin Luoluo would always shine like this as she shone in her SS-ranked robe. The Guardian said that under normal circumstances, this feather garment was no different than any other. But it behaves differently in battles. Lin Luoluo bowed her head and thanked the Guardian for such a high-ranking reward. But he said that there was no need to thank, adding that Lin Luoluo had already had to go. Before leaving, the Keeper added that this time, the secret realm was on the verge of being destroyed, and he didn't know how long it would take for the next one to open. But the Keeper recommended not to return to this place again. The Guardian added that he hoped that Lin Luoluo would be able to meet the person she needed in the abode of immortals. After which, Lin Luoluo jumped over the building's fence and headed for the exit of the secret realm. The Guardian observed Lin Luoluo and noticed that she was a very talented girl. The Guardian had also picked up on the fact that the Shenlin continent was on the verge of revolt because of Lin Luoluo, the Guardian said. And for Lin Luoluo's sword, he couldn't even guess who had created such a strong weapon. Lin Luoluo walked out of the blue portal and ended up in some forest, and Yifan finally relaxed. But Lin Luoluo was immediately surrounded. She asked the people, were they really freeloaders? The people in white robes ignored Lin Luoluo's question, but the first thing they did was to say hello to her. Lin Luoluo wasn't very interested in the conversation and asked people what they wanted. The elders stated that they came with good intentions. They were warriors of the Duxian sect, and if Lin Luoluo was interested, she should have joined them. Yifan was curious to know more for this sect, when how Lin Luoluo had claimed that she had killed the Lord of Star City. The elder continued to insist, and added that the people from his sect were not afraid of the people of the Earth Dragon Empire. But Lin Luoluo said that she was used to her solitude. Lin Luoluo climbed up the tree and said goodbye to the Duxian sect, for she was busy with her own affairs. Lin Luoluo knew where she needed to go first, and she motioned to Lun Kei's family. Yifan revealed that the Qi family was the royal family in the Earth Dragon state. Yifan couldn't understand what Lin Luoluo was going to do in the main city of the Earth Dragon Empire. Yifan speculated that Lin Luoluo wanted to destroy the royal family and the entire state. Posters of Lin Luoluo were put up in the city as a sign that she was a wanted woman. Some guy claimed that it was actually Lin Luoluo who committed the murder. The man broke his cup in anger and shouted that it was a waste of time. Some guy showed up at the entrance to the building and asked No if he still had a headache. But was surprised. He did not expect the unexpected arrival of Lun Kei. He in his building. Lun Kei, said that from what he heard, No wanted to take the sword away from Lin Luoluo. No confirmed this, but added that the sword was unusual. Lun Kei, already knew about the sword's peculiarity, and said that it was already understandable since the sword was a soul killer. But was even more surprised and asked how he could know about the strength of the assassin's sword. Lun Kei said that in the secret realm, Lin Luoluo's sword was able to resist a rank S sword. He added that he was not the only one, but other martial artists had begun to use the power of the nobility to organize meetings to learn the weapon in question. But sighed heavily and said that he couldn't find Lin Luoluo and her sword anywhere right now. Lun Kei, said. There was no problem with that, for he had gotten an idea on how to find Lin Luoluo. The news pleased but he immediately wanted to find out what brilliant idea had gotten. Judging from the information had obtained, Lin Luoluo was an important person to the Silver Clan. Added that if they caught the person who belonged to the Silver Clan, they would find Lin Luoluo in no time at all. In her own time, Lin Luoluo cultivated in the quiet forest, perfecting herself more and more. Yifan and Lin Luoluo noticed the water dragon in the distance and what was fighting it. The warriors that fought the monster confirmed that the strength of this beast lord seemed to be higher than the others. One of the warriors commanded his accomplices to retreat and decided to attack the beast, but the warrior's sword did no harm to the beast lord, for he was clever in defense. Suddenly, Lin Luoluo appeared on the battlefield and missed the beast lord, heading somewhere else. Lin Luoluo made a leap and somersaulted to strike the entire body of the beast lord. The already wounded beast decided to attack and tried to take Lin Luoluo in its paw. Lin Luoluo, on the other hand, cut his paw, for which she received 10 units of strength. And Ye Fan noticed that the level of the Beast Lord was equal to that of a master warrior. One of the warriors admired Lin Luoluo's strength, while the other remarked that she was quite familiar. Lin Luoluo continued to shred the dragon, jumping from one body part to another and striking out. Soon it was time for the final strike on the Beast Lord, and Lin Luoluo covered her sword with blazing white fire. Lin Luoluo was able to kill the Beast Lord with her attack and gained 100,000 evolution points. The warriors noticed that Lin Luoluo's sword was absorbing the blood of the beast, and immediately realized who she was. After realizing, the group of warriors decided to immediately leave, in fear for their lives in front of Lin Luoluo. Lin Luoluo took the orange-colored precious pill from the Beast Lord's body, after which Lin Luoluo placed the orange pill into her guardian ring. Later, Lin Luoluo made a bonfire and started roasting chunks of meat from the Beast Lord. While Lin Luoluo was roasting meat, the martial arts king and his group came to Lin Luoluo's place. The guy said, "Mole, he was sure that Lin Luoluo looked like the woman on the poster." The other guy commanded the others to surround Lin Luoluo so she wouldn't escape anywhere. The bald guy noticed that Lin Luoluo had killed the crystal ice dragon all by herself. He asked another warrior why he didn't inform him immediately when he saw the monster. The guy's excuse was that he didn't have time, because he was in too much of a hurry. Ye Fan noticed that the bald guy was at the level of a martial arts king. Ye Fan didn't expect such a thing. Ye Fan swept up that if they killed the martial arts king, they would get at least 1,000,000 evolution points. The bald guy, on the other hand, asked Lin Luoluo if she was from the Silver Clan. Lin Luoluo ignored the guy when his subjects started to address Lin Luoluo for her to answer the boss. As soon as he started to approach Lin Luoluo, he was cut in two by Lin Luoluo's sword. The guy said that Lin Luoluo's arrest warrant said that her sword could absorb blood. Also, the Emperor of the Earth Dragon Empire said that if someone could catch Lin Luoluo and take her sword, then the catcher would get admiral status and a bunch of rewards. Immediately after his words, the bald guy decided not to wait and rushed to attack Lin Luoluo. The swing of his axe was unsuccessful. Lin Luoluo dodged the blow with ease. After that, the guy punched the ground and praised Lin Luoluo's quick reaction to his punches. The guy started unwinding his axe and said that Lin Luoluo wouldn't be able to escape. The boss's subjects swept up, saying it was the martial arts king's source power. The boss told Lin Luoluo that his main source of strength was the wind. He could get extra strength by being in the wind stream. Without thinking long, the guy used a rank 9 martial art, the Wind Strike. Lin Luoluo used her rank 8 martial art, Water Dragon Shield, and protected herself. Lin Luoluo's Water Dragon Shield was barely holding its defense and was slowly leaking cracks. Lin Luoluo sat in one place as her Water Dragon Shield broke down. Lin Luoluo crossed her fingers and started using a new technique that covered her aura. The boss immediately noticed that Lin Luoluo's cape was not the most ordinary cape. Lin Luoluo managed to summon 2 spheres, a hellish sphere and a heavenly sphere, that surrounded her and boosted her strength. The boss was surprised since Lin Luoluo could create spheres, but decided to create his own in return. Ye Fan noticed that the bald guy had an S-rank weapon, and if Lin Luoluo won, he would definitely be pumped up. Lin Luoluo took control of the spheres and strengthened her next attack by leaps and bounds. The boss decided to attack as well, his axe releasing lightning bolts around him and his determination only rising. Lin Luoluo and the bald guy exchanged an oodles of blows, blocking each of them. Lin Luoluo used a rank 9 martial art and summoned an immortal dragon. This time, Lin Luoluo was able to overpower the boss's attacks, but even so, he blocked them without difficulty. Lin Luoluo used a rank 8 martial art, creating ice cones. Dozens of ice cones flew at the bald guy, but he repelled them with one mighty shout. The warriors took hold of their ears and didn't realize what that horrifying sound was in their ears. Lin Luoluo started climbing up the icicles upwards to make a surprise attack. After that, all the icicles fell to the ground and raised a large curtain of smoke on the battlefield. Lin Luoluo appeared out of the smoke and rushed to attack just as the bald guy raised his axe. Lin Luoluo deftly dodged the boss's punch and was behind him. Every strike that the boss threw came to nowhere. Lin Luoluo dodged every single one of them. The boss decided to strike again, but didn't notice that his axe was starting to break on the blade. The boss was sure that if he continued to fight like this, Lin Luoluo would be exhausted. But with her strike, Lin Luoluo broke the boss's axe and inflicted a wound on his body. For the broken S-rank axe, 400,000 evolutionary points were obtained. Ye Fan was very happy. The boss retreated and used a rank 9 martial art, Hell Dragon Destroyer. Lin Luoluo swung her sword and cut the Hell Dragon Destroyer into 2 pieces. The boss dodged Lin Luoluo's long-range attack. He didn't understand how she cut the dragon so easily. Lin Luoluo, in turn, summoned the Yellow Spheres, a light-colored blade. The boss managed to defend himself, but was still dumbfounded, in misunderstanding what kind of martial arts Lin Luoluo was using. The shield continued to block Lin Luoluo's attacks, but was already on the verge of collapsing. Lin Luoluo used this moment as an opportunity to kill the bald guy. Lin Luoluo killed the boss by cutting it into 2 pieces, finally ending this fight. Lin Luoluo brought her sword to the boss's body and began to absorb the blood from his body. For this kill, Ye Fan gained a whole 1,000,000 evolution points and could finally evolve. Ye Fan decided not to wait at all and immediately pressed the evolution button with a wide smile on his face. Immediately after this action, dense clouds gathered over the scene of this incident. Lin Luoluo didn't understand what happened, but the lightning from the cloud was heading in her direction. Lin Luoluo tried to run away, but the lightning was faster. She was able to hit it. Lin Luoluo decided not to give up. She tried to run away from the lightning with all her might. Lin Luoluo ran and ran, but the lightning still chased her and didn't want to stop. Finally, the lightning struck Lin Luoluo. She was scared and thought she would die because of it. But because the lightning stopped her, Lin Luoluo accidentally dropped the assassin's sword from her hands. As soon as the assassin's sword hit the ground, all the lightning was redirected to the sword. The thunderstorm became smaller and smaller, and Lin Luoluo was astonished from such a weather calamity. As suddenly, after a thunderstorm hit, a huge yellow ray struck, which struck the sword assassin's sword. Only towards the end, Lin Luoluo realized that the sword assassin had finally evolved. The assassin's sword changed its countenance. It became darker, and the hilt changed shape, adding eyes. Ye Fan raised his sword into the air. This time the sword's name changed to Death, and the sword rose to rank SS. All abilities are now a level higher, with tons of new ones added and new passive boosts available. The Sword of Death has gained a new light attribute ability called Healing Light. Ye Fan laughed, for now the Sword of Death had become almost medicinal because of the light attributes. When Ye Fan looked at how many points he needed for the SS rank, he was extremely surprised. After all, an entire 1,000,000,000 evolution points were needed. When Lin Luoluo walked over to pick up the sword, Ye Fan wasn't sure if she could match the strength of the sword. Lin Luoluo brought her hand to the hilt, and her hand was covered in small lightning bolts. It was hard for Lin Luoluo to match the strength of the sword, but she managed to hold the sword with her strength. After which, Lin Luoluo raised her sword and unleashed her power, creating a hurricane around her. Ye Fan didn't know if Lin Luoluo could match his strength, but he realized that everything was in her hands. The hurricane began to diminish, and Lin Luoluo asked the sword assassin if he really wanted to transfer the power into her. This was Ye Fan's plan, after which Lin Luoluo began to absorb all the immense sword power within herself. Ye Fan was surprised. He could feel Lin Luoluo's strength growing stronger and stronger.